And when our thoughts are moving at a faster speed than speed of a light, how will you settle down on any particular subject or a topic? And it's jumping from topic to topic, which is unregulated mind, or a regulated mind that controls, regulates, and moves on with a specificity, with predictability. Meditation is something that prepares us. Often newcomers, especially who are trying to meditate, number one problem they have is how to meditate. Number two problem, even when method is given to people, they'll say, oh, I get overwhelmed by thoughts. Third thing, what is the goal of meditation that I'm trying to meditate? What am I to achieve with this? Well, I'll tackle all these issues with you all and try to see how we move into this spiritual field and how we can integrate the fruits of this meditation and reap its benefit in the entrepreneur world. I started meditation actually in 1976 as a student, and then moved on later on after my graduation to United States and started a pharmacy business there. See, meditating helped me a lot actually in my student career, in my family life, as well as in the world of business. Whenever I meditated in the morning and evening, both are different form of meditations. But in the morning, whenever I meditated, I found some guidance coming from within that I should be doing this, I should be doing that. And most importantly, the main guidance that would be arising from my heart would be what not to do on that day. See, every entrepreneur to me is like a mother or a father, like a parent. They nurture their new company like a new baby. They are so motivated and inspired and all papped up. I got to make this happen. And precisely so, it is this passion and enthusiasm, that extraordinary confidence that drives every entrepreneur. Moment we have some amount of doubt, I think we should take a pause and reflect on it through meditation. Then you'll have a 360-degree vision of the problem that you're encountering. Encountering a problem is not a bad thing. To me, it's the greatest thing that when we are able to see the problem ahead of us, and when we close our eyes and meditate, even for 5 minutes, it reveals us a solution. Sometimes you may not see a problem in the first place, but when we dive deeper in meditation, it gives us another perspective to the already cooked up experiment that you have in mind. Every entrepreneur to me is a change maker, see. This change is happening so rapidly today. It's difficult to keep up with. Our grandchildren seem to be even more advanced technologically than we were exposed to, and we were thinking, wow, I have learned so much. But when these children come up and say, oh, dad or grandpa, you don't know this, then we start wondering, see. So this constant change, constant thinking, constantly getting inspired to get new ideas worth implementing, and some, you feel so joyful with the new ideas that comes up during your meditation. So for every entrepreneur, I would say, you may not be believing so deeply in God, etc., but sitting quietly for some time and relaxing for some time and see how you can make a change, in this VUCA world, which is so volatile and uncertain and ambiguous. I think we need something like this. Ideas can float. You can have about 10 different ideas. Oh, I'm going to do this. But when you calm down and you relax and reflect on your proposals from inside, then out of those 10 great ideas, you'll be able to filter and come to the most impactful, which is practical at the moment. And I've seen this time and again that it is the meditation that helps us filter so many unnecessary things in from life. It's not just God realization, not just peace of mind, not just making right decision, whom to marry, for example, which business to start, which clock to wear, etc. Meditation has a wide application, tremendous amount of. There is nothing that cannot be achieved successfully through meditation. It's not that meditation is mandatory for a success because there are many people. But if you see some individuals like Steve Jobs in his hungry days, when he was pauper, he used to often go to these Sri Krishna temples in Virginia, and he used to take food from there. And that's he appreciated all his life that this temple provided me food when I didn't have. And that's where he got in touch with the ancient tradition of meditation. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. And it is meditation that makes us very sharp, very efficient in our activities. If you're an entrepreneur, great. But how to move from this entrepreneurship and become a legend in your offering? That is the game. See, are you chicken out, or you become so weak and so spineless when challenges are there, when competitions are there? When the product is right, why worry about competition? Even if it is there, when you calm down, when you meditate for a few minutes, the answers will come for your next course of action. See, most of us have witnessed this terrible year, 2020, pandemic year. Humanity has experienced, I think, so much of disaster this particular year. Children, especially those of you who have children, can appreciate this trauma. The children are all the time in the house. They like to go outside, play with their friends. It's not happening. Those who have great relationship in the family, it becomes stronger. But if you have compromised relationship with your beloved, I think the relationship shatters. These are the outcomes of this unfortunate pandemic era. Pandemic has also caused so much of havoc, at the same time so much of business opportunities. My point here is not just the business opportunities, but how to remain mentally steady, mentally calm, mentally peaceful, and be more creative. Meditation is all about creativity, see? How to harness the inner resources. I offer an experiment. Some of you may have meditated. This particular heartfulness meditation, which I'm going to walk you through later on, will be aided with transmission, with pranahuti. What is this pranahuti that helps us meditate and go deeper? The problems related to thoughts will slowly vanish from our mind, and you'll wonder, how is it that I'm not getting all those thoughts I used to get before? You will wonder at that. And you will also appreciate how your mind becomes so focused, so calm, and so creative with every meditation you encounter. How does that happen? Pranahuti to me is like a vehicle of consciousness. It's like put this consciousness in this capsule of pranahuti and allow it to go deeper into your subconscious. Or pranahuti can also propel like a rocket Allow your consciousness to get seated comfortably in this rocket, and it will take you higher in superconscious state. Swami Vivekananda, the great saint, he used to say the only purpose of all the spiritual practices that we encounter, we practice and dream of doing, only one purpose: evolution of consciousness, how to broaden from this narrow band consciousness to broadband consciousness. And you can all appreciate what this narrow band and broadband consciousness is all about, since you are all dealing with communication and the way the data information is just moving at the speed of light. This transmission not only helps us travel through within our consciousness from available to superconscious to subconscious. How does it happen? Instead of that, I would like you to experience that. I'm not going to just talk about philosophy and confuse you even more. No, that's not my purpose. My purpose here today is to make you really experience a state that can be arrived through meditation. I'm here in Hyderabad. We have an ashram, beautiful ashram, about 20 kilometers from Hyderabad airport. You're all welcome to join us here. There are no fees. There are no, all those kind of a business deals going on here at the ashram. No, you are not charged for any activities that you undergo in this ashram. Very simple way of meditation. And for those who are doing it for the first time, I would recommend that you focus your mind on the heart. Very gently, have your attention towards the heart and think that, my heart is gifted with the divine presence. Divine presence is already there, but you have to imagine that it is present in the form of light, divine light, and that is attracting our attention inward. If thoughts come, let them come. Just remind yourself that you are meditating. That's all that is expected of every meditator. And I'll be transmitting this pranahuti with a prayerful heart to God, that may you all experience the essence of what we are trying to achieve. Now, through this meditation, many things that happens are, one is to arrive at a better level of consciousness. Second thing is there is a term called in psychology precognitive biases or cognitive biases, or put it very simply, prejudices. How to get rid of all these prejudices, you see. The biggest stumbling block we all suffer with are these cognitive biases. Let me give you an example. If you're passing through a garden, which is your regular way to work or to your institute, and if you happen to see a rose plant, there's a beautiful flower blooming there, you make a notice of it, wonderful. Second day you're passing and so, this flower is now even more beautiful, it's so lovely. Third day you'll feel like touching it. Fourth day you'll try to maybe pluck it and take it home for your beloved. Or some of you might be tempted, let me take the whole plant home. This is how we develop a kind of a positive or negative bias. This was a positive bias that, I want to take this home. We are often troubled by this idea, should I pluck this flower? Or should I leave it here? In the business world also, we'll be on crossroads all the time. Moment to moment, we are on crossroads, whether to do this or to do that. Mind says something and heart says something else. Same thing is with children. How are we going to inspire our children? Unless we train them before they cross 7 years of age or 8 years of age, I think this particular phase, including the pregnancy period of 9 months plus 8 years of young phase of their life, determines rest of their life. How are we going to train them unless I myself am well trained? How to establish a certain cognates in them by removing many precognitive biases from ourselves. So heartfulness meditation not only helps us travel with our consciousness, but also help us make a right decision. How to get rid of certain biases, how to equip our children. Unless you are yourself equipped with mental health, your children cannot inherit that mental wealth that you carry within you. If you're too busy at work, what happens? Somebody else looks after your child, and it's not the same. Does it mean I should take my child to workplace? It depends on you. You see, the fundamental thing to any success are two fundamental things. Number one is interest, and number two is observation. If you have interest, you will succeed. And if you are gifted with this ability to observe, then it's even a greater thing. From all these multitudes of observation, a lot of data, how are you going to find the relationship between good data, bad data, relatable data, and come to your own conclusion? I think meditation helps tremendously. If you see the great successes and great research is done so far in science, are by scientists who had this knack of settling down peacefully, remaining focused, remaining relaxed. Many researches are like that. Newton, he was relaxing under a tree until apple fell. And in this relaxed state of mind, he was able to, somehow infer and then concluded this aspect of gravitation. Similarly, Huxley's Bayesian structure, it came during a dream when he was extremely relaxed. Great Einstein, his habit was to spend no less than 2 hours in his bathtub. All these great ideas came when he was relaxing. And many such scientists, and many of you must have also felt that, yes, it is in this relaxed state of mind that you come up with some creative ideas. In the next few minutes when we're going to meditate, you can tag along with your ideas and see if you can filter any unwanted projects that you have in your mind with confidence. Or when you can filter out and say, I got to do this. Or while meditating on the presence of divine light, you can remain prayerful and say, God, please help me get more ideas, more creative ideas to do something rightful, something great for the evolution of this planet. And see how magically the inner guidance, inner inspiration takes your consciousness into crystallizing a better ideas in your mind and ultimately in your heart. Even if mind may have so many ideas, without the green signal from heart, you're not going to achieve it. This confidence comes through heart. Mind may think all that it likes to, but without this heart's green signal, you'll be nowhere. You may not have meditated, but it is the heart that gave you the signal. Now, through active meditation, you are harnessing the infinite wealth that we all carry. It is inside us. And as I said to you earlier, you need not have faith in God. You need not believe even in God. To me, It's better not to believe until you have proof of it in your own heart. And this proof you can have only if you're open hearted. If you have decided that God doesn't exist, I have nothing to argue with you. But if you're open and say, yes, I'd like to experience, then something is possible. And this can happen only through meditation. See, as long as my attention remains outward focused with zillion thoughts in my mind, you cannot appreciate the beauty that I was talking to earlier. The beauty of a flower, you cannot appreciate if you are on a jet flight or in a car moving at even 60 kilometers an hour. It'll be too much. So we have to become still, calm, peaceful, and relaxed in order to appreciate even the smallest idea and allow that small idea to expand. So with this little, pep talk, if you might call, some of you might be confused perhaps at what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to only say one thing, that experience and then decide. Meditation has been talked from many angles, but without experiencing it, I think it remains a kind of illusion in our mind. See? Buddha says attain nirvana, Kabir says you attain sunya. Lord Jesus says arrive at a state of love. Lord Krishna says you arrive at a state of sthita pragya. Vivekananda says you can arrive at a higher consciousness. Great, but how? This has been missing, and I'm very happy to share with you all that it is through heartfulness, through offering of pranahuti or transmission, that you are able to feel the inner transformation on a daily basis. Each time you meditate, you will emerge a better person. And I request you, even if you don't believe, please try this one out and see where it takes you to. You can make a mental note of your inner feelings at the moment and see what becomes of you at the end of meditation. See? By the way, before we conclude with all these things, I would request those of you who have children, take interest, and those of you who are on the way, becoming mothers, etc. There are a lot of new researches now in the scientific world that how the inner atmosphere of mother changes the genetic pattern, genetic expression of the fetus inside. If you remain calm, there will be more cognitive development. Mothers who are always stressed, what happens to them because of the sympathomimetic responses? They're always under a fight or flight mode. Certain neurotransmitters are secreted from brain, and it chokes, somehow it constricts the frontal lobe. The arteries or veins that exchanges blood there are constricted. So what happens there? The blood supply to those organs is less. Frontal lobes are less developed in mothers who are under stress. Similarly, the constriction of the vessels providing blood to the gastrointestinal tract also suffers. The digestion also suffers. Similarly, the lung problems. Stress creates many problems. So mothers who are under stress, they unfortunately transfer those stress neurotransmitters to their fetus. And because of all that, not only you develop or do not develop cognitive abilities, other health parameters also suffer. As child is developing inside, and after the birth, they observe tremendously. Their mind frequency is almost more than 50 to 100 hertz per second. Only when we become adult that it tries to settle down. See? it remains in the range of 20 to 30. And when we are about to go to sleep, it slowly comes down to zero point 0.5 to 3 hertz per second in deep sleep. Now, when you are stressed, all these things go haywire. When we train our children to observe things, various things, which side is east, every morning you figure it out which side sun is rising, which side moon is rising or setting. When you enter some room, find out what's the color, how many people were present, house we visited, who were all present. This ability to observe things will create some habit in our children. And this will further develop their mind in concluding many things in life. It's a small exercise, but going long way. Early in the morning, they wake up or going to sleep. Make them alert, make them aware. What are you listening? Are you listening to any birds or dog barking or any sound, pleasant sound, or cars honking around? This gives them the ability to observe, listen to things outside. Later on, this training can go inward. Figure out kinds of thoughts passing through your mind during daytime and make note of those thoughts. You'll be able to provide extraordinary education to your child. To be the greatest gift that you can give. When you meditate, it's not just that you become peaceful, or it's not that you just become loving, you become peace yourself, you become love yourself. And these levels of vibratory levels of love and peace also will radiate and will touch your children. This is the biggest and the greatest gift we can give to our children. Planet will be a better place than we came here with. We visited maybe in 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. World will be different when we breathe our last and say, yes, I did my part. My family is better. My family is better than when I was born. So, spiritually speaking, materially speaking. Because it is the focused and a mind that concludes faster is the effective mind. And in order to conclude faster, you need to meditate. So now I would like you all to go through this small experiment. I'll help you relax and also walk you through this process of meditation. And if you like to continue this, you're all welcome. There is an app called Hearts app, HEARTS APP. You can download it, and some trainers will always be available to walk you through this process of meditation. There are no charges, as again I repeat, there are no charges. Well, if you are all ready, just simply close your eyes. This process will take us about 15 to 20 minutes. Please gently close your eyes and have your attention focused towards your feet. Imagine that the energy from earth is entering through your feet, which is helping you relax. We'll allow this energy to move upward, stage by stage, step by step. As it rises above our body, it helps us relax. So we begin with feet. Feel the relaxation there. Allow this energy to move upward to your ankle and lower legs. Feel the relaxation. By the way, this will also help you at night time or any time you want to sleep faster. The same technique can be utilized. Now allow this energy to enter your calf muscles and feel the relaxation there. Now your knees and thigh muscles. Permit this energy to move upward into your hip area and your back. Feel the relaxation there, your hip and the entire back area. Permit this energy to enter your abdominal muscles, your stomach area. Feel the relaxation there. And your chest area. Let this energy enter your shoulders. Feel as if they're almost melting away and becoming lighter. Now allow this energy to descend into your arms, your biceps, and your elbow and your lower arms, including fingers. Now pay attention to your neck muscles and feel the relaxation there. Allow this energy to move upward. Drop your jaws and feel the relaxation in your jaws. Your lips, your eyebrows and eyelids, forehead, and your entire facial muscles, your earlobes, and top of your head. Now scan your whole system from top to toe. If there is any stress or tension in any part of your body, you can revisit and allow the energy from earth to help it heal and relax. Now you are ready for meditation. I'll be transmitting to you from here. You'll experience this transmission wherever you are now. Just gently pay attention towards your heart. Think of presence of divine light in your heart, which is attracting your attention inward. And remain with this idea until I say that's all. Okay. So this was all about heartfulness meditation. We also have multiple practices geared towards various aims that we strive for. In order to remove cognitive biases, we call samskaras removal. Process is called cleaning process or rejuvenation, which is generally done in the evening. Before we go to bed, they somehow reconnect program that we put it within ourselves is through communication to your inner spirit, inner guide, through prayer. The other micro practices related to anxiety, stress, sex detox, for example, is one, anger detox, fear detox. So there are various modules. Those who are interested can also avail this on our Heartfulness website. And if you have any specific question related to meditation, I'll be very happy to clarify to the best of my ability. So you can post your questions.
Bhavaniji, could you post some questions on our behalf?
Hello, Vani.
I think the one question is, to me, it's always around ambition and aspiration, the balance of that, right? Entrepreneurship, which is the conference that the rest of the day would be, is all around achievement, achieving your dreams, and how you can be driven to do that. And I know I've heard you talk about this before, but for the benefit of everyone here. So how do we find that balance of pursuing our dreams and achievement versus this, inner balance of our lives?
It's very easy for me. I do not differentiate success in material world as a stumbling block to your spirituality. In fact, if you have the ability to make millions, I would say go ahead and make 100 millions, a billion. We should not limit to such a success, because I do strongly believe that if good-hearted people don't make a successful life in the material world, then you are leaving these material successes and etc. in the hands of bad guys. And when the money or the power is in the hands of bad people, you can see the results. So I would not shy away from making enough wealth. Or if you have perpetual aspirations or ambition that I need to make 100 crores, 1,000 crores, go ahead. It is not going to block your spiritual progress. As long as I understand in my heart that I am doing this for a different reason. See, my goal of my life is spirituality, as well as making some difference while I am here on this planet. While I achieve my spiritual goal, I also try to become successful in the material world. Otherwise, putting in the words of Swami Vivekananda, I would say, if you're hungry and you're always thinking of food, how will you think of God? So, one should not shy away from making wealth making a great success in the material world. It all adds up, say. When you are successful and you have extra and your heart opens up and say, okay, let me do something for my neighbor, for my community, I think it adds value to your spiritual flavor. Looking at it differently, even if you are successful, for example, in a spiritual world, but not materially, you are not able to do something for your fellow brethren, then too you'll feel, go, wow, my life has remained incomplete. So spiritual success is still a half success. There is no completeness. I must be successful in all that I do, and that is the purpose of yoga. Yoga says, yoga karmasu kausalam. It is through yoga that I become skillful in all that I do, not just starting a business, not just starting a family life. In everything that I do, there has to be a success. Otherwise, the mind of a failure is very suicidal.
Yes. So,
Swamiji,
sorry,
I,
go ahead, Pat.
I take the final question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The shenanigans that run inside, the mischief that we do internally, secretly, that we only know, the shenanigans, that's what they call. How do you overcome?
I am not able to follow your question.
There is something called shenanigans. It means the silly or mischiefs, secret, dishonest, maneuvering activities that we do internally to ourselves.
Okay.
How do you overcome those shenanigans?
One way is to get fed up of it. And second way is how to remove from the root itself these tendencies once and for all. See, how one develops this habit. I gave you this small example of you passing through a garden and you felt like picking up that flower and putting in your pocket. Right? It's one of the tendencies, and the gardener may not like it. Right? But you have developed this habit that every morning you pass through that garden, you pick up one or two flowers. That's not good, you see. How to get rid of this trait or a tendency? So one has to work on understanding of it, and that easily happens. As long as this desire is there in my heart that this is wrong, that itself is a 50% progress. To know that something is wrong and I need to correct myself, you have already made 50% progress, and rest, this pranahuti that I talked about, will do during your daily practices. You see, some people have obsessive desire for sex, for example. Right? Some people have obsessive desire, or for example, they have the habit of snapping out, become angry, become irritable. More intelligent a person, more peaceful a person, my experience and observation shows they are like time bomb waiting for blast. Have you noticed that? A peaceful person, when he loses his temper, my God, God help them. Say. So we can regulate this through daily meditation. To me, it's a miracle cure for a lot of ailments that we carry in our hearts. Thank you, Datta, and thank you for this wonderful session you have, and my gratefulness for listening to whole session peacefully. And thank you once again, and I hope you all will get chance to visit this Kanha Santivanam near Hyderabad airport. And you are all smart, you can Google and find how to come here. Thank you, Datta, and thank you everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Pranams.
Good morning, everybody. This is Silpa. I am the founder and director of Lab Sparking. I'm also from TiE Hyderabad chapter. Today's session is Deep Trek is just a trailer. I will be coordinating the session, and I am glad to invite Ms. Madhurima Agarwal, who's the moderator of the session. I will give you an intro on about Madhurima Agarwal as well, and the other speakers are one Mr. Sanjay Mehta and one Mr. Thomas. To start with Ms. Madhurima Agarwal, she's the director of NetApp. Madhurima Agarwal works as a director of engineering program with global responsibility for leading NetApp startup accelerator called NetApp. She has over 16 years of experience spread across enterprises and startups. Madhurima has worked in the global capital markets as a stock picker. She's been an entrepreneur and currently dons the hats of a mentor and advisor to startups. I am happy to introduce Madhurima, and Madhurima would be taking up the session, moderating the session. So Sanjay Mehta is a founder and partner of 100x VC, early stage investor using the iSafe Note Mehta Ventures family office, director core media 2020 elected in the Hall of Fame. So he's an investor in Block. Currently, he has invested in 103 startup companies in diverse sectors, active member of Indian Angel Network, Mumbai Angels, B2B 1K Ventures, and CIO Angel Network and Venture Nursery. I'm glad you're all part of the session today, and I hope the audience will gain a lot of insights towards the latest trends and the investment options in terms of the technology space and deep tech space. Over to you, Madhurima.
Thanks, Shilpa. Hi, Sanjay. It's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Sure. Thanks, Madhurima.
So, artificial intelligence. Now, this term, artificial intelligence or AI, as we call it, it generates huge excitement and, in fact, a degree of fear in the minds of people. There was a recent PwC study that talked about some very impressive numbers, and let me share that with you. So it said that AI could contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, which is more than the current output of China and India combined. Now that's huge. Of this, $6.6 trillion is likely to come from increased productivity, and $9.1 trillion is likely to come from consumption side effects. Now, these are some huge numbers that we are talking about. But let's look at it from a different lens. So while the common man or the common person, as we say, is wondering about how AI might affect the world around, businesses are hungry to understand the impact AI might have on their landscape. Is it something that they need to get well versed with to increase productivity, as the numbers say, or is it something that will disrupt their whole business? Right? There are some areas in AI which have seen more progress than others. However, overall, it's still in a very nascent stage. So let me ask you, Sanjay, what are some of the trends that you are seeing in AI?
Thanks, Madhurima. I believe, we should always learn from history. And if you look into it, as you mentioned, saying that the kind of contribution AI would give to the GDP, let me just take you back 15 years when telecom revolution started across. And if you look into the kind of contribution what telecom did across, right, the mobile, it was just sheer phenomenal, especially for the India. It just moved 3 to 4 points up in the curve. Smallest of the vegetable vendor can use a mobile and increase their business across. Now that kind of connectivity was unparalleled. So India is always leapfrogged, right? We never had a wired kind of telephony penetration, but we are the highest penetrated in terms of mobile. So, India is always leapfrogged in terms of the technology adopting the latest one. Very similar we are seeing across on the AI side of it across, where a lot of startups now it has become like in hygiene. It's part of their any of the idea which you would be building across. There is some bit of component, be it across the robot side of it. The machines are getting completely intelligent in that sense using the AI side of it. We have invested in robotics company and in the kind of work what they do across, how intelligent the machines have become across. you get into, for example, the navigation and the logistics side of it, how intelligent those are getting better and better in terms of the navigation side of it. So the impact is immense. I mean, it is so widespreading that it just encompasses every aspect of our life. I'll share a couple of my portfolio companies where we have invested. So, for example, a company called Road Metrics. What they do is they take snapshot of roads, and when at every point in time they take those images at every 10 feet distance and convert that into a complete map automatically with all the potholes, the road signs, and they can identify everything. Now that's the kind of repository what they are creating for driverless cars in future. And it's just amazing the way startups are thinking ahead. And we'll see a very different world with so much data and information packed in our daily routine that as far as human goes across, we'll see a very different world in 2025 than what we are right now. Earlier we used to talk about decades or 2 decades. Now I think that years are shrinking across, and we will see across a huge change by the time 2025 is here. You are on mute, Madhurima.
Thanks. Yeah, very well said. In fact, it's the similar kind of experience that we echo in our NetApp Accelerator program in terms of all the startups that we see. They always have some element of AI. And if you look at startups which are focused on AI, out of 35 startups that have graduated from the program so far, 15 are fully, they call themselves as AI startups. That's the area that they operate in. So yeah, and I think, as you very rightly said earlier, we used to talk about decades. Changes were happening across decades. Now it's a few years. And as somebody famously said, that change is the only constant, and the pace of change keeps increasing. It's faster than what it ever was and slower than it ever will be, which means just keeps on getting faster. That's the world we live in. So you talked about your startups that were in the logistics sector and that. What are some of the other use cases that you have been seeing?
I mean, we have been seeing it's as I mentioned across. Deep tech AI is everywhere, right? It's omnidirection. I wouldn't say it's going to be unidirection, saying that it's going in this way. It's just encompassing every possible aspect of our life. I mean, so let's say one of our portfolio called Theo.ai. They are into blue collar workers. So typically there is a challenge. You don't have a, how do you create a resume for a driver, right? So very difficult to work across. So they've created a voice-based AI platform whereby in a local language, you can create your own resume, and there's a marketplace for getting them the jobs. So huge use case over there. Then we have got agri-tech. A lot of the IoT devices have become so much intelligent, right? And the kind of data what they are generating in agriculture, we have got a company called Philo, which uses IoT devices for having the environmental factors, the agriculture, the land side of it. We have got a robotic company called Jetson, which does solar cleaning. There are so many cleaning robots. I mean, just variety of cleaning robots which have emerged across. So this Jetson, for example, is a 2-axis cleaning robots. We have got a company called OurEye.ai. Now this is where kitchen, all the kitchens where they have to maintain a standard operating procedure, saying that okay, non-veg, veg would not be mixed across. The chefs have to wear the hats. I mean, there are various stuff. Now, how do you audit this? So they use video feeds and they do real-time alerts in terms of assessing across this whole kitchen problem for various standard operating. So it's like deep diving on analytics using cameras. It's just like every aspect, be it agriculture, be it fintech, has been always been in the forefront for a lot of the use of AI kind of stuff. We have got a company based out of Calcutta called Data Sutram, an amazing bunch of kids which has created location-based intelligence, where they are able to predict across the demand and supply kind of stuff for various goods and stuff based on the third-party data. So huge across. We have got a company called Smiles.ai, which is into dentistry clinic, and they use AI for medical purpose in terms of how the dental side of stuff would be working across. So it's just like the deep tech and AI is embedded everywhere, and I would say it is so pervasive. And for most of the startups, this is becoming like an hygiene factor. Now, coming to it, I, as an investor, typically don't look at technology per se. I try to look at what is the business problem it is solving across. So is the right technology getting applied across to a larger problem? What is the use case, right? I mean, you are not looking technology for a technology's sake. You look at what problem it is trying to solve, and if that is large enough and it can create an impact on society, change in the consumer behavior, that is where you would try to invest and put your capital into.
Yeah, in fact, as you talked about AI, I think in India, especially with its AI for all strategy, there's a vast pool of AI trained workforce that we are seeing that's being developed across India. And with the emerging startup ecosystem that we have a unique opportunity really to become a major contributor to the AI driven solutions that are there. And you rightly talked about agriculture and fintech. I also want to just, bring a little bit focus on AI in healthcare, given that the times that we are living in. I see that there are so many startups which are in the healthcare space, but what really is made an impact on our lives, which probably is not visible to us today, is how these AI-based applications have helped the pharma companies to significantly shorten the drug identification and discovery and the design process, which earlier used to take several years, is now just taking a few days or a month, which is why we are seeing these vaccines coming in early. There are that's something which we don't see, but there are some startups in AI which are touching our lives in every day, right? In from our portfolio, actually from the NetApp Accelerator portfolio, we had this startup called Sigtuple, which was completely looking at revamping the way the diagnostic space works, right? So they were leveraging AI to address the shortfall of the lab qualified people, the lab assistants and all, how we can use AI to leverage that and shorten the time that a person has to spend on before getting the report. I'm sure most of you would have heard about Niramai as well, which has developed an AI-based solution to detect breast cancer in its early stages. So, and I'm sure there are many more examples out there which are leveraging AI to transform people's lives and make it better. And Sanjay, as you said, right, about how you look at your investments in terms of how they make an impact on the business, not the technology per se, right? And you did share some examples. Any specific things or any specific areas that you have seen where these AI driven or AI enabled or AI startups are kind of making inroads in the business arena, in the enterprise space?
No, so enterprise definitely is going to be the way to go about. But end of the day, you are serving some customer. So the way I'm seeing is it's always going to be B2B, B2B to B2C kind of stuff. So end of the day, that business is going to serve some customer. So most of this enterprise tech, which is going to be there, are sold to businesses and in turn passed on to large amount of customers, which are going to be there. So enterprise tech is always going to be the first adoption because they've got large budgets, and finally that trickles down to the consumer side of it. So I would say that enterprises have a lot of opportunity to their manufacturing. For example, there are drones which are manning across the unmanned vehicles. Just drones have been so much in demand. The way manufacturing and the warehousing is done across, be it across into oil and gas. How do you do preventive surveillance, right? I mean, drones are the only way where you can go across into the oil rigs and just maintain that safety factor and do the preventive surveillance. So drones have been very, very popular in that sense. So if you apply across those deep tech to a lot of the production capabilities, the machines, now even the the fabrics or the textile which you are wearing across is getting smarter. There's good amount of sensors which are coming across, and I see that if there is a mindset to automate and make an instrument smarter, it's just possible today with the kind of sensor, the cost which is coming down, and the cloud which has given across huge and immense value in terms of processing and getting the data crunched across. The limitation side which I see across is we don't have enough data sets. The medical side of it, for example, the way you mentioned across, we do not have enough data sets for us to create that AI or matching algorithm or detect those anomalies, and so we need lots and lots of data, and I think that is going to be the differentiator. So it is going to be very, very useful. With GPT-3 coming across, I think that's going to be another the breakthrough in the AI side of it, where the text which is there, it's going to be all written across by robots. I mean, where you would hardly able to make any difference between a robot written across letters or memos vis-a-vis a human writing across. So a lot of those capabilities are getting released across, and every large company is investing billions of dollars in terms of curating this AI, just out of the box, or trying to process across much faster kind of data. So a lot of those, and I think once 5G is live, I think this is just going to change everything. So, and I think by maybe next year or 2022, we should see 5G rolling out.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, at NetApp Accelerator, we work with B2B tech product startups, and some of them are doing really fantastic work. And let me share a few of those use cases that we see there. Sanjay talked about data being critical for AI applications to work, and I completely echo that sentiment. Data is the backbone for AI to work properly, right? If it's garbage in, it'll be garbage out. So what goes in is extremely important. One of our startups, Zscore, is working in this area. They will help you say which is good data, which is bad data. And there's some, very, very fascinating use cases or observations that they've seen happening by using their product, of how it has significantly, help the corporates sort out their good data from the bad data. On the other side, the other aspect of AI is building these models, right? The AI models, which require significant number of trained resources, right? And AI being such a new field, there's lack of experienced folks. So there's a startup that's called Cyborg Intel, and there's Curl Analytics. They have come up with a way to generate these models automatically, which is, they are using deep learning to create these solutions, which will help fasten the pace of AI applications. So Cyborg Intel and Curl Analytics, that's there. Another use case that we have seen, that with increase in sophistication of technology, there is increase in sophistication of cyber attacks that is happening, right? We all hear stories about how there was a cyber attack, data was leaked. So there is this company called CloudSec, which is an AI-enabled risk management system. It will, parse the deep web, the dark web, and tell you what vulnerabilities are there, what data is out there, and pre-warned is pre-armed. So these enterprises get to know what's likely to happen and can take measures to overcome that. So like that, there's so many companies we can talk about.
No,
Sanjay.
absolutely. I mean, there are so many use cases. In fact, we are actively seeking across. I mean, what we see across right now, while cybersecurity remains a very, very big and important sector, we believe that there is going to be an offensive AI whereby people are going to misuse AI to do nasty things, and we need a lot of I would say solutions. How cybersecurity was a big market, we would see across another emerging market in terms of using AI to prevent those offensive attacks across. So there are going to be startups which would be protecting across enterprises from those offensive AI. So it is going to be very, very interesting to see how AI will be used across for the right stuff.
Yeah, and Sanjay, you were talking about, the robots writing stuff which will be indistinguishable from what humans write. And we are seeing there's so much progress that's happened in the automated chatbot space. So I'm sure most of y'all would have heard about Senseforce.ai, which does this very well. In fact, their solution was implemented for the NHS in UK to allow people to consult online about their COVID related symptoms. And there are many more that we see in this area. Any names that come to your mind, Sanjay, in the automated chatbot space?
No, so there are enough and more which are there. But the way I see across is, AI being used across from chatbot to, let's say, for example, videos, right? So the way, so for example, today we have invested in a company whereby you have a video, let's say in English, and I would like to convert that audio into, let's say, Kannada or Gujarati or any other language. It is just done through AI. I mean, you can just do the language translation using AI, and there are the GPT-3 is just going to change. That's going to be human-like text, which is going to work across, and it's going to now. Open API has started giving access to many of the startups, and people are trying to include across GPT-3 in their chatbots also, and trying to see across how human-like text can be generated across while giving response across. So yes, there are going to be quite a lot interesting stuff which is going to happen across in the business use cases using AI.
So let me ask you on the other side, right? We've all talked
Madhurima,
about.
I think we have got a couple of questions coming in. If you can
Do
just
we
pick that
have?
up.
Where are these questions?
In the chat window.
Okay, that's strange. I don't see any actually.
So the questions will be posted individually to one of your private chat windows, depending on the audience questions. Whom is it being addressed to? So I believe Sanjay has a couple of questions.
Yeah. So one of the questions which I can see across is, access to this technology to build a product is a challenge. Can you elaborate to overcome this challenge? Idea is that data sets are going to be very, very important. There are going to be public data sets, and for startups, I would say across the first thing, if you are going to work across on an AI problem, whatever you are trying to solve across using AI, you need to ensure that you have access to that data, and it is difficult, and that's the IP actually. Idea is there are going to be public data sets, but that is going to be having a limited use case. So you will have to work across and overcome the challenge of the data, and how those data sets are going to be your own proprietary IP, which you will create across over the time. And that's where the results of your software or AI, whatever your problem you are trying to solve across, is going to give those outcomes, right, basis on the data set. Question two, agri-tech product startup are facing a challenge of capturing the market. I don't think so. That is true. We have seen a lot of success with agri-tech startups. Farmers are adopting anything which is of value. In fact, corporate farmings are open across, and lots of agri-tech startups are getting funded. In fact, I was talking in a conference room just last month with a couple of VCs in a room, and all of us were discussing across what would be the top kind of trends which we would be investing into, and what are the sectors we should be looking at. And agri-tech was in the top three. I mean, it was just amazing to see the kind of attention agri-tech is getting today in from VCs. So that's where I think it is. So I think I've answered both the questions. Any questions, please post it across. Happy to answer. Madhurima, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. So while we wait for more questions to come in, I also wanted to get your views on what do you think are the ethical challenges or ethical questions that AI raises. We've all heard about the good things it can do. What are the pitfalls?
I think it's going to be very, very important, and we are seeing across a lot of the, fake news, fake, so that's the beginning kind of stuff. You would not be able to make out a difference between a fake and a real, right? That's going to be the toughest challenge what an AI would pose to a human, right? A human would not be able to. So you are, let's say, for example, in a conversation with somebody on a chatbot, the example what you gave, in the kind of response, it can be helpful if it's a right website and the right data. It can be, sinful even if you are going on a wrong website and AI is used across for anything wrong kind of stuff. So the way I see across is that there are going to be both the sides of it. It's like knife. You can cut vegetables and you can, use it for a wrong reason also. So idea is how AI is going to be used across is going to be very, very important. So while it is revolutionizing many things, typically the way I see across is many of the times, the technology adoption first is done by the fringe elements. They are always looking out for new technology to ensure and disrupt the status quo. The good things follow later. The bad things start happening much faster. So fringe elements pick up the technology much faster than the the regular one. So you need to be scared. There's no doubt on it. But I mean, we would always find a way to overcome it, prevent it, kind of stuff. There is going to be a huge market available to ensure that we are able to make out a difference between useful AI and a not so useful AI.
Yeah, thanks. So do we have any more questions?
I don't think so. There's
Okay, yeah, because they're posting on private windows. Just wanted to be sure. So Sanjay, we've talked about what is happening today. Where do you see the future going with AI? And you can paint a blue sky picture for us.
I think we've got so many options, available in terms of the AI landscape. It's just unbelievable the way. So, for example, let's say, very crude way, but if you are looking into, let's say, cattle breeding, right? The cows, today Cargill, for example, as an enterprise, is using, computer vision to manage across each cow using face recognition, identification, and how the cow, what's his eating behavior, what's the kind of way, it's giving out production, and they're using computer vision to identify those cows and manage across. So very similar, China has got the largest breeding of pigs using, AI. It's just unbelievable, right? Where they, the whole journey started with, let's say, RFID, then QR code, then tracking sensor, and now they are using AI with computer vision. So, I mean, it's getting applicable and so pervasive, right? Cattle breeding, right? Who would have thought across that you would have, pigs getting tracked across in such a voluminous way using AI, So the use cases have emerged in every aspect of our life. It's getting into our homes even, right? Today, for example, homes are all getting equipped across with cameras. We have got a startup which has been in news called Ring, which was Amazon acquired across, where people putting across at the doorbell ring with camera and identifying. I mean, there is so much things happening. The voice has become so much pervasive, where you have got so many voice-driven gadgets. Started with Amazon and Google Home, and now the homes have become so smart, right, in every aspect. So more and more data is getting collected across. More and more data is getting read across. And I think the sensors are going to play a very, very important role in all these aspects. So I believe the startups which are smart, which can use these fundamental innovations and build businesses around it, are going to be very, very successful. So for example, if GPS would not have been there, Uber would not have existed, right? So how do you use those fundamental innovations to create new markets, right? So as things are getting richer and richer on the technology side, startup founders or entrepreneurs need to start thinking what are the business use cases around it, and more those business use cases emerge across, and more larger problems you are able to tackle using those tech side of it. The more viable you become across from a successful, impactful startup, what you can create across.
Yeah. So something that has come in from the audience, and very, very rightly said, whoever's sent this, deep tech is a trailer. Is it going to be a super hit movie or a hyped run? That's such a deep question, and I think what Sanjay just shared now has given us an insight on what it can be. How do we ensure as a VC or ecosystem partner that the startup is solving a real problem and the tech is feasible enough to solve it? So, Sanjay, you want to take that question? How do you
No,
ensure that the tech is feasible enough or that it's a real problem?
the way I see most of the so let's say, for example, if you are in ed tech and you are looking to solve a problem using AI, you just pick up one of the things and see whether the adoption is happening, whether customers are looking at that very effectively. Like for example, today remote learning is in, right? Everybody is working remote now. If I've been asked to do an assessment, which is going to be, I would be doing as a student on a paper, how do I, grade that, right? Sitting remotely. Now, I've just sent a scan or take a picture of my assessment and, the work, what I've done, and send it to the teacher. I mean, it's how do you automate that process? Now, future of work, for example. Now, how do I measure productivity of the people who are employees which are across the board? How do I use across technology to ensure that the work is done across? How do I do an onboarding of an employee? Let's say new employee is joined across. You've not even met that employee. You've just taken an interview. How do you bring that employee onboarded? So there are so many aspects of, be it business, be it across any consumer side of it. Everything today has an opportunity to you can apply across tech in every aspect of your business. We have seen across in a daily routine, you start across, you get across your deliveries at home through Big Basket or Grofers. You have your Swiggy for your food. Your garments are coming from Flipkarts or Myntra kind of stuff. I mean, the whole economy or a home economy has been built around, and this pandemic has accelerated that adoption of technology. So I think there are smart entrepreneurs out there, and they are solving large amount of problems, and I believe they would be coming out with quite a lot of solutions around it. For us as an investor, what we look is the problem large enough? Does the team have the right to win, which means the domain expertise to solve that? And lastly, we see across, is this a business model which will make money? So these are the couple of things which we look into it. Many times, which I've seen across Madhurima, is people come with IP and no business around it, and that is where the challenge happens across. So let's say somebody comes and tells me saying that I've built a 128-bit encryption. I mean, मैं क्या करूँ? I mean, it does not have any value. Now, if you tell me saying that, okay, I've built this and it is unbreakable, nobody can crack it. Okay, now I understand something. But if you make a business use case saying that, okay, I built this 128-bit encryption, and whenever you swipe a credit card on an e-commerce site, nobody will be able to hack. Now, this is for which a product is now converted into a business, and a customer would pay for it, right? Somebody would pay for it. So how do you convert your IP into business is going to be very important for every startup entrepreneur. Just building a technology doesn't make sense. You need to convert the product into business.
Yeah, very well said, Sanjay. And I think that is great advice for all the startup founders that are listening to this. So if you have the technology, go find out in the real world what is the use case, what is the impact it will create, and make sure that you communicate that to the potential VC or investor that you're pitching to. If you want to, in your early stages, make sure that that is a problem that is worth solving. So go and talk to the people who you expect to pay for your product and buy, and get that answer early on. Is it something that they will pay for? Only then it has business value and it will make money, as Sanjay said. So I think with that we have come to the end of our session, and we have some questions, but we'll with the paucity of time, we'll pause here. Thanks so much, Sanjay. It was a pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you, Madhurima. Thank you so much for having me. Startups, in case if you want to reach out to 100x, write to us at pitch, P-I-T-C-H, pitch at 100x.vc if you're looking for a first check seed stage investments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thank you so much, Madhurima. That was a wonderful session. It's really great to know that AI can be used across the world, across the sector diagnostic, like sector agnostic. You can use it in any sector. That's really wonderful to know. And thank you, Madhurima, to take us through both sides of the coin, the blue sky as well as the dark sky of the of the aspect of the AI as well. Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to have you both on board. Thank you.
Happy morning, friends. I'm super excited to be here with you this morning. A very warm welcome to the fantastic third day at TiE Global Summit 2020. My name is Lokesh Nathani, your host for the session. I am the founder of a startup called Mera Wellness. The topic for the session is pitfalls a funded startup should avoid. Getting funded is a dream come true for startups. It gives a feeling of being arrived to many entrepreneurs. One must feel great when funded, but that's just a beginning. The feeling of being arrived is a trap. Actually, it adds a lot of responsibility and accountability as someone trusted your vision and invested. In the words of Simon Sinek, most people ignore opportunities because they see only danger. Entrepreneurs ignore danger because they see only opportunities. However, you ignore the dangers, but you need to know what pitfalls to avoid. To share the words of wisdom, we have a very distinguished panel. It is an absolute honor and privilege to introduce our speaker and moderator, Mr. Gopal Srinivasan. Mr. Gopal Srinivasan is the founder, chairman, and managing director of TVS Capital Funds Limited. Over an entrepreneurial career spanning 30 years, he has incubated many companies operating in diverse sectors, including technology, financial services, and auto components. A passionate entrepreneur and an avid angel investor, he is actively involved in the promotion of entrepreneurship. He is the founding member of the Chennai Angels, Chennai's premier angel investor network. He is the member of the Alternative Investment Policy Advisory Committee of SEBI. Mr. Gopal is an MBA from the Graduate School of Business Administration, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, USA. When not mentoring the investment team or sharing his passion for building businesses with client partners, Mr. Gopal may be found baking some
in Hyderabad and then moved to Chennai to pursue his passion for Carnatic music, and then to be in Bangalore with WRVI Ventures, where he is the managing director, managing partner for India, a very versatile and widely talented individual across many fields. So welcome again, Sudhir, to this discussion. And I think it's therefore befitting for us to frame this discussion, guys, as what it takes to succeed and avoid pitfalls rather than what are the pitfalls to avoid. Though pitfalls have to be discussed as the object of this conversation for us to really get to the path of success. So, with these few words, I thought we can start talking about, Sandeep, the most common pitfall or trap that we keep hearing about when we have any conversation, and that is essentially people raising too much money. Let's start with the other side of the excess. Too much money, too high a valuation, money when it's not required, complex legal documents with liquidation preference that sort of puts your nose underwater. You've seen it all. What are your thoughts on this area?
So I think, number one, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity, and for Gopal to sort of lead us in this discussion. Broadly, I would say, Gopal, I think the point around overcapitalization is very important, because when a company is bootstrapped, when it's getting started, the founder is determining the pace of growth, is determining how the company is going to scale and so on, right? There are challenges, obviously, because you have less resources. But when you raise capital, you are now on a time clock, right? There is somebody that is coming into your company with expectations for growth of that business, and that person is no longer you, right? So there's another person that is, having this dialogue with you. If you raise a lot of capital, the pressure on growth, the pressure on changing your plans and so on increases that much more, right? So to your point, you use the word high valuations and overcapitalization. I think the two go hand in hand in a market which is very hot, and thankfully, in some ways, the Indian startup ecosystem is hot right now. There is a lot of interest in this space. India is seen as a large market overall, and we are seeing people raising large rounds and at high valuations, but then struggling to actually achieve the goals that they gave to the VCs or to the investors at the time of fundraising. So I think that's the biggest issue. And in chasing that growth, they can potentially spend money much faster than they should be spending. We've seen this in our own portfolio at times. I don't want to go into specific companies, but we've seen this issue, right, where large rounds get raised before the company is ready. So I think that's I'd let Sudhir add to this, but for me, that's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
In fact, the round is the news before the business plan itself hits the news. Sandeep, one quick question. Do all these large rounds and these multiple rounds and valuations, do they get us into a kind of quicksand of legal agreements that people don't understand and find out too late?
Yeah.
Any examples?
Gopal, that's a very important point. So one of the things that, apart from business plan expectations that investors have, investors also have return expectations. And entrepreneurs don't realize this. Entrepreneurs focus on one term, which is the valuation. But there are multiple other terms in a term sheet. So you mentioned liquidation preference as one issue, right? You will see situations where an investor will give a high valuation, but will ask for a 2x liquidation preference. So in effect, they get twice their money before anybody else will see any money, right?
Right.
Or there is this, participating preferred, that I will first take whatever money I invest and then participate equally with everybody else, right? So now all of these are in effect reducing the valuation for the entrepreneur without the entrepreneur realizing it. So you are absolutely right. It's not just about the business plan expectations, it's also looking at the legal terms that are there in any financing round to make sure that your legal terms won't put you into a situation which is lifelong, right? Because if today I ask for a 2x liquidation preference in my Series A, the guy who's coming into Series B is going to ask for 2x, if not more. And every round is a larger round. So today I put in $5 million. I now expect $10 million to come to me before it goes anywhere else. Next round, it's a $50 million round. If that guy expects a 2x or a 3x, $100 million needs to be created by the company, right? So it just keeps piling up. So I think it's very important for a founder to really think about what the cap table will look like, but also what the terms of that investment will look like going forward. So absolutely, you're absolutely right.
I think it's interesting, Sandeep. You paint a picture of a person sitting in a sauna with a time bomb strapped around the waist, with a lot of venture capitalists looking through the glass window, if I were to put it in a very caricature manner, and then wondering what those contracts actually mean. Sudhir, in this world where people have raised too much money at too high valuations, which is an interesting world if it is true. In some cases, it is. What are your thoughts on what they do with the money? How do you see that playing out? How can they be sensible about creating value rather than watching about how people are trying to extract value from them through these various complex agreements?
Yeah, I think the very important point, first of all, of course, thanks to TiE Global for this summit and inviting me. This notion of overcapitalization and high valuations is very relative, Gopal. It's not something that is a static idea. At a point in time, there's a valuation given to an enterprise for the potential of its future. It's not necessarily only relating to the past. When we look at companies and we're looking at investing in them, they're mostly futurists that we back, in a sense, because they are able to think out of the ordinary. They're able to think what's going to happen most likely in a 1,000-day period or a 5-year period or a 20-year period. What status quo are they changing? And in that context, there's an intangible element that has to be valued, which we all take valuation for. There's an intangible understanding of the future, which is participating in the unknown, right? Now, that is really the valuation multiple that we are all worried about. Everybody wants a tangible valuation, you'll get it. You want book value, you'll get it, right? That's not a problem at all. But I think in an immature scenario, what we need to worry about is, are we overvaluing the intangible? That's the only issue. Now, when we talk about liquidation preferences and the like, there are two parts in this stage. In this stage, or the early stage, early to growth stage, let me put it, when things have not yet matured, you're making a combination of intellectual capital and financial capital come together. It's a very hard ask and a hard task. If they don't meet in the same time period that we seek it to happen, there is that risk which you did not sort of contemplate or you did not sort of evaluate. And therefore, at that point of time, the notion of overcapitalization of either party, right? Whether it's the intellectual prowess or just the labor prowess versus the financial prowess required at that point in time of a journey. And I would suggest that there are horses for courses. So, it's unfair when there is intellectual property that's being backed, then what land and buildings you have is irrelevant. But if I'm backing something that requires a lot of land and buildings, then intellect, unfortunately, is less valued at that point in time. But it's this, toggle that I think we all suffer because we're all living in the future. And the future never pans out on a straight line. It is not linear. So I think in retrospect, all these clauses look inappropriate or extremely appropriate from the lens you wear. So it's not necessary that, either the founder or the so-called founding investor, I would say, in many ways, we are founding investors. We are also as invested as investors in the success of an enterprise or the success of the idea or the success that a customer might get benefits from. All of which are still in the future when we're making the investment. So I'd like to paraphrase that these are such relative conversations that do we then look for investors who appreciate and understand this? Do we look for founders who appreciate and understand this? If both parties are green, both parties are in a scenario of not being quote unquote sophisticated enough, then we're basically treading in the wrong area, right? And therefore, I think the notion of an accredited founder and an accredited investor seem to always create the so-called success. and have lesser pitfalls. So a lot of education, a lot of heartburn, failure is relevant to both parties. It's not like either the investor or the founder is the only one failing. Both parties are failing in this universe.
So you actually brought in two very powerful ideas of physics, where you said three particles have to converge in a timeline that seemingly makes sense, which is basically the expectation about the future, the assumption on which the current investment was made, and all coming together at the same time with actual execution would actually make for happiness in physics. And in chemistry, you talked about how the founder and the investor chemistry, they are made for each other in the classical Wills cigarette ad, if that was a one, if I remember. So that is really, that's amazing. And I just think, Sudhir, in the context of the fact that as an industry, we've now come out of this whole problem with angel investors getting taxed, which is, I think, a great effort which the industry did. The CBDT guys would really be completely perplexed with what you said. You want a system designed for certainty to deal with uncertainty on a lighter note. So what are your thoughts, Sandeep, on this whole idea of physics and chemistry?
So, I think I was going to add to what Sudhir said. An entrepreneur, when they start building their business, particularly when they're bootstrapping, look at non-financial means of competition. So they are looking at a better product, they're looking at a better go-to-market, they're looking at, some competitive advantage that comes outside of capital. The risk that you run as a overfunded company or as a funded company even is capital becomes part of your arsenal for competition. It's a positive. If taken the right way, it can be a huge positive. You are able to hire better talent. You are able to hire, you are able to work with, you're seen as a better company, better partners work with you and so on. But the risk you run is capital becoming the primary modes of competition. So one of the challenges that we see is founders start looking at discounting as a means to compete, because it gives them, they have the capital. They can use the capital to effectively fund deployment, right? They can have consumers or businesses buying something cheaper than what it should be bought at. And that is a slippery slope. It works fine if you have consciously thought about it and said, okay, I need to get to this level of adoption before I can change my price or whatever else. So I'm going to go ahead and take a short-term view on increasing deployment, testing out my product, whatever is required to sort of get market leadership. And then subsequent to that, I will actually use the capital that I have to scale even faster. The challenge is that if you lose that edge from a product perspective or a go-to-market perspective, and capital becomes your primary driver for competition or for growth, it's very hard to recover. So I think Sudhir's point, and the point he made, that there are a lot of things, there's the financial prowess, and then there is the IP prowess, the intellectual prowess. I think that the trade-off between the two and making sure that you are managing the trade-off between the two at the right time is very important.
So really, you're going back to the old tale and old adage all of us were told. Remember, money is the means to the end. Don't lose sight of the end in itself.
Absolutely.
And therefore, coming back to the end and to the use of money to get to that end, the backdrop that I think Sudhir has designed for today's session, I think you really like, which is basically, we think hard work takes us directly to success, but actually to go from A, which is where we are today, to B, where we want to be, it's really a fuzzy B, and we have to go seesaw and zigzag to get there. So thank you, Sudhir, for that backdrop. And in that context of getting to B, Sandeep, what is your experience in terms of people using that money? How do they use it? We know they use it a lot for customer acquisition or tech development. Yeah. What is your view on talent? Is talent something people see as the most important thing to spend money on, or what has been your experience? Some anecdotes would be great.
So, so it's interesting. You see fundraising deck, and, there's this use of capital pie chart that a lot of them will have. And in that pie chart, there'll be 50% for product development and team development, and 20 to 30% for marketing and sales. and typically this is Series A. I'm not even Series B that may flip, but the challenge we see is, once the money comes in, the entrepreneur needs to sort of stay true to the vision that they had set out. And the biggest challenge is the ability to delegate, right? So you've said, okay, once I have the money, I'll be able to hire the right people. It's not just about the money. It's money and the will to hire the right people. Because the best people, the best entrepreneurs are people that hire people that are better than them. And that awareness that, listen, I'm great at, say, product, but I suck at sales, or I'm terrible at running an engineering team, right? So I need to have a VP of engineering on board. Now, what happens is, before you've actually raised money, you've done you've played that role. You've played the role of VP engineering. You've been able to micromanage. You've been able to get things going. That's why you raise money. Now, that success that you had doing those roles comes as a sort of blocker when it comes to hiring people. Because there's always this fear, one of the challenges that we see with entrepreneurs is that a lot of their personal net worth is tied in that business, and they've seen the success.
Yes.
And so now all of a sudden they have to give up some parts of that role to others, and it becomes very hard, right? So you hire someone, you may even hire the right person, but you don't give them the ability to succeed in their role. You're constantly meddling or whatever else, right? So that ability to step back and say, okay, this is what I'm good at, and this is where my gaps are, and this is where I need to hire people, I think is a very critical aspect of post-fundraising success, right? So after you have raised money, being able to find the right people to deploy that money alongside you, I think is a critical aspect of what you said, success, that hard work to success, and the zigzags that Sudhir has behind him. I think those are, the difference is really, can you get people on board and thicken that line where the hard work is not just yours, but 10 other people who are working equally hard.
This is so basically you're bringing in a very Bhagavad Gita philosophy here, Sandeep. You're fundamentally saying, when Lord Krishna says Sangam Tyaktva Dhananjaya, he says don't get too attached to your role as the only force, but detach yourself, have the restraint to let people smarter than you succeed. And you're also trying to pointing out, which is fundamentally the point that as the IQ of the firm should go up each time a new person joins. And that is so critical. That's absolutely fabulous. But having a great team, having capital, having it at the right valuation is wonderful. But ultimately, as a growth investor, I always worry about the fact that somehow the unit economics, Sudhir, don't seem to get that kind of attention. So in addition to Sandeep's phenomenal points in terms of being restrained and hiring better talent and giving them the opportunity to perform, do people also get so obsessed with growth that they forget about unit economics, even though they put it in every PowerPoint slide?
Yeah. Again, horses for courses, Gopal. But the problem with, I'm an accountant, and I was taught in a certain manner about accounting standards and accounting reporting. And we tend to use this across every single kind of entity that we meet. We have a common standard for everybody. Now, that's not normal, right? Except in accounting. So when we discuss the language of unit economics, what is a unit? In what context are we defining those economics? And I think one of the big issues, we use the language of burn, spend, invest, interchangeably almost. The language of burn is, you're saying that there's no concomitant revenue. Often we're running at that point in time where you have to go ahead and invest well before any chance of any revenue comes. This conversation is never brought up if I'm setting up a cement plant. It's very easy. What does the cost of a plant and equipment be? And you'll say, I need, $1 billion. And boom, comes cash and says, oh, by the way, it'll take time. Similarly, if I'm building a road, nobody questions how much will it cost to lay the road? And that is sent into a balance sheet. a lot of our businesses in startups are a lot of service infrastructures getting built. For example, the fact is that we're a 60% services economy. So in some fashion, if we're doing, let's say, digital transformation as an area, then there is no hardware that we're really contemplating, right? We're not cement planting. We're having to lay a particular level of process infrastructure, which in accounting terms is a little skewed. We don't know whether to use the word invest, spend, or burn. And we don't contemplate capital for those zigzags. Every deviation in a service process build-out, which can take 3 years, can take 7 years, for it to be accepted as a service, for it to be consumed as a service, when there will be concomitant revenue. And if it takes that much, then the unit of economics that for us, the notion of unit economics is not one transaction, but a body of transactions. Now that is, even if there is one revenue line. Often in services, there are adjacencies. There are areas that you will consume which are adjacent, and one might have a 90% margin, the other might have a minus 10% margin. But does the consumer then, does Amazon have to calculate the profit per product? Does it calculate per customer? Does it calculate per country? And so when they look at a 20-year investment, if a Procter & Gamble came into India and said, we'll invest for 20 years. When an ITC says we want to get into foods, let's put $1 billion out there. We'll suffer. We'll do product development. We'll do that. That startup phase can be all of 10 to 20 years for an ITC, for a Procter & Gamble, which are, tens of years old, decades old. Yet in the phase of startups, we have to contemplate this. And these are all unknown unknowns. So what we want promises on known knowns, which is called unit economics. That disconnect, if we avoid, I think this language of unit economics itself, then we can, if you wear the right lens, then my unit of economics might be 3 years and somebody else's might be only 1 quarter at a time. And we'll be mismatched for sure. What we call
so basically, you want to equip everybody both with a telescope as well as a magnifying glass, so that everything in time should be profitable. The question of this definition of time, as Ashwath Damodaran always says, every company is profitable. The question is when, and therefore you need to figure out in today's certainty how that when translates into reality. But Sandeep, talking about just unit economics, the other aspect that you keep hearing about, including statements like, if you don't look back and see your first product was embarrassing, then you didn't try hard enough, and so forth. What's your view on companies? When we meet companies as growth capitalists, we often see that there are many imperfections in the companies, and yet some people seem to scale well with those imperfections, or some people get trapped into this model of complete perfection. Is there a happy medium, or is there one answer to this?
I think Gopal, this goes back to, again, the founder having clarity on what is their sort of, means to compete. What is it that they have defined as their tip of the arrow to penetrate a market? A startup, or even say a growth company at an early stage, Siri talked about PNGs and so on of the world, they have a lot more resources. But when you're working with limited resources, even a funded company, even overfunded companies have limitations in terms of the amount of initiatives they can take. So what you will find is an entrepreneur or an entrepreneurial team makes choices and says, my focus is, say, product. I may not have the best support team right now, but I have a phenomenal product, and I'm going to focus on making sure that the product doesn't need support. That's my, I will never build a phenomenal support team. I don't have that. But if you are coming in as an investor and you have a blueprint saying, I need to make sure that all of these functions are, working normally, you may find that, okay, there's a gap in support. And so it's a question of being able to say, okay, what is the founder's approach to market, and is that area well covered? Is that something which they have really understood and have built a sort of moat around, right? the point that unit economics that I think Sudhir brought up earlier, I think is very important in that context, because what we are seeing right now, and DoorDash just went public, and
Correct.
Airbnb is going public tomorrow. But these are companies that have scaled over time. They are still unprofitable, but they are getting huge valuations, right? So what is working for them? The fact is that they are being seen as a fundamental shift in the way consumer is taking on a particular sort of task, right? So a DoorDash is changing the way that you are ordering meals. Airbnb is changing the way that you are going and staying in a leisure accommodation. Now, once they have defined that and they said that we're going to be the leader in this space, and this is how we're going to be the leader, people are not caring about profitability at this point. So unit economics, in my view, has a very interesting long-term perspective, which is, what is the perceived value I'm creating for the consumer or the customer? And can I capture that value over a period of time? And if I capture that value, can I deliver that value at a cost lower than what I'm capturing? I think so. That is an exercise you can do outside of selling a product. So, Tesla is the largest, is seen as a very highly, overvalued company, but that's the argument that is being made. Is what they're changing, the value of what they are building in the long run is so high compared to, what they're selling right now. So I think that's the unit economics argument that you can look at it a different way.
This is brilliant. So basically, like in a very Apple-like fashion, what you're really saying is single-minded focus on that one thing that creates exceptional consumer value or customer value. That is the best way, rather than worry about, is this perfect? Is that imperfect? Maybe my customer support is working. Maybe this is not working. And that may be the real challenge. So I think all of you are using, I could see a lot of physics today in terms of time, certainty, uncertainty, convergence of issues, focus on laser-like in a single object. Sudhir, your thoughts on basically perfect business models versus focus on value. How have you seen it play out? Could you give us an example from one of your portfolio company experiences?
I think focus on value to customer is probably my single most important factor that I would look at. And these things take time, as we've all built businesses ourselves. Like, fortunately, I've lived that life of an entrepreneur. And even if you take our fund business, it's also a business. It's an entrepreneurship that we are pursuing in our own model. I mean, he's been at it for 12 years with a company like Pragmatic, goes public today. What a feeling it must be to just reflect back what it was, 12 years ago. You would have met those brothers. The fact that they're worth $1 billion today, that's not the issue. I think building great businesses is really what we are all about. I mean, I've been fortunate to have been an entrepreneur, lived that life, and today I live the same life, right? To me, frankly, just do the right thing for your customer. Rest should follow. Rest should follow if you have a customer. If you're at the product phase, you're not yet at the customer phase, as is about $1 trillion of R&D spent in the world today annually. They have a 20-year budget. They have a cycle of do something, don't worry about customers. They'll come 20 years later. Make the right product. If clarity, if you're an inventor, right? And not necessarily the innovator. Now, if you're an inventor, I should allow you the space to be the inventor. And I have found fantastic stuff coming out because they work with their materials, they work with their intellect. And that's the joy, right? It's a work of art. So to me, depending on which spectrum you are associated with, either you're just obsessed about the product first, and which is fine. You can build milestones and they can be 3 to 5 years if I'm invested in that area. And if I'm looking at customer-centric entities, more close to customer, yet you have to build that entire model. I would say there are plenty of examples within our portfolio where we've found that clarity of thought has allowed the founder to go through the zigzags, frankly, go through the deviations in life, go through the what you went out to do. In the unknown sphere, you've chosen that risk model. You know, where if you just rightly pointed out, the leadership of our country says that the new freedom from our own economic state is going to be risk-taking rather than not taking risk because you love the status quo, you can see smack in your face that that is not what we want to do. If I look at a company that, you know, we backed called Stellabs, which is in the dairy technology business, and you go to these farms or you go to these villages which have less than 200 people, you realize that, you know, we are in a bubble, or they are themselves in a bubble as well, because either they do not have access or I don't have access to the thought. But when these companies say, we want to do something for that set of individual that's there as part of our society, we want to look at it inclusively. And I want to take frontline technologies from prevalence in, you know, whether it's in the valley or anywhere else, but take it all the way down. And then within a short span, you actually see them touching the lives of 3, 4, 5 million families. It is incredibly powerful.
Absolutely.
But
inclusion is the thing.
But come back to unit economics. What was the unit economics for this? Are you going to draw up quarterlies and say we're in bad shape and therefore I can't put capital on it? Or should I put capital on it because we're going to move like a tsunami 1 millimeter above, right? We don't need more than 1 centimeter. But if we're able to shift, a behavioral shift in protocol, in self-serving systems where the technology is going to assist somebody to improve their quality, improve what they produce, get more margin. If that happens and that's going to take 3 years, we should have the wait time for 3 years. And my unit economics would be a 3-year time frame, not a quarterly time frame, not a month time frame.
I think we're coming to the end of the session. Before I wrap up, I think one very quick question to each of you. Sandeep, what is, in one line or few words, what is the single biggest failure or pitfall in your mind? If you had to choose one pitfall and say this one you avoid, what would that be?
I would say the most important thing for any person raising capital is expectation management. It's expectation management with your investors. It's expectation management with your team. It's expectation management with your customer. And I would sort of say customer, team, and investor in that order is probably the best way.
That captures it all. And Sudhir, one thing would you put in the absolute must-do list to power oneself from this A to fuzzy B? What would that one thing, if you had to choose among the list of 10 things that one has to do?
I'd say clarity and constancy of purpose.
So clarity and constancy of purpose, and I think Sandeep has clearly picked his point also equally well in terms of the biggest pitfall. So therefore, thank you very much. I think that exactly on time, Lokesh. I think we heard 5 things today very, very clearly. Money is a means to an end. Understand what you want to get to, not the means. Don't get obsessed with the means. Number 2, customer value is everything. Don't worry about perfection and imperfection. Just focus on customer value. Number 3, when in your organization, take one super strong area and make that your only goal. Like Arjuna, don't see the forest, don't see the tree, the branch, the leaf, just see the eye of the bird. Whatever you define that eye of the bird. Lastly, we are basically looking at definitions of time and expectation management. So everything may be fine in 5 years. You should not be using a quarter. And as I think Sudhir put it very well, we are trying to navigate from known uncertainties, because there are known unknowns, to actually try to crystallize them into what appears to be certainties today. And in that journey, of course, one has to be very, very circumspect. And I think as Sandeep put it, therefore manage that expectation very, very well. I want to thank Sandeep and I want to thank Sudhir for their very complimentary comments in the pitfalls, or rather the things that one should do to avoid the pitfalls to get from fuzzy A to fuzzy B. The government says that the digital economy in 2025 is going to be $1 trillion in India. And I think all of the people today in the conference are contributing to this huge Ganga that is flowing, called the digital economy. And I wish everybody all success. And thank you again to TiE Global and TiE Hyderabad for putting this amazing session together. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
all.
organizing everything.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep Singhal, Mr. Sudhir Rao, and Mr. Gopal Srinivasan. This was a very, very insightful session for everybody. Thank you all the attendees. Thank you, TiE Global Summit 2020 team. Stay safe. Have a great day. Thank you so much once again, sir.
Thanks.
Jai Hind.
Will introduce Mr. Madan.
Like, yeah.
So let me know when we are live. Good morning, everyone. Today's session now is Future of Entertainment, and it is an honor and privilege for me to introduce Mr. Madan Mohan Rao of Your Story. He's a research director at Your Story Media and editor of 5 book series, and he has interest in creativity, innovation, knowledge, and digital media. He is also a DJ and writer on world music. That makes him perfect moderator for this Future of Entertainment panel. Over to you, Mr. Madan.
Thanks so much, Bhatt, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this fantastic panel up ahead on the future of entertainment. Now, over the past 8-9 months, one of the big buzzwords has been WFH, work from home. Those of you in the entertainment industry will call it watch from home. So many people are watching movies online. They have become Netflix couch potatoes. They're putting on weight. Their clothes don't fit anymore. They're watching movies. They're watching games. They're doing all kinds of things online. So we've heard a lot about the consumption end of the spectrum during this pandemic. Let's take a look now at the production end. We're going to talk to two very interesting people now from the movie industry who will share with us what's happening with the production end of things during the pandemic. What does this mean for the media industry? What does this mean for films, theaters, producers, directors? What does it mean for gamers, video special effects developers, and so on and so forth? So we have two outstanding speakers, as mentioned, and they are Shobhu Yarlagada. Hi, Shobhu. Shobhu is an environmental engineer turned film producer. He's the co-founder and CEO of Arca Media Works, a film production company. They produce movies in multiple languages. He's won international awards for his outstanding work. His movies, I'm sure you're familiar with, include Bahubali, The Beginning in 2015 and Bahubali 2, The Conclusion in 2017, with many more in the pipeline. Joining us also is Anjali Menon. Anjali Menon is a film director and screenwriter. Her debut film was Majandu Kariyu, and after that she produced Ustad Hotel, Kerala Cafe, and Bangalore Days, won a number of international and national awards for these movies. She's also one of the founding members of the Women in Cinema Collective, WCC, an organization that focuses on gender equality in the Malayalam film industry. She's also written a number of short stories, including Tea and Toast. So once again, welcome Anjali, welcome Shobhu. Both of these speakers have a very extensive background, both in the national and international arena, and they are the best speakers for this forum at TiE Global. So welcome once again. My first question to each one of you is, as mentioned earlier, most people are looking at the online consumption end of content through the internet. Can you tell us a little bit about what's happening for each of you from the production end? Let's begin with you first. Shobhu, can you tell us how the pandemic is impacting your studio and so on? Shobhu, over to you. Shobhu, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah. Thanks, Madan, for the introduction. Pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone. The COVID has really, put a pause on a lot of things for a while. And then last few months, we have been back up and running. And I think I'm happy to say right now, we are pretty much at the pre-COVID levels of whatever work we were doing. That's the good side of it. But over the few months that we were completely shut down, and then when we slowly restarted, there was a lot of learning in terms of in terms of production. It was basically, one was how do we deal with as a production house, when we do a production, there are hundreds of people on the sets. Usually there are over 150 people at any given time on the sets. So how do we minimize that, and how do we take precautions in terms of avoiding close contact? So there was all the protocols that we had to follow in terms of PPE masks and PPE kits and masks and all that stuff. That was on the production side, and but in terms of creative side, there was also how do we write scripts that are demand less in terms of people, that are more tight, more intimate in the sense. That was the other side of the story in terms of this thing. So these are the two things. One is on the creative side, one is on the production side that we have to deal with. I'll leave it there for the time being. Yeah.
Thanks, Shobhu. That's a good start. Let's turn to Anjali now. Anjali, what's your story? How has this pandemic affected your work, your writing, your direction, your production?
Firstly, thank you for that very glowing introduction. I must say that this pandemic has been a real learning curve. It's been quite a steep one, in fact. I'm a writer and a director. So there is a lot of writing that one can get done at this time. But it's also a time when everybody's writing. So, it's a challenging thing to come up with something that still has the kind of empathy that one would like. The experience that we've gone through with the pandemic has, in a strange way, I think, unified a lot of the audiences in the world, where, across countries, across cultures, we're actually watching similar content, which has never happened before. To this level, the kind of distribution that we have now, we have access to the same kind of content. So you might be, deciding to watch a film which is from an Indian, local language space, to a Spanish film, to a French film. So you're directly in competition with anything else which is made in the world, which is a very interesting place to be. But in terms of work, for me, what has happened is I've been really working on pre-production of things, pre-production and research. It's been a wonderful time to do that, given online resources and access. But beyond that, with production, it's been a huge challenge. So we've had to actually postpone our unit's activity because every time you think it will be okay in 2 months, but then it isn't. And often scripts, I think, are right now being rewritten. I myself am rewriting things. because there is also a need to be sensitive to what the mood of the time is. Whether, what is the kind of content which will resound with people. I think that kind of thing we have to be even more sensitive to now. So at the moment, that's what it is. It is learning how to work, like Shobhu said, in this sort of the new parameters where COVID safety has become such a huge issue. So it tends to affect how we are not just producing content, but even writing content with fewer people, with fewer variables, how one can achieve that. So yeah, that's been the process of finding out that.
Thanks, Anjali. From Manjati Kuru to Bangalore days, you've covered a very wide range of topics, themes, formats, and so on. Can you tell us a little bit about the kind of work you're doing these days? What projects are you working on? What's down the pipeline? What can we expect to see from you next year?
I've actually started this year to do something I've been wanting to for a while, which is stepping into nonfiction. So very excited. I'm actually working on 2 different documentaries. One is a compilation documentary, which is great at the time of COVID because you're actually working with footage which already exists. And the other one is a documentary which is in a genre that I have not touched so far. It's very much under the wrap, so I won't say too much, but we're at the research phase now, and it involves a little bit of crime as well, I would just say that.
Oh, great. We look forward to these ventures from you. How about you, Shobhu? What's keeping you busy these days? What's on the storyboard? What's in the pipeline? What can we look forward to from you in next year?
Yeah, so in terms of like everybody else, we've been doing a lot of work in the web series with the major platforms. So we have one under production right now, one going into production. So two pretty much in production. And then going forward next year, we're looking at a slate of small films. 3-4 films that are we're just putting together with some interesting concepts and stories. So that's happening. And we're also, one of the things that we're working on, again, I can't go much into the details, but it's in the 3D animation side. We are working on a very exciting project on the 3D animation side. So these are broadly what we're working on. Web series, movies, and an animation project. I think it's a lot for the time being.
Great. Thanks, Shobhu. Shobhu, what's the investment outlook like? What's the financial outlook there? What are financiers, investors, advertisers? What is their sentiment for this whole industry? How will that affect you?
So it's been really, in the initial months, it was very low. Everybody was worried. There's a lot of uncertainty. But for the last few months, what I've realized what I've noticed is the sentiment is quite positive in terms of as far as movies are concerned. People are hoping that in the next, at least by mid next year, the theaters will come back to normal, and we would have audiences back in the theaters. And I think people are also really wanting to come back to theaters. So in terms of as a producer and as from production side, it's pretty positive right now. So investments are actually, I was told, some of the, we have in Hyderabad, the maximum number of productions happening right now between web series and films. So between small films and big films, and because again these OTT platforms are acquiring content, there's been a good demand for small film and mid-range films. So I think its sentiment is very positive, and going forward over the next 6 months, I think it should look up even better.
That's good to hear, Shobhu. And how about you, Anjali? Are you also seeing some positive sentiments coming from investors, financiers, backers, advertisers? Is it looking rosy for you also now?
I think, see, in a way, it's a shifted narrative, because for us, where you're looking at making indie films, which you are always seeking an audience for, the main entry barriers are always at the distribution level. You may have made the best film, but to get it out there is the biggest challenge, and especially to circumvent the whole theatrical route and all of that is quite a difficult thing. And now that is something that we don't have to deal with, because a lot of the content is going on OTT. One has a much more ready market, and you have good content means you can actually reach out to that audience. And that, I think, is very, very liberating, which I see that as a very positive development. And also, I believe there's usually a lot of people who really like to invest in film, but the big entry barrier is the cost. And right now, with these films being envisaged with sort of very limited variables and in smaller scale, that entry barrier is again dismantled. So therefore, you will have new investors coming in. Right now, I'm getting a lot of calls from people who've never made a film before, who are very excited knowing that you can actually shoot a film on an iPhone and sell it to Amazon and have it out there. So that, when you have examples before you which have been extremely successful, like the recent film called See You Soon, which, opened to wonderful figures. And I think they're doing very well with that film. So that kind of example really sets the ball rolling. And that's what's bringing in the optimism.
Thanks, Anjali. You mentioned OTT a while back, and a bit earlier you mentioned how it's become a global playing field now. So clearly, people in this industry now need to understand the creative angle of things. They need to know the business end of things, and now also the technology end of things. So many of us in the audience out there definitely are people who have some kind of an entrepreneurial urge and they want to get into this space. So Anjali, what are your tips to the audience now on what do they need to do to increase, improve their mindsets and skill sets, either in technology or business or creative or some amalgamation of all of these? Where should they begin, Anjali?
I would think my suggestion has always been to focus on the content, because right now is the time for really smart content. Rather than invest in areas which are of scale, we get to invest in areas which are fresh, which are innovative, which are disruptive. And more than ever now, we have a space where we're not always having to worry about the market or about the theater going audience. You have access to other audiences as well. So I think it's high time we really push the envelope with them and start thinking innovatively in terms of scripting, right? It always comes back to the writing. And I think being able to identify those kind of projects which can, get out there and do well and identify with people, that I think is still where the mainstay is.
How about in your case, Shobhu, what would you recommend to the audience? We just heard that content is very important. Are you also putting an emphasis on content, or are you adding a mix?
Absolutely. I mean, content is really the key. I mean, getting the right stories and how do we do it within the constraints that we have? I think, that's where you get to think out of the box and really break barriers and come out with something really exciting. That's a perfect example is See You Soon. I think it's really broke the barriers and broke through the normal production cycle that you may have. But the other thing is there's a lot of demand now for good writers. Anjali will know. I mean, there is a huge demand because there's a demand for content. There's a demand for good writers, good technicians, and good directors. In every area, there's a huge demand, and we are unable to service or make the content that we want because we're not able to get the writers that are capable of writing. So anyone, anywhere, any idea or anywhere we can bring out this talent, identify and nurture this talent, and grow this talent. I think that's a great area to be in as far as entrepreneurship. There are some startups in Hyderabad that are doing that, where they are nurturing talent, identifying talent, nurturing talent, and providing it as a service to people. And that's a great opportunity to be in. And the other opportunity that is coming is, of course, the technology at the intersection of technology and the creative side, where you can combine technology with content creation. That's a great place to be in for the new and disrupt the market in terms of entrepreneurship. So these are the broad areas. So and I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Thanks, Shobhu. It's good that you mentioned startups. There are many startups in the audience who are very interested to hear what you just said. So, Shobhu, what advice would you give from the point of view of partnerships? What are some good success factors for partnerships in the entertainment industry?
Partnership in what aspect? I can you
for example, startups. You just mentioned startups. How would a startup approach someone like you? What do they need to bring out in their partnership and so on?
Something unique, something that is really can disrupt what we're looking for. So, like I said, we are looking for writers. How do you, or we're looking for? How do we get we get multiple scripts? How do you identify, or how do we read through all these scripts and distill down to the one that we want? How do you make that easier? So there was a startup that was working in Hyderabad on how to, based on past successful scripts, they were building an algorithm which will give suggestions as to what the new good script should be like. So I mean, these are all much into the future, and it will probably take a long time. But these are areas that are developing rapidly with machine learning, artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of things happening there. Then there are in blockchain tech, where people are using blockchain for rights management. When you want to maintain, we are a smaller studio, but for large studios, when they have lots of content, and now the world has opened up where you can license your content across multiple platforms like streaming to theatrical across multiple territories. How do you know which rights are available for which country? Then using blockchain for that is a great this thing. So there are multiple areas where technology and the creative side can intersect. Music side, algorithms that will bring out the right music, all that stuff. So there are lots of partnerships that can happen provided you have the right technology and the right ideas.
This is a very good insight, Shobhu. I'm sure most of our audience is more from the tech side of things, so they're very happy, I'm sure, to learn about how these technologies can work with the content sector. In your case, Anjali, what kinds of partnerships are you working on? What are some good success factors for people who want to become partners with players like you?
I think actually, even when you talk about people who are working in tech, there's a lot of opportunity when it comes to actually areas like research. When we are setting about creating a script, then one big area is research, to be able to access the right kind of information at your fingertips, because everybody is working remote now. There is no possibility of actually going somewhere, having location research. So that's much more, in the future. So right now, what is, the possibility of a company being able to give me exactly the kind of research I require for a subject? If there are people who can put up services like that, if there are people who can inquire about rights of certain properties, as in intellectual properties, what rights are available, what are not, if these are documented clearly and available for anybody who wants to have access to that. If you have ways in which, for example, now I'm working with my team on, I have different teams for different films right now, and we're collaborating wonderfully on a tool which is enabling us to do that. And when we have that kind of access to software where I can have 4 different people sitting and writing on the same whiteboard at the same time while we're having a meeting, that really enables a lot of our brainstorming. And even in terms of allocation, in terms of transmission of information to my producers, when we've completed a certain amount of research, if I want to hand over these things in a certain format, all of these areas can really be enriched by a lot of technology. The apps can be designed which will help us in location research, which will help us in casting, which will help us in this kind of collaboration. All of this can really be enabled by a lot of technology, and I wish more people would come into that, because this is a time when even this conference we're having it online. So most of our work processes are actually going online. Also, to have friendlier softwares where you can even shoot that way, where your director does not actually have to be on all locations. Even if you're shooting remotely, if you have different units working in different places, if there are softwares, there are. But if there are more softwares, which are again budget friendly, then those kind of things would really help us. So it's really, it's for the taking. Every single process, you can have that kind of technological intervention, which will simply make it easier and help us circumvent a lot of the challenges which are there right now.
Thanks, Anjali. You're right. I think workflow is a big area for transformation for all of us. You also mentioned research a while ago. Can you tell us a little bit about audience research? What kind of audience research are you doing? What kinds of sentiments are you picking up from what audiences want to hear, how they want to hear? Is there a mood of optimism that you want to ride on, or do you want to change the pessimism that a lot of the world has right now? What's your sense of audience sentiment right now?
Frankly, based on audience research, but a lot of the feedback that we get, and more and more, I'm maybe because of my past work as well, people are really wanting to see feel-good content, and they find a lot of the content on the OTT platforms as well tends to be towards a certain area where they're looking at a lot of crime, and a lot of action and things like that, and people are really missing the little bit of feel-good content that they used to get on that weekend visit to the theaters. They do miss the community viewing. So I'm really curious why more people aren't looking at even drive-in cinemas, for that matter, where it does not all have to be on the small screen. And maybe some things we have to really think about going back to an earlier model, where you possibly could have that, but maybe, of course, we cannot have as many shows and things as we would like. But even if that is a model that can be explored, then it's a different kind of community experience. So I think people are really missing out on that generalized community experience, and also they're really seeking feel-good material. This is the feedback that I have received.
Very good insights, Anjali. How about you, Shobhu? What are you picking up in terms of audience sentiment, audience needs, audience aspirations these days?
I think I agree with Anjali. I think the feel-good content is really what people are, something that they feel it's light and easy on you. I think that's the kind of content that people really would like Queen's Gambit. I think it's a huge success today. on Netflix, is really a feel-good film. It's an underdog story and how an underdog becomes a winner. And that's done extremely well. And I think that's the kind of stories that triumph against major hurdles, and those are the kind of stories I think people are wanting to see and will want. But of course, I think we are all of us are missing being in the theater, and we would love to be in the theater at some point and watch as a community, as a communal experience, as a social experience. Yeah, that will be the other. That's hopefully we'll all be back in theater soon.
Yeah. So Shobhu, what kinds of trends are you seeing in how different generations are looking at content? People talk about millennials, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, the youth, whatever. Are you seeing any changes in the way they like to consume? They want to interact with the content. They want to interact with the social media handles of people in your industry.
I think there's a huge the younger audience, like my son, who is now in his 11th standard, and the other guy is in 8th standard. They're all on the mobile. I mean, they don't even want to. We have a home theater. He doesn't want to see it in the home theater. He wants to see it on the mobile, right? They're not even a large screen experience. And they all communicate. Also, they don't even talk on the phone. They message on. They use messaging. I mean, they're talking. We tend to pick up a phone and call and talk it as a person. For them, it's more messaging. Is they communicate and share their feelings and everything on messages. And I think that's a huge shift. And there's the middle generation that's more comfortable with TV viewing and online viewing. And I think and the older generation, my mother's generation, is still not comfortable with online. They still are more comfortable with linear TV viewing. So these are the three, I think, broad things. But I think movie theaters will be there and will be the go-to factor purely because of the social experience, because of as friends, as a community, that we want to step out, spend time, and it's like stepping out for a dinner. You have dinner at home, but you want to step out sometimes for a dinner outside with friends. Similarly, you'll watch at home, but you want to step out to the theaters at some point. So that will be there across as it was there earlier. So I think these are the broad ways I'm seeing things evolve.
Thanks, Shobhu. How about you, Anjali? Anjali, are you noticing these big generational shifts also in the way kids consume, want to consume, socially connect while consuming content? What are you seeing?
I think our generations are going into a certain individualized space, because their experience of entertainment is changing very much from generation to generation. With children, very often they're consuming so much content, and they do not see why certain content has to be restricted to a certain space. Like I have a son who's 9, and his question is, why can't they have a game with this characters from Crown? They're so used to this kind of the same characters inhabiting the gaming spaces and the animated film space. So it's interesting how they think, and I would have never thought of that. So I think the younger generations have many more sort of ideas about how to break these barriers between different formats. And also what Shobhu just mentioned is very important about the senior generations having an issue with the user interface, actually. When it comes to watching things on the digital platforms, simply the number of buttons you have to press itself comes in the way. So I think there needs to be more thought about that as well, because a lot of them are not accessing that content simply because it's just cumbersome to do so, that they have to get through so many steps to even get there. And you're speaking about an audience where the same family is sitting at home with all of these generations, and yet people are watching their content on different devices. So the community experience is very, very far, and the more number of devices in a home are increasing. So that is something I think we really need to be mindful for. So our content, which was earlier, in a way, when you think of the theater, you're thinking of an audience which is more broad-based, and you're thinking of an audience which has all of these generations. But now the content, I think, will slowly get more and more individualized into who your target audience is, and that in itself will change the content. This is what my observation has been.
Yeah. Thanks, Anjali. Yes, those are good observations on how things are changing in terms of devices, preferences, and even inspiration. Who who do the young people look to for inspiration and role models? Now, both of you are a big source of inspiration for many people in our audience. My next question to each of you is, who are your sources of inspiration? Who are some of the people you look up to, who give you excitement as you get through the day and so on? Anjali, you want to start?
I think it's anyone who thinks of a great idea, frankly. And I think in this context, I just want to mention a friend of mine who's come up with this fabulous idea where they're making films where the audience can actually take decisions for characters. This was something that we were just discussing, and now that was something that they had attempted in a theater, and this person got the BAFTA award for it. But this is such an easy thing to put in place now when everybody's watching on a device. So when you're going through, a certain narrative, and at a certain point a character has to make a decision, you can choose on your device how that character will decide, and accordingly the narrative will move. This one is called Control Movie, and it's a software which you can buy, and there's a branched narrative scripting method. And he's the last person to inspire me, because I think that's such a brilliant idea which has come up at such a time. So anyone who thinks, out of the box is someone I find very inspiring.
Wow, that's very generous. Thanks, Anjali. How about you, Shobhu? You've inspired millions of people all over the world with their amazing movies. Who inspires you?
So for me, it's not just one person, but I think for me, what I'm really passionate about is technology and how technology can be used in the storytelling. So for me, that is really right now. It inspires me to look at technology and the creative side of it. So right now, there's a lot of work that's happening in the real-time technology, game engine technology, using game engines for story development, using game engines for virtual production. So using Unreal and Epic game engines, combining gaming with storytelling. So all these are very fascinating for me, and so I'm really looking forward to that and seeing how there are a lot of challenges and it's a long way to go, long road. And for me, it's really the passion is there, and trying to see how I can bring that into Indian storytelling. So that's really what I'm looking forward to.
Thanks, Shobhu. Those are really great insights. We can take some questions now from the audience, but I want to squeeze in one or two last questions before we get the audience questions, but keep them coming in. I'll pick some of them. My question for both of you now is, we're coming to the end of a very tough year, 2020, and people are looking forward to, hopefully 2021, we'll have a vaccine, things will be better, people will come out to the movies, we'll have music concerts again, things of that sort. So as we go to the new year, what is keeping you excited? What are some adventures you're looking forward to? What are some new experiences you want to create and bring about in your lives? Shobhu, you want to start?
For me, first thing is I want to travel. Hopefully, I'll be able to step out of Hyderabad and step into the airport and go somewhere. So that's one of the things I'm really looking forward to is travel. But from the work side, I think there's, like I said, we are doing some interesting work in 3D animation and game engine, using game engines and real-time game engines, etc. So we are working on a pitch whiz, and we are creating which will be ready by March. And we're hoping that if that works, it's a proof of concept that we're working on. If that works, then there's a lot of challenging and a really exciting work that we can do in that space. So that's really the top of my list. But apart from that, like I said, we have some very interesting small film projects that are being put into place. And I think we are looking for, and with some exciting new directors, really young talent that has come forward that we have been able to identify through the COVID times. So we're looking forward to working with this young talent and creating some good films.
How about you, Anjali? What are you looking forward to in the next year, both on the professional and maybe the personal front as well? What's exciting you? What's keeping you going for next year?
I have to say, I miss traveling, of course. I think all of us do. On the work front, I think what has happened over this year is I'm someone who really sort of splits my personal and my professional apart. So when I have to shoot a film, I literally, move family, everything to another location, live there, make the film there, and then come back. But the way things have happened this last 1 year, and all of us having, we've been forced to collaborate online, I think in many ways that's just opened up many doors, because it's created a certain collaborative space that has not been there so far. And I'm very excited about the content which will come out of that. Because be it my technicians, be it my editor, be it my other writers, I'm working with all of them in this space. And the ideation is not just when we meet. We to catch up for coffee. We do not have to, catch a flight and go across to see each other. But this is happening on an everyday basis. And I'm seeing the quality of the work is actually improving. And I'm very excited about putting that on screen and seeing how the audience will react to that. Because the process has definitely changed and I believe it's for the better. So I'm very excited about that.
Thanks, Anjali. We got some questions coming in now. I've got one question on my WhatsApp here, which is, can you share 3 creative tips? Can each of you share 3 tips on creativity for our audience? Maybe a daily habit. It can be something you do once a year. What do you do to keep that creative juice in you going? You want to start, Anjali?
Well, just off the top of my head, it's tough. But one thing I try to do is when I'm working on something, I try to read something which is not at all connected to my work. It will be, a subject which is totally not connected to my work, and very often it's inspiring. It's a weird thing. It does not connect to the work in terms of content, but thoughts in that content will end up inspiring you and push you to create something fresh. That's something I do all the time. Besides that, right now I've become this total research junkie because it's insane. I have never researched so much in my life online, and there's always some of it that you delegate or some of it you hold on to till you get to location or something. But no, I'm just going crazy right now. I just dive deep and it's amazing the kind of information that you can get. So yes, a part of my day is actually set aside to research things which I don't know anything about. So I think I'll just stick to 2 of those tips.
Thanks, Anjali. I like the fact that you mentioned research, since I do research at your story as well. And for those of you in the audience looking for some good reads for the end of the year, check out our list of top 10 books of the year. Just go to your story and type in top 10 books of the year. Now, how about you, Shobhu? What are some of your creativity tips? A lot of people in the audience want to know how to get that leap, that creative leap. How do you guys do it? What do you do, Shobhu?
I'm not a creative person. I'm more a producer. But from what I've noticed, working with creative people in close quarters, I think having one is reading. I think reading, which is not there in the current, declining in the current generation. Reading as much as possible, reading a wide variety of books. I think is where it will connect. Might not connect directly, but it will connect at some point. So I think reading is a great asset to have. And the second is having a close set of people who you can bounce your ideas off, and not to keep it within yourself, but to bounce it off people and get feedback, and the ability to filter that feedback and adapt it to your thing. I think that is very critical, where people you trust, and basically to throw it out, share it. Don't keep it within you. Try to protect it because it's not going to take you more than, not going to help, but more than that, just put it out there, get feedback, get criticism, and make it happen. And the other thing that I hear is consistency. Write, if you're writing, write every day, write a page or write 5 pages every day. I think that's a third tip that these are all from what I've noticed or what I've heard from people, and this is not my own things, but yeah, I think these would be what I would have to share.
Thanks, Shobhu. Maybe you can sign off with what are 1 or 2 books you would recommend, or 1 or 2 movies that you really loved this year. I'll ask Anjali that also next. A good book and a good movie. Shobhu?
Okay. Book, I think recently I've read a book called Living in the House of the, I forget the company, Never Ending Man. It's The Never Ending Man, I think it is. It's a Studio Ghibli, Japanese studio, animation studio. And Steve Alpert is the author. He's written about how the studio, it's a very famous Japanese studio, and his the creative genius there is Hayao Miyazaki, if I pronounce it right, and he won the Oscar for best animated film sometime back, Spirited Away, and it's how they work in the studio and what made them so popular. It's a Pixar of Japan almost, or even bigger, and it's a fascinating story when you read it. I think that's a great book. that I really enjoyed. It gives insight into animation, creative, how they work creatively, how they pulled out blockbuster after blockbuster in the animation space. It's a great book that I would highly recommend for people interested in the entertainment industry. Films, a series, I think I really loved Queen's Gambit. I think it was really made a game like a mundane game like chess, which you think was really a boring game for people to watch. They made it so exciting, and it was fabulous. I think I would really recommend those two.
Thanks. How about you, Anjali? One book, one movie?
Can I make it 2 books?
Sure.
I'm more of a reader than a watcher. I would strongly recommend the book by David Lynch called Catching the Big Fish. It's a great book for anyone creative, anyone who's thinking of ideas, especially based on instinct. It's a wonderful book, a book I return to all the time. The other book that I'm reading now is called Think Small. And it's quite wonderful, actually, because it's about how to get those big goals, but with tiny steps, everyday, consistent, tiny steps, and very, very effective. I'm really enjoying reading that. And if you ask me about content, about movies, wow. I think a film I saw recently, a documentary film, I don't know how to say this, but I think it's Komiko da Vida 2, which is a beautiful documentary about childhood in urban spaces today and the whole disconnection with nature. It's a really, I would really recommend to watch it. It's just 1.5 hours, which articulates so beautifully how we have a problem, a nature deficit disorder, and how that can be circumvented quite easily. And it's based entirely in South America and a bit of the US. A beautiful documentary, which is very, very relevant to India as well.
Thanks, Anjali. Thanks, Shubhu. We've just run out of time, but thank you all for your fantastic insights. I'm sure the audience enjoyed it. On behalf of all of us at Your Story Media, TiE Bangalore, TiE Hyderabad, TiE Global, thanks to you and thanks to everyone in the audience. Thank you all, and I'll see you offline. Bye. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, bye.
Hi, and welcome to this very, very interesting session where we have one of the luminaries from across the world, Andrew Ng, who's so well known in the AI space. The session that we have today is the state of AI and its impact on the startup ecosystem. Moderating this session with Andrew is R. Paul Singh. Paul is a board member of TiE Silicon Valley. He's also been an entrepreneur. He's had one IPO and multiple exits. He also consults now with B2B SaaS companies and is a adjunct professor at both Northeastern University and UC Berkeley. Paul, take it away and tell us all about get everything out of Andrew. We're going to have a great session.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me welcome everyone to this session. And the session is, we're going to hear from the well-known expert, Mr. Andrew Ng. First time I saw Andrew was on my iPad when I took his first class, and then I got hooked, so I took the second one. Unfortunately, I didn't finish the second one, but then I ended up meeting him, and so that was the best experience ever. And we had a long chat about various topics, and so Andrew is the founder of Deep Learning AI and founder and CEO of Landings.ai. He's also a general partner of AI Fund, and he is the chairman and co-founder of Coursera, which is kind of where I took my class. And he's also an adjunct professor at Stanford University. I will be surprised if any of you have taken an AI class that Andrew was not the one teaching it. As a pioneer in both machine learning and online education, Andrew has changed countless lives through his work and research in the field of artificial intelligence. He focuses his time primarily on his entrepreneurial ventures, looking for best ways to accelerate responsible AI practices in the larger global economy. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Andrew Ng.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. And it's really nice to see all of you here at TiECon. I was in India a few years ago, and in fact, I have a world map here behind me. So sometimes I look at India on my world map and think, I was just there a few years ago. Can't wait until the COVID craziness is past us and we can hopefully visit India in person again. So what I want to do today is share with you some thoughts about the state of AI, and then I think Paul and I were gonna take some questions and really see how I would love to see how I can be helpful to any of you, and then to the entrepreneurship community. So I think there have been several major inflection points of technology over the past several decades. From in the 1960s, the mainframe and mini computer revolution, which transformed several industries, large corporations, large research organizations, and also spawned some great new businesses from IBM, DEC, Intel, and so on. We all, many of you will know the history of the PC revolution, starting in the 1980s, which transformed a bigger set of industries and created some new great companies such as Microsoft, Dell, Apple. And then the internet revolution transformed an even larger set of industries and created yet more great businesses like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Salesforce. The mobile cloud revolution led to even more great businesses and an even bigger transformation. And where we are today is we are still in the middle of the AI revolution, where the set of industries being transformed is bigger than ever before. And I think there will be many new businesses that need to be built in order to do the many important projects that AI now lets us do in order to move the world forward. So, some recent quotes from PwC CEO survey, right? Maybe the impact of AI will be even bigger than the internet revolution, and various quotes about number of businesses disrupted by AI. I don't know. I actually don't know if the impact of AI will be bigger or less than the internet. But when we're debating whether the impact of something is bigger or less than the internet, or maybe if the impact of something is bigger or less than electricity or something, we know it is very significant. And that's why I started AI Fund, to support entrepreneurs that want to build these great new companies using AI. And there feels like every week there is some new news about AI, whatever. I published a newsletter out of deeplearning.ai called The Batch that tries to cover a lot of this new news. And sometimes friends do ask me, hey, Andrew, is AI going to plateau out? And when I look at the fundamental drivers of AI technology, I feel like the major fundamental drivers are still growing strong, and the power and the continued momentum behind them will continue to cause AI to take off. And in fact, when I read about the new AI announcements, I actually mentally use these as a filter. Does this ride on the driver of compute or the digitalization of the world or the ongoing creation of new algorithms? Does it ride on one of these things to try to predict if an exciting piece of AI technology you may read about in the news today, whether that will continue to have a huge impact in the future, or whether it will be a piece of hype, that won't be much remembered a few years from now. But let's dive into these few drivers a little bit more. So compute. It feels like there was an old Moore's law and a new Moore's law. And if you look at the biggest models that are announced by researchers, it's at least the max size of models is growing even faster than the old Moore's law. And it feels that when we switch to using GPUs for modern deep learning computes, the rate of compute has not slowed down for the last 8-10 years. And there was an interesting benchmark published by Stanford Dawn Bench looking at the cost of training ImageNet to, I think, 93% accuracy, which is a relatively high level of accuracy for this benchmark. But in the span of about a year, the cost of training a model to relatively high level of accuracy on ImageNet dropped from over $2,000 to about $10 US. And this rate of progress in compute is not slowing down. Or language model sizes. This drop from Microsoft Research, and this drop does not even include GPT-3, which was announced just several months ago. That's even 10x bigger than the biggest model on this draft. But so all the science we have in terms of compute, but not just compute, but networking and cost of storage, is that the various flavors of Moore's law are continuing unabated. And so this will continue to be a driving force that will power a lot of the AI algorithms whose performance is continuing to get better because of the lowering costs and rising speed of compute. It occurred to me, Moore's law used to be that if you kind of just sit around, even if you don't do anything, compute gets better. And with the rise of modern machine learning, what this is really saying is that even if you sit around and don't do anything, don't sit around and don't do anything, do things. But even if you sit around and don't do anything, intelligence is getting better, and that is even more powerful than compute getting better. So I find that very exciting. Second driver for the rise of AI over the last decade has been the growth of digital data, and all the projections are that we're continuing to digitize our world. The things we used to record on pieces of paper, much more likely to be a digital record in a database. The rise of IoT collecting sensor data from all over the place, both in industrial settings as well as in B2C personal settings, as well as the rise of vision camera data, right? So the rise of digital data means that we have more and more fuel to power our learning algorithms. And then finally, we're actually in the middle of the Neuros conference right now, where again, there's another incredible crop of papers. I was looking over some of them yesterday. But the number of research papers published does not seem to be slowing down. And there's a bigger than ever community of researchers doing the hard work of researching new algorithms and publishing them. And I hope maybe some of you, maybe many of you, will come to join this research community yet if you aren't already a part of it. But the pace of innovation of the new ideas does not seem to be slowing down. And so despite all this, sometimes friends ask me, hey Andrew, I picked just a couple of examples, not because they're necessarily the best examples in the world, but because I thought they were exciting. And I picked these because they were really relatively recent examples. But just a few months ago, NVIDIA announced a GAN-based video compression algorithm. So GANs are created by my former student, Ian Goodfellow, and I think it's transforming media and entertainment. And in the NVIDIA demo, you could compress video by 1000x. The particular demo, which you can find on YouTube, worked primarily for talking head video compression, so detect visual key points around the face, send the key points over the internet, have GAN synthesize the video on the other side. But so much of internet data is video, right? Over 50% of the data on the open internet is video data. And I think this is one example of a technology that will create opportunities for many new startups and many new businesses. I have some of you may know I have a 2-year-old daughter. And so, every now and then I log into the nanny cam or to the baby cam over her crib, over her bed, just to see, if she's sleeping, if she's woken up or something. And the resolution is actually really low. So I would love to have a higher resolution, video of my daughter so you can see her and maybe save memories in the cloud with high resolution. And that's just one use case. And there's so many video use cases that I think would be worthy of exploration if video compression allows us to compress video, maybe not 1,000x to everything, but even if it's just 10x better video compression, there'll be so many business use cases and so many applications. And this is just one announcement of a technology breakthrough. Many of you will have also seen the GPT-3 announcement that OpenAI made just earlier this year. And, I think thinking about the drivers of AI technology from compute to data to new algorithms, I'm excited about GPT-3, not because of what GPT-3 can do, which is and GPT-3 was an amazing piece of work. It's incredible research work. But I'm excited about it not because of GPT-3, but because of where this new direction that it sets could go. So I'm actually even more excited about GPT-7 or BERT 5, or maybe something that one of you will invent, new algorithm 2 that we don't have a name for yet, and how automatic text generation in the future can be brought to bear, hopefully for a lot of positive use cases. There are some significant adverse use cases. Oh, I'm sorry, forgot to advance. There's some significant adverse use cases as well that we have to worry about with technology like GPT-3. But I think automatic text generation will also open up a lot of new application opportunities as well. I remember sitting in the audience or talking to the researchers or being affiliated with groups that created the technology. And sometimes the technology, the first time you see it, you go, it kind of works, but it doesn't really work that well. But if it's powered, but if it gets better through compute and data, and sometimes average innovations, that gives me confidence that it will continue to get even better in the future. And I think the line of work from BERT to GPT does speak to me that way. And so I think this will create new options in the future. So there are a lot of emerging opportunities in AI. I want to mention some that I'm personally excited about. Vertical AI platforms and ML ops. So it turns out from the entrepreneurship point of view, from the business point of view, one of the problems of AI is the cost of customization. And in fact, Andreessen Horowitz recently wrote a really nice blog post about this, where they said, basically paraphrasing, AI, what if AI turns out to be like a SaaS business with lower margins, right? Because you need to send people in to customize the AI for every customer. So who wants to build a SaaS business with lower margins? Who would want that? I think the best way out of this dilemma is to build vertical AI platforms that enables the customers to do the customization themselves. Maybe one example, Landing AI around CEO does a lot of work in automatic visual inspection. And we find that every factory needs AI customization. So if you're inspecting a cell phone for scratches versus inspecting giant sheets of metal that may be destined to be one of you, a car that you own in the future, seeing if that giant sheet of metal is warped, to seeing if a compressor has a leak in it, and it's leaking bubbles. All of these are important inspection problems, but each of them needs a different AI model. So how am I supposed to build 10,000 AI models for 10,000 different factories unless I hire 10,000 machine learning engineers, which is difficult to do. I think a more promising approach is to build a vertical AI platform so that manufacturing experts, rather than AI experts, can do the important customization work of building the models for their factory and then deploying it. India, of course, has a very large SI community, and I think this will offer new opportunities as well for the SI community. So in manufacturing, we have manufacturing SIs, systems integrators, experts in manufacturing, not necessarily experts in AI, but vertical platforms that enable them to do the customization, I think will enable them to do more of this important work as well. So actually, one thing AI Fund watches out for, and one thing I'm excited about, is just vertical AI platforms, because I think there are a lot of opportunities there. And ML Ops refers to the set of tools to make the building and deploying of AI systems more repeatable and systematic. Education and human capital. We all know the world still has a massive talent shortage in AI, And the number of roles you need to build AI teams and AI products is becoming more complex. So the talent shortage seems to be getting more acute over time. And then also for the reason that AI transforms a lot of people's jobs, sometimes displaces jobs, I think we as a society need to find a way to make sure every person can has the opportunity to gain their skills and find meaningful employment so they can keep on providing for themselves and their families. So, but I see education and the development of human capital be another significant category. Personal productivity and transformation, all the things that can be a personal health coach, helping with mental health or wellness. I think there are a lot of products to be built there. And then finally, next gen enterprise. If you look at all the traditional business functions from back office, HR, sales, marketing, I feel like just as software has transformed a lot of these functions, traditional business functions, we are now just in the early phases of many great AI products being built to help large enterprises or enterprises of all sizes be more efficient in these various business functions. Outside of these, four major categories, I think there are also just thousands of plain machine learning, AI supervised learning applications to be fleshed out. Look at the market opportunity, projections from revenue from the AI software market. I tend to take these projections with a grain of salt. But again, all the projections I have seen are that we'll continue to see significant growth. And then finally, what's the impact of COVID on AI? COVID is a societal-wide tragedy. Maybe we're about to turn the corner because of the availability of a vaccine, although I think many countries, including the United States, will be in for a very hard and very dangerous winter. I hope we'll get through it. But what we are seeing, what Appen published in the survey, for example, is that it does not seem to be materially affecting, on average, the impact of AI. And in fact, when I speak with CEOs across different industries, the trends are AI has accelerated digitalization. In many countries, people are working from home now. World is shifting to e-commerce. So it's accelerated digitalization. And the digitalization is instead creating more data and thus accelerating the AI transformation. I want to share with you just maybe kind of anecdotal data I'm seeing when I speak with retail CEOs. I see a lot of retailers. And I'm just, it's just anecdotal data, but I'll tell you what I see. COVID in the United States and in many other countries has accelerated e-commerce. And unfortunately, this is accelerating the division of retailers into winners and losers. I see a lot of retailers that are tragically struggling. A retail CEO told me recently this was the hardest year he's had in his last several decades of running his large business. And because those businesses are impacted, barely able to make payroll, struggling, there's a set of businesses that don't have dollars to invest in AI. On the flip side, there's a set of businesses that are doing okay for the very tragic reason of COVID. The acceleration to e-commerce means that their business is actually doing quite well, and they see the digitalization and the need for AI and are actually accelerating their investments. So I think, again, quite tragically, COVID has anecdotally seems to be bifurcating the world. And again, tragically, perhaps the companies making the smart and aggressive investments at this point in time will likely continue to do better. I do think there's a fairness equity issue, even as all of us as a community create tremendous wealth using AI, have already, will continue to do so. I think we have a strong responsibility as well to make sure that this wealth is fairly shared. But I think net, I am seeing COVID accelerate many organizations' AI deployments. And of course, investment momentum in AI continues. So I think that many years ago, internet startups, right? Yesterday's internet startups became today's FANG, or yesterday's PC and internet startups became today's FANG. I think today's AI startups will be tomorrow's FANG. And just as the internet revolution had led to some incumbents doing well, but also some great startups like Facebook and Google and Amazon, I think today's AI revolution will cause some incumbent companies to do well, but also there'll be an exciting new crop of businesses, of startups that will do important projects that I hope will in turn go on to help billions of people. Before I wrap up, I want to share with you a little bit what we're seeing, at AI Fund. So I started AI Fund because I felt that there are many opportunities to support entrepreneurs that solve compelling problems that move humanity forward. So I started AI Funds, where I'm privileged to be backed by NEA Sequoia, Greylock, and many other great investors. And my team at AI Fund partners with companies to ensure that they have solid business and AI strategies, and also can assist with building strong teams. So what do I look for, right? What does AI Fund look for in terms of startups? I speak with many entrepreneurs that have either already started or starting a new company, and these are just a few factors I've noticed that seem to increase the odds of success. Domain knowledge with identification of a problem. So I find that I enjoy talking to entrepreneurs that deeply understand an industry and specific pain point. Maybe spend years working in some industry and experience and struggle of solving a problem yourself for years. And then an initial hypothesis of a solution. Do you have a sense that AI-based automation can lead to a solution and that is technically feasible and likely to solve the problem in a responsible and value-creating way? A large market opportunity. Clearly, today's promising startups often are targeting market opportunities where there's a large number of potential customers with a similar problem. And then driving grit. Startups move forward only because the people involved make it happen. And when I speak a lot of Stanford students, for example, that sometimes tell me they're thinking of starting a company, and I always say, look, are you ready to struggle through the hard work, the pain, and the uncertainty that comes with starting a company? It's great fun, but let's not pretend it means anything other than significant driving grit to make this work. So my team at AI Fund is excited to support entrepreneurs. And I think if any of you are working on the startup, please let us know as well. We'd love to hear from any of you. And I think hopefully as an entrepreneurship community, we can all build more great businesses and do the important projects that will use AI to move humanity forward. So let me say thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. I think if you can just stop sharing the screen, that would be good. All right. So thank you very much. This was a great talk, Andrew. And there are some questions from the audience and some questions which I know are. First of all, you mentioned you invited all the entrepreneurs to see if you are interested in funding that. And I know there's a lot of our audience from India. So I just wanted to understand if you are accepting right now company or not yet ready for them. So at least they don't waste their time and waste your time at the same time.
I'd love to hear from you regardless. AI Fund has been more focused on US and US time zone adjacent based companies. So we've not made any investments in companies in India. Doesn't mean we won't ever do so in the future. We don't have concrete plans to do so. But even independently of that, we love hearing from entrepreneurs. So get in touch if you're working on something.
Okay, real good. So Andrew, you have been a great advocate of AI education, and obviously India is in the middle, has a very large young population, and country has to think about how to employ so many new young people. And I think you have a plan on not sending everybody to college, but still making sure that they can actually be very gainfully employed in the field of AI. So I just wanted to kind of get your sense of what do you think India should do?
I think, one thing actually was following recently in India was the amount of discussion and investment that the government is making in AI. And so I think in the AI era, we have to keep on investing in education. And I think scalable forms of online education, like that offered by Coursera and DeepLearn.ai, I hope will continue to help many people learn about AI and break into this field. And then in addition to education, I think community is important. I've learned that really in every country, really all around the world, we win together, right? I can't do this alone. None of us can do this alone. So work with others, make friends, support each other, even when there's absolutely no reason for you, it seems, to help others. I remember when, I was launching, when in the early days of Coursera, so many other entrepreneurs helped us out for no reason. And I was never able to pay them back. They didn't need anything from me. So for me, the only thing I could do is pay it forward. And I encourage all of you as well in India and all around the world, go help other entrepreneurs for no reason whatsoever. And then when someone else helps you, pay them back if you can, or if you can't, pay it forward, because we win together as a community. Yeah.
Really appreciate that. I think this is a great thought, and this is something that I tell all the entrepreneurs, because in the past I was helped by somebody with no reason, and now whenever I get a chance, I try to do the same. And there is no hope of someday it will be paid back, pay forward. So the other thing that a lot of people are fearful of AI, saying, hey, are we going to lose a lot of jobs? Is the AI future people-less? And so if so, should we really be worried, or are there going to be new opportunities that are going to get created, so we shouldn't worry about it? So what's your thinking on that?
On the jobs front, there are so many jobs where we can't find enough people to do the work. The world does not have enough teachers. We don't have enough healthcare workers. In many cities in the United States, we have a real shortage of auto mechanics. We also have a shortage of wind turbine technicians. So there's so many jobs, really good, meaningful jobs, well-paying jobs, where we don't have enough people to do the work. I think AI does displace many jobs, and that does create, and I do think we as a society have an obligation to help provide a safety net for the people whose livelihoods are disrupted, so that they can gain new skills and continue to contribute back to society through their work. When we once had manual elevators, right, where you walk inside an elevator, there'd be someone there that use a switch to control the elevator. It was this really complicated, dangerous machinery. So when someone invented automatic elevators, I think it was, tragically, I don't think the right thing to do was to preserve the jobs of the human elevator operators. Automatic elevators was good. It was safer, worked better, it's cheaper. But I think what we shouldn't do is tell someone, your job's gone away, so let's throw them out onto the street to die. That's the wrong approach. We need to provide safety net, protect them, help them retrain, and gain meaningful employment. And in terms of AI dangers, AI risks, I'll be very candid. There are a lot of things people talk about. I think fairness and bias is an issue. Adverse use cases, deep fakes, spam, fake, massive generation of fake news. Adverse use cases, things like building, addictive digital products. So there are multiple problematic use cases of AI, job displacement. To be really candid, I think we need to work on all of these. I see a path to make things better on the fairness and bias issues. But to be really candid, the thing I worry the most about is AI leading to unprecedented levels of concentration of power. The pattern I see in many industries is the internet allows you to process data from all around the world and centralize it in one headquarters in one company. AI lets you process the data and push it back out. So this is why historically a lot of tech businesses have been winner take most or winner take all businesses. How many web search engines are there in the world, right? How many, a lot of software things are there in the world that are really thriving. There's more than one, but there aren't 100. And what's happened is we, the tech world, we've infected every industry. So I think what this will cause is for every industry from not just tech, but also retail, manufacturing, transportation, logistics, to tend to what winner take most industries. Look at the ride-hailing industry. Look at how much concentration of power there is there in transportation. So if we build a world where every industry is winner take all, winner take most, how can we still ensure that the massive wealth we will create is fairly shared? And also, I think this will also change the nature of geopolitical competition. So how to govern across different nations is something I worry about as well. So I actually don't have solutions to these. Maybe if some of you have ideas,
I think this is definitely a topic we could have another 1 hour conversation. And I think it's what you are saying is that what Mark Andreessen said is software is eating the world. Maybe now the next thing is AI is eating the world. So question is going to be, how do you make sure that only few people don't get indigestion from it or become too big? So we have to worry about that. You talked about GPT-3, and I know you've given an excellent demo of this, and I think a lot of people in the audience are really interested to see a demo. If it's quick, I'd love to have an opportunity to see the GPT-3 demo.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I've done this in private meetings. I've never actually done this in a big open meeting, but let me.
All right, there is always the first.
So again, just for the record, sorry, let me, so here's the AI Fund homepage, right? Let me just take a paragraph of text. I'm going to copy that. And then let me switch over. All right, so this is the OpenAI GPT-3 interface. I'm going to paste the text I just copied from the AI Fund homepage. AI Fund works intensely, entrepreneurs, and then I'm going to say, GPT-3, why don't you, I'm too lazy. I don't feel like writing more copy from the website. Why don't you write some more copy for my website? And so this is an honest demo. I've never seen this text before. And when I hit submit, I had no idea what this is going to generate, right? You're right. It's saying this is run by some guy I'd never heard of. So this makes up stuff. So that's clearly not right. But some of the copy is actually, I don't know. C-Sage, so C-Sage companies. Let's try it again.
I got more right this time.
Yeah. Wow, it keeps on, man, this thing keeps on trying to replace me with other people I've never heard of. But frankly, I don't know. If I was a marketer whose day job is writing marketing copy, I'm not quite sure how I would feel about this, right? But it's just, it's actually like pretty plausible website copy. And so, when there are capabilities like these,
so can I give it a rough draft and have it create a final draft for it, or it doesn't seem like it is quite there yet?
Yeah, well, I think some of the text is just factually wrong, but it wouldn't know. None of us were the founders behind the computing platform behind Siri. That's just not true. So the text is factually wrong sometimes, but it writes, actually, this is the type of stuff we would say. We have said our teams of knowledge to help you make the right calls in the critical early stages. We are different from the friends of the way we operate. Provide our help to companies. We do invest our time and resources in the companies. When the fund invests, you do also equities and that kind of thing. But it's true, right? Yeah, but you get to spend your precious time and money on what matters the most. So I think a surprisingly plausible copy. And to me, again, I don't actually use this to write copy for my website. But the cool thing is, maybe some of you can think of how you could use this capability to create. Actually, we've actually had quite a few entrepreneurs pitch us about ideas that to build on top of GPT-3 for various text summarization and generation types of ideas. So I think that this opens up creative opportunities.
Yes, I've seen a few ideas in the MarTech space already where, automatic email being written and things like that. I mean, I don't think any of them are quite there yet, but it's a good process they're trying to get to. So, you mentioned about the bias and ethics around AI and all that, and that's certainly an issue. What do you think that you expect the role of companies in that process to do, or all the people working in AI? Should we have like a oath, like all the doctors take an oath, and should we have some kind of a solution like that, or what do you think is needed to kind of get there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I publish a weekly newsletter every Wednesday called The Batch, and it's Wednesday night in the US. I just wrote a piece in The Batch that talked a little bit about this. I think we as a community, AI community, needs to converge on a set of shared values and shared norms. Doctors have a set of shared values, such as duty to patients above all else, right? To care for, between making more money versus caring for the patient, your duty is to care for the patient. That comes first. And every doctor knows that. And there are norms for what to do if something goes wrong, right? If a hospital administrator tries to tell a doctor to do otherwise, what are you supposed to do? Very clear norms. You don't listen to them, and maybe you may report them. AI community needs that set of shared values that I think needs to transcend any one company, as well as shared norms, so that we can all hold ourselves and companies and maybe even governments accountable to live to these values. So I actually spend a lot of my spare time thinking about what can all of us do collectively to bring the AI community together to converge on a set of shared norms and shared values and norms to live by.
Okay, very well said. So I think we are running out of time. I have so many more questions that people are asking, and I still have questions on it, but I think it would be interesting to hear one more question before we wrap it up, and which is, how far is AI going to go in the healthcare industry in terms of helping the doctors or replacing the doctors, if you listen to Mr. Vinod Khosla. So what do you think where is this going to take us, the future of AI?
We're in the very early days figuring out the use cases. One of the projects my collaborators and I did, Anand Avanti, Nigam Shah, Ken Jung, and others, was deploy a system at Stanford Hospital that looks at the electronic health records to try to figure out which patients are at high risk of mortality to recommend them for consideration for palliative care. And it was and I think, I feel like we're all in the early days of figuring out how to use AI to help either assist or to automatically read X-rays or retinal images or many other imaging modalities. Aside from the diagnostic piece, which has gotten a lot of PR, I think the operational side of the house of healthcare also has a lot of efficiencies. I hope that we won't just contribute to the acceleration of the brokenness of the healthcare system and the inefficiencies of the building. And there are ways to probably help some companies make a lot of money without making the healthcare system better. So I say, let's not do that. But I hope that, but I think, as a fraction of US GDP, many nations' healthcare, inside the United States, healthcare costs are spiraling out of control. So I hope that entrepreneurs can be a huge force in building the solutions, first and foremost, to just deliver better care for patients, and then also to bring down the costs and try to make life better, first and foremost for patients, but also, hopefully healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, administrators, and for the rest of the system.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate you taking the time and speaking to our audience. And, all great ideas you have, and we look forward to great work in the AI that you've been doing and, helping all the entrepreneurs, and let's make a better future for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Always great to have you, and thank you everyone that ask questions or listen to this. My team and I look forward to continue to find ways to support all of you in the AI and entrepreneurship community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
हेलो एंड नमस्कार, आई एम रूपाली सूरी और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Welcome to the TiE Global Summit. This is 2020 presented by Control S. Well, today, this is the third day of the summit, and I must tell you what an enterprising day. And it started on a very good note today. The 3 days has been very enterprising. Too many knowledge and too many speakers, sharing out their knowledges, exchanging their notes, and it is such a fruitful experience in together. I'm looking forward to talk to somebody at this point of time who actually is going to add up to our knowledge or our conversation to a bit, because he's somebody who will take us on to future, who will take us to on a next different level where it comes to starting and building our careers or building an entrepreneurship. Well, to actually call him up, I want to call upon somebody who can address you all much, much better. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the founder of Control S, President of TiE Hyderabad, and of course the chair of Global Summit. This is Mr. Sridhar Reddy. Well, he's going to be moderating this entire session, which is about Google for startup. Yes, this is about startups. It's about how the startups can actually understand to go further, to build up their careers, their prospects in life. And yes, who better and what a better platform than Google itself. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be introducing the man himself who knows how to strategize, who has his links right, who has his strategies and principles in order. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be introducing Mr. Karan Bajwa, the Managing Director at Google Cloud. Sridhar, it is over to you. Looking forward for this exciting session with you. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I live?
Yes, you are. And you're looking very nice.
Thank you for the compliment. Now I feel good, better than being introduced as TGS chair alone. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, guys, what do we have here today? Of course, you all know we have the star of India, star of IT India, Karan with us. But what else we got? You guys are all running startups, or you have a company, you have a well-established company. And cloud is something that you can't avoid, no matter what way, right? 84% of the startups are choosing cloud. Now, the question in front of you must be, which way? You have a plethora of options to choose, 3 big ones, and which way you would go. So what we will do today is, let's listen to Karan carefully and see what Google has to offer. Does it make sense to us? I got a paper which says that, it is done by IDC. It says that Google Cloud Platform helps SMBs accelerate business growth with 222% ROI. I repeat, IDC study shows Google Cloud Platform helps SMBs accelerate business growth with 222 ROI. Let's find out what it is directly from Karan, MD of Google India. Welcome, Karan.
Thank you, Sridhar. Always a pleasure to meet you, get to speak to you as well.
We have thousands of people keen to listen to you and want to discover 222%. Let's call this session as 222%, right? Yeah, so let's discover how is it possible, what are the key factors one should consider before choosing a cloud platform.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you very much. And compliments to you, first of all, to have led this overall initiative, the TiE Global Services, the global initiative. And I think I've been a part of a couple of these forums over the last day or so. It's been commendable the way you pulled everything together and how you're orchestrating it. So congratulations to you and your team. Well, I think let me take this question from the lens of the startups, since that's the primary audience today. And if you see the nature of their business, most startups, for most of them, digital is the core to their business model. Their business model is either completely dependent on digital technology, or their product, or the differentiation that they create in the marketplace. And in most cases, if not all, they are actually digitally native businesses. And these include businesses that were born in the cloud with very limited, almost nil on-premise infrastructures. And if they have any, they aspire to be very agile, data-driven, and infrastructure agnostic. They have a very strong need to have a flexible foundation to operate their business. Given the fact that they have talent and resource scarcity that hinders the time to market, they are concerned about pace of innovation, operational burden that comes along with running an organization. Most of the startups that are digital cloud native, they've got to release code very quickly and seamlessly to continuously optimize their business model. So, host of these things are important for them. For them to really benefit, they must choose a platform, a cloud platform that enables them to achieve all of these things: agility, increase the release velocity without locking them into a particular platform. They need to choose a platform that enables a few things. First of all, um, simplify their whole app development in the cloud. How do they insulate their developers from all of the manual and repetitive tasks of deploying containers, so developers can actually focus on the task at hand, which is code? How do they embed security through the software development lifecycle to reduce the risk in production? The second part is ultimately they have to deliver winning experiences. So access to scalable, manageable databases so they can focus on their customer needs rather than have to worry about infrastructure. Store, process, analyze huge, massive petabytes of data in literally seconds and minutes, and seamlessly integrate open source tools and get ahead of their competition with capabilities like AI, ML. And finally, they have to protect and enable access to their assets with a very reliable and secure by design global infrastructure. And those are the criteria, in my view, which are very important for them as they choose their cloud platform. And yesterday we had a wonderful conversation about multi-cloud and hybrid cloud. You asked me a question about what's the future of the cloud, and I said it's multi-cloud and hybrid cloud. So for a startup, in my view, those are the capabilities, or those are the attributes that they should look at very strongly, and without having to, I don't want to be selling just selling Google here, but yeah, I think we are very proud of how we engage with the startups to provide these capabilities. Sridhar.
Awesome, Karan. Thank you very much for that. But I've heard of the ecosystem that you built, the Google has built for the startups. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah. I think, the organizations at different stages, they have very different need, and our commitment is to help these at the stage they are with technology, infrastructure, solutions. For absolute startups, it is important to provide them the critical foundation for the future, so they can, we can help them in the early stage businesses not only spin up services quickly, but also prepare for the unprecedented and unpredictable bursts of growth that they will experience along the journey. And we've seen very great examples through this pandemic of how growth in some organizations has been absolutely unprecedented. How could you build an infrastructure to support that in the traditional sense? Supporting innovative startup businesses is really a part of Google's DNA, and we continue that journey, from the early days of product market fit to very mature companies, including things like multiple funding round under their belts, etc. So how do we help them tap into the all-up Google capabilities? I'm very convinced that our products and technology offer these startups incredibly strong value, ease of use, reliability, etc. And then the higher order capabilities on AI, ML, analytics, collaboration that then become very important to help them as they scale. So I would say that how we help the ecosystem is looking at what stage each organization is and really coming in. At the early stage, they simply need access to technology. So quick access to technology, early help with the embracing that technology. As they grow, their needs change, and then they need sometimes support to market access, support with business. So again, given what are the work that we do with enterprises, we're starting to handhold them in their go-to market as well. So really, it's different strokes. I just remembered a couple of examples that are very important to call out. There was this organization called Niramai Health Analytics, which is an Indian-based healthcare startup delivering machine learning and AI-based breast cancer detection service. So that's one example where we engaged very, very strongly with them from a technology standpoint. Another example is something which is a very important subject for the country, which is agriculture. So a company called AgroStar, which is a multilingual e-commerce mobile app that is helping boost crop yields, etc. And today, almost 500,000 farmers in India are using that app to connect to a full service platform. So there are many examples like this, Sridhar, but those were just a couple of examples I wanted to pick up, please.
Amazing, amazing. I think this is the ecosystem, that you created, probably of much more help than the cloud. And into this current situation, right? We're still in pandemic. Of course, there is great news that vaccine is coming, but many startups are crisis. IT sector is okay, but imagine a company in travel tourism. Those sectors are severely affected. Is there anything Google doing for these companies to,
Absolutely. Look, I think we all know this pandemic is extremely unfortunate, unprecedented. We've never seen anything like that in our lifetimes. And yet it offers extremely unprecedented opportunities in terms of how we can challenge some of the ways we are used to working, some of the ways we've traditionally learned to work, because there are no assumptions. Knowledge of the past is actually of very little value as we look at the future, especially after looking at the transition of the last 9 to 10 months. This pandemic has really upended life as we know it. And startups, especially the ones in the very early stage of their journey with very little cushion to keep them going, were among the most vulnerable to the economic crisis. At the same time, as I said, the pandemic has massively accelerated the adoption of digitization across sectors and poses huge opportunity to these tech-enabled organizations. So what we did as a technology company, the easiest thing and the first thing we wanted to do was provide the technology access. So let me say, democratize the use of technology. Go into engage with people with a mindset of serve, not sell. So I'll give you a few examples. The first thing was suddenly people couldn't reach offices, they couldn't meet each other, so access through video was a very important thing. So we took Google Meet, a service we had built for secure business meetings, and we re-engineered it and made it free and available for all, whether you are an individual, whether you're a small business or a large business, and we took a period of time and said it's available to use free of cost for that period of time. We also gave ad credits that were available to startups who had an active account since the beginning of 2019. And the credits could be used for at any point throughout 2020 across all our platforms. Another example that we sort of did in India was where the Google for Startups Accelerator team, they joined forces with our mentors and ecosystem collaborators to launch what we now call as the Emerging Stronger Playbook for Startups to face the COVID-19 challenge, which is more like a guide. And then there are many more examples, but these were the more programmatic interventions to, one, lower the barrier of use of technology, democratize that technology access, provide capabilities that they can actually reach markets through the ad campaigns, and then also give them a playbook. So these were the more structured ways, Sridhar, we help these organizations.
Thank you, Karan. What are the top challenges these startups face, and how Google helps them?
Look, I think a massive amount of challenges, I would say. While I always remain optimistic about the opportunity, but mindful about the challenges, I think some of the big ones, and especially look at the technology lens of it, they include things like, some have some legacy systems, so there's a huge amount of diversity of legacy systems, integration with existing architecture, managing the crowd sprawl and problem of vendor lock-in. It's very important, you have to be sure that you don't lock yourself in a certain way, which is not productive for your future growth. Skills is a very big issue. And then, of course, as you embrace multi-cloud, lack of integrated cross-platform management and orchestration tools. I think, and obviously, today's time has given rise to a lot of concerns over continuity, data loss, and privacy risks. So all of these are risks and concerns that face tech organizations today, especially as they clearly know that the future is going to be tech-led. I said this yesterday as well when we were talking, Sridhar, that we used to talk to companies prior to the pandemic, and everyone had something digital as a part of their overall strategy. The shift that has happened in 9-10 months is now digital is the strategy for most organizations. I also remember talking to one of the financial services CEOs, and she was talking about the fact that 100% of their organization has gone paperless. And when I asked her, would that have happened 10 months ago? And she said, absolutely not. So these are times when technology adoption is massively increasing, and organizations will have to be mindful of the challenges that come along with this massive technology adoption as they navigate this journey.
Amazing, amazing. Karan, let's do one thing. We've heard you. Let's bring in a customer who was used and get their perspectives as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the prominent CIOs of India here with us. Let me invite Sharad Kumar Agarwal, CIO of JK Tyre and Industries. Sharad.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy.
Yeah. Pleasure meeting you. And we have a few thousand people here waiting to listen to you. And wanted to know how Google has helped you. I mean, not just that. I mean, you come with an amazing experience and knowledge of the industry. And so how do you see it overall, working with Google?
Actually, before focusing on Google, let me give a very a candid opinion about cloud. What's happening? You are using it knowingly or unknowingly. Actually, I was saying this at some other place also. So people like the word knowingly or unknowingly. That's why I'm repeating it. So there are multiple services which we, even for, not just for personal use, for even official, professional use, we are using services which are being offered, and we are consuming that without knowing that where they are coming from. So cloud is becoming part of our life. So looking at the big three, all three are, I would say, good contenders in their own rights. So of late, GCP has been coming off very aggressively and very innovatively to give the best to the industry. And for companies like us who are placed in multiple continents and across hundreds of offices in India, it becomes a bit difficult to move everything to cloud. But yes, for applications where the usage pattern is not very certain and consistent, the up and downs of usage from perspective of compute, storage, and everything is varying from day to day. So therein, the cloud application usage comes very handy. So we of late moved one of our ML AI training modules to GCP, and we were able to see a huge cost saving as well as efficiencies.
Amazing, Sharad. If you were to quantify the impact of embracing Google, are you ready for that?
Yeah, I'll be able to certainly do it. So there are three parts to it. Means actually our adoption of cloud started with you. I would say actually most of people won't be knowing it, but we started our co-location and sort of a private cloud journey with Mr. Reddy in 2016. This year happens to be the 4th anniversary, this month rather, happens to be the 4th anniversary of that Mr. Reddy. So what happens? So there are three parts to it. first of all, I cannot have the resources to manage each and everything, different technologies, starting from OS, DB, security. I can't have the best of everything available to me at my beck and call. So that's what's important. Secondly, most of the services are being offered as a shared service. So that becomes cost effective. And thirdly, I have a 24/7 team available to take care of everything apart from the other peripherals, like whether the AC is on, whether the generator is on, who will take care of the diesel. All those things are means they have become a sort of hygiene factor of us for us. So quantification means in terms of money, it's in terms of resources, and most of important it's in terms of peace of mind that I'm able to sleep that all of the systems are working fine. Because during these COVID times, even during these COVID times, I never had a downtime of even a single second. That's to the credit of the cloud offering, combined by all of the providers. It can be Google, it can be Mr. Reddy, it can be anyone.
Got it, Sharad. Thank you. For those of you who are confused, what is happening, Controllers, Cloud is here in a Google event. Gentlemen, don't get confused. This is the world. This is our current world. Yes, Controllers provides data centers. Cloud provides a private cloud. Controllers provides a private cloud option. What Cloud does is it has a major center of excellence around Google, and we partner with Google and provide managed services, SAP on Google Cloud Platform, for example, or a bank in a box on Google Cloud Platform, and we provide hybrid cloud solutions for enterprises. So that's how we are here today. So don't get confused with that. Thank you, Sharad. So we would like to get talk to one more customer, Sharad, and
Sure.
see how it goes, right? Whether 222% IDC, what they say, is how far is it true, or is it more than that? Swapnil Jain is a co-founder of Ather Energy, and it's one of the best-known electric mobility firms. Shall we welcome Swapnil? Swapnil?
Hi, my video needs to be turned on. Sorry, I'm unable to do it myself.
I think we can hear Swapnil. We can't see him.
Yeah,
you're here.
Yeah, okay, good.
Great. Hi all. Thanks for having me here. And glad to be part of this panel. I think our journey is actually quite different because we are a young organization and we are born cloud. Like we never had a infrastructure of our own, except like a very basic infrastructure. All our infrastructure has been on cloud, and our product offering directly depends on the cloud. So we have we have a connected vehicle which is continuously streaming data to the cloud. We are using that data to do diagnostics. We are figuring out statistics for our customers. We are adding a lot of features, providing service to the customers. When I say service, I mean like maintenance service or anything of that sort. Helping with preventive diagnostics. There's a lot of disruption we are bringing in the automotive industry because having a connected vehicle. And for us, it was a very natural choice to start cloud itself for two reasons. One is obviously it is capex light, and as a startup, you want to be capex light. You want the flexibility to be able to move from one way of working to another way of working, from one service offering to another service offering quite easily. And at the same time, yes, you want to leverage the expertise which already exists with the likes of Google. So I think that was a very obvious choice for us because we wanted to focus on obviously building the product offering and bringing in the disruption rather than focusing on building in the infrastructure and then sort of reinventing the wheel on those area. and Google Cloud definitely helped us do that really fast. Also, I think one of the important thing is how good a partner you have. There are cloud is becoming more and more available, widely available from lot of service, lot of providers right now. But I think as a startup and especially for folks who are migrating into cloud and have not had as much experience, it's a very different technology, and you need the best partner by your side to help you with the migration. And we work with various partners, and yes, Google helped us quite a lot in
How was Google different? Sorry to interrupt.
Right.
How was
Sorry, I
Google?
couldn't hear your question.
Yeah. What did you get the most benefits?
So I mean, it's a lot about like starting from like even the architecture itself, right? Like how you want, how based on your specific use case, how would you like to architect the system? And sometimes it needs a lot of experience to decide what is the best architecture. Also, the team who designed the product. When I say product, in this time, I mean the cloud offering. The team who has designed the various products on the cloud are the ones who know what are the details of advantage and pros and cons of each of the offering. So it needs a hand in glove sort of a engagement to design the best architecture for your requirement. And I think that's yeah. That's
what were the results? What were the results?
We have been able to bring in we have already reduced our cloud cost by almost 4 times from where we started.
4 times.
Yeah, so
that is more than
and we were on Google Cloud, but we didn't have as much engagement. But once we started having a good engagement with the technical team of Google, we have been able to reduce our cloud cost by 4 times. And this is very relevant for us because this is every customer for us. This is not a corporate service. This is actually every single customer of ours is using that the infrastructure, which means that it scales up with the number of customers we have, and we are on the path of reducing it by 10 times. So
yeah. Amazing. Okay, one more question, quick. You're a digital company, right? And always going digital. How is there any role of Google Cloud in that journey that you see?
I think one of the things which we leverage upon is the technology roadmap, right? Like as a digital company, we need to keep up with the roadmap of what's happening in this world. And I think it's very easy to just piggyback on all the technology advancements which is happening on the Google Cloud front. And I'm not necessarily a Google Cloud. Like this might be true for any other cloud provider, that you just piggyback on the tech development which they're doing, because they have a lot better understanding and they are optimizing it to at a much macro on a much micro level than we would ever be able to achieve. So I think the tech advancements is very helpful for us to design our roadmap as well.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I mean, good to see young people like you building companies, right? And that too, innovative companies like Arthur. That was very good. Thank you for coming over here.
Thank you. My pleasure. Yeah.
Coming back to Karan.
Sure.
Karan, how Google partners can help startups and growing companies?
Sure. I think all of what you heard from Sharad, Swapnil, ultimately pointed out to not just saying put the technology out there and somebody will use it. But after we engaged, Swapnil saw the benefits that he did, and Sharad, as he said, he could sleep easy. I think it's all about engagement. Technology is important, but it's about engagement. So how do cloud providers who have a potential to connect with every single company there is, and not just a handful of them, scale and connect? And that is where the whole ecosystem comes in, the partner ecosystem. So accelerating reach which is reaching out and simply engaging, from a point of view. Accelerating your time to value. How fast can we help you with migration, deployment, and movement to the cloud is going to happen if we bring capability close to these clients through an extended ecosystem. And then accelerating your expansion of value. How do we, on an ongoing basis, with Swapnil, as he said, it was not one time, it was ongoing optimization. Or do you look at the workload performance, re-architect as needed, optimize as needed? So the ongoing expansion of value. While we continue to innovate and build the best platform there is for transformation, led by innovation capabilities on data platforms, on databases, on application modernization, on API services, etc., etc. It is extremely important that we create an ecosystem that is equally impactfully able to take these services to the clients on scale. So that is where the partner ecosystem kind of really starts coming in play. I'm very proud of what we have, but I'm very bullish about what we are building as well. We are expanding the partner ecosystem as we increase our footprint in the market, and that is the way to scale. And ecosystems is the new way to scale, Sridhar, and that's how we are scaling in the market.
Amazing, amazing, Karan. And entrepreneurs are busy with their own thing, right?
Sure.
What is your advice to them? I mean, let's leave Google Cloud apart for some time. You are the star salesperson, star leader of IT of India. You've been Microsoft MD, IBM MD. What's your advice to the young startups and fast-growing company entrepreneurs?
My advice is the same for startups as it is for mature enterprises. Do not make the mistake of looking at tomorrow with the lens of yesterday, especially now in this pandemic. The learnings of the past have absolutely no relevance in how you can reinvent. For every CEO, as you go to your offices, as and when they open, make sure you are thinking about how would you do your business if you were starting today and you had no legacy, even if it is a year's legacy or 100 years legacy. So use that advantage. The second learning that I have from this pandemic is technology is not the problem. How we embrace it, how scalably how we embrace it on scale and how fast we adopt. And my advice to most people, especially large enterprises, is do not take the risk of piloting too much of technology. In many ways, the tech industry is full of graveyards of pilots, and I would encourage people to innovate on scale and embrace technology. Because when disruption comes, it does not hit your fringe; it hits your core. So, I see that a lot of entrepreneurs and CEOs have very high mind share around innovation, but very poor wallet share that they accord to innovation. So I think now is the time you change some of those things and adopt technology on scale and use it as a transformation tool versus efficiently run your business. If you will. Those would be my points of advice, Sridhar.
Thank you, Karan, for that. I mean, with this, we have come to an end of this show, ladies and gentlemen. So, as Professor Ram Charan also said yesterday, that either digitize or die. I'm getting the same message from Karan as well. As an industry leader, you either digitize or die, and give a valid share for the digital journey of your organization. That's probably the most important thing that on your mind. Otherwise, you will see that soon, the moment your competition starts putting in efforts and they start getting the results, it is going to go away. And finally, we come back to our 222%. It looks like a few of our clients got much more than that. So probably that is absolutely right, 222%. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, you have a great day. We are coming up with amazing programs today. So I look forward to see you all again.
I actually want to take this opportunity to thank both of you all. I just want to say I heard his entire lecture and session, and I can only add up and say that when an expert talks, others listen. And that's exactly what you did, Mr. Karan Bajwa here. That when you spoke, we all were listening. And thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. You wonderfully did this entire moderation. Got the entire insights out for everyone to share and to take the note of. Thank you so much. Please take good care of yourself. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Namaskar, hello, and a very warm welcome to all you wonderful people present here. I am Rupali Suri, and of course, I'm here to. I feel very, very privileged to be a part of this entire forum here. It is such an exciting forum. this is the third day, and the last 2 days were so exciting, where we had conversations about so many people, interesting people from different facets coming together. And well, they all are talking about entrepreneurship. They all are talking about how to start up. They all are talking about how this our nation can work and be together and be that mark of globalization there, in sync with each other. Well, it has been very enterprising. I have got a chance to hear some amazing legends who have been on this platform. And yes, the next session that we are going to hear is going to be something that will motivate us and will open our mind to a further conversation to create more bank of knowledge and more bank of giving out that exposure in the world. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, let me not take any more time, and I will welcome you to the TiE Global Summit 2020 presented by Control-S. Well, now here we have a very interesting conversation for which I would like to call upon, and of course he's right here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the CEO of Cloud4C RPA Solution. This is Mr. Sunil Putoda.
Thanks, Rupali. Thank you.
And of course, I will give you the chance to conduct this entire session. I am very eager because there are so many things that, it is about. I believe it is about something. Can you just help me with this? Because being from a field of fashion and being an actor, there are so many things that I am so inquisitive to know. I believe that you will actually unleash small little details out of it, so that there are so many participants, so many viewers watching this show, and they will benefit out of it. And we have Mr. Guha here. And hello, Mr. Guha.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am good. Thank you. I hope you're fine. You're safe wherever you
Absolutely.
are. Well, Mr. Putoda, I will leave it up to you. This is your session. Kill it.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupali. Thank you. Very good afternoon to all, and a warm welcome to this session. And Rupali, this session is on aiming automation's singularity. So we'll talk all about automation.
Well, that's there.
Thanks, Rupali.
Okay, sir. Looking forward to hear you.
Thanks, Rupali. Before we let Guha speak, I just wanted to introduce about Edgework as a company. Edgework is a global leader in AI and automation products. The technology empowers enterprises globally to bring life to their digital transformation initiatives. Enterprises today operate in extremely disruptive environments with fast evolving customer needs, need for agility, and constant pressure on cost reduction. This calls for planning and executing transformation holistically. Edgework's portfolio of offerings enables enterprises thrive during such disruption, with platforms delivering AI and automation and a comprehensive services ecosystem for ease of consumption. This includes their enterprise-grade automation platform, AI platform, and AI-ready business application in the area of demand and supply chain, procurement, and consumer lending. Thanks for joining, Mr. Guha.
Thank you.
To introduce Mr. Guha is the Senior Director, Product Management for the AssistEdge platform, with specific focus around intelligent automation and ecosystem development. He is responsible for enabling AssistEdge to play a more strategic role in enterprise automation while driving innovation through a marketplace construct. He has over 20 years of experience across business consulting, technology, and entrepreneurship. In his prior roles, he has driven large transformation programs, built a cyber consulting practice, and developed an AI platform for intelligent process validation. He has worked in the space of public policy formulation and engaged with governments, industry associations, and think tanks during the World Economic Forum and Data Security Council of India. He is passionate around driving business transformation using data, cloud architecture, and agile thinking. Guha studied engineering at IIT Madras, followed by an MBA at IIM Bangalore, and he is A great guy to speak. I've spoken to him a couple of times. Wonderful person, Mr. Guha. Now we'll speak on the topic of aiming automation singularity. And Mr. Guha, over to you for the next 20 minutes.
Super. Thanks, Sunil. Are you able to see my screen right now?
Not it.
Okay, so let me just add a few slides. I thought it will help us frame the conversation.
Yes.
Let me just share my screen. Has it come up right now?
Yes, it is coming up right now. Just give a second. So it is started showing us that, yes, now it is fully there.
Super. So what I will do over the next 15 odd minutes, Sunil, 15, 20 odd minutes is to talk through certain thoughts that we had based on our conversations with customers around what are their key priorities pre-COVID, during COVID, etc., and how they are kind of tackling through the disruption and addressing this. What are the key levers that they see? And we framed a concept called automation singularity, which we believe acts as a good North Star to guide our vision. And that's something which I thought might be of value to the broader community. So we'll talk to that. And finally, we'll also talk a bit around, what are the key steps that organizations need to take? What do they need to look out for as they move towards, as they go down this direction? With that broad context, let me just, as usual, okay, yeah. So I hope the slide did change for you guys. I had some trouble changing at my end.
No, it changed for us.
Yeah, thank you. So again, a bunch of data points out here, but I guess the key message that I want to leave us with is automation is not about doing things cheaper and faster. It is definitely about doing things better. And finally, it all comes down to the customer and how we can deliver a better customer journey. That has always got to be the fundamental premise on which we take all our decisions. And what was interesting was a year back, we spoke to customers, spoke to analysts, and they said building customer journeys is the top thing on their roadmap. And even when they were looking at back office automation, they were always looking at how this kind of ties back to their customers and how this could help their customers deliver services better, how they could create new products and services. And that's the key part. And some data points, again, very interesting, that some of the surveyed customers felt that the end customer, the consumer, is willing to pay additionally if he gets a better journey. I think the Apple as a role model also demonstrates that if you provide a superior experience, you can charge a premium. And I think that's fundamental when we talk of automation, because oftentimes the conversation gets seen more as a cost reduction exercise. The second key part of this is around how do you create new capability? Can I deliver faster? Can I deliver better? Is there a way in which I can offer a service that was not possible earlier? Again, one of the examples that we have seen with one of our logistics customer was it used to take him close to a day to issue a quote. And one of their key business challenges was how do we now get more customers as the economy is getting challenging? And this was pre-COVID. And some of the formulations was, should we reduce cost? Should we try out new markets, etc.? And when we spoke to them, one of our thoughts was, instead of taking decisions around cost, etc., can we just see if we can make the entire process of issuing a quote much faster, much easier? It was a complex program because it was a combination, again, of leveraging technology and AI, but we were able to bring the process down from a full day to something like less than an hour. And this was complex because the quote had to span around 23 systems. There was a huge amount of data to be pulled, diligence to be done, etc. But once we were able to give quotes much faster, what they found was they didn't have to reduce prices. In fact, they could even charge a premium in certain segments, and their business model changed. A third key part around, while again the spends are increasing, you hear a bunch of data around how technology is a strategic driver. You see a lot more spends on technology. But what's even more important, which we need to bear in mind, is that your technology spends and your digital strategy needs to be well aligned. And again, we'll speak about this in a bit, but often there is a tendency to throw automation at the low-hanging fruit. But what you might find is that achieving optima in narrow pockets does not give you benefits in the long run unless you have thought through the entire journey. So given these customer demands, what we believe is that you can achieve them, you can deliver them holistically, only if you can bring together meaningful convergence of automation and AI. And I had just listed out a few adjectives at the bottom of the screen. We need to start thinking around how does this make your process more agile? In these COVID times, one of the things we all learned is that the ability by which for certain businesses, they needed to work completely remotely. Some were successful, some were not. And obviously the successful companies ended up thriving through this disruption. The others need to figure out how to change the model. The second piece is around driving hyper productivity. If you want to deliver 10x the performance at the same cost structure, what do you need to do differently? Because obviously you can't drive the principle of working harder or trying to juice out output. You need to look at more transformative change. The third piece is around consistency. Again, the more you can have a predictive execution engine, the more ability you have to experiment with your customers. Because you, for example, you can guarantee a customer that I'll give you 24-hour delivery, or I'll give you, if there is a mistake, if there's a quality issue, I will pay for it. And you're able to do that because you have that much greater consistency in your execution engine. The last piece is scalability. Can I, on a very short notice, spike up my execution engine 10x? If there is a change in product, can I switch from one product to another, etc.? Again, becomes very important. And we believe these capabilities can be delivered if you can meaningfully pull together automation and AI. And then what this does is you start looking at your workforce very differently. You're no longer thinking about bots, counting the number of bots you have, counting the number of automation systems you have, because let's face it, you are going to have humans, you are going to have machines, and they serve very different functions. We believe the future workforce has to be something which brings about the best in both. Humans can understand the end consumer better, figure out what makes a great customer journey. They can empathize with customer pain. They can associate themselves with customer aspirations, which are extremely important. And on the other hand, you also have productivity and consistency, which probably can be executed by a bot, a digital worker. So we believe the future is more in terms of bringing these two together. And while it seems straightforward, the reality is there are multiple ways in which you can do this wrong. And we have learned this through our customer interactions. There is an element of cultural change. There is an element of governance that needs to happen to get the future workforce right. So I had earlier referenced automation singularity. Our view is as you move from rule-based automation, and which is the simple stuff, the next step is to start leveraging what we call intelligent components. You're looking at the ability of, let's say, reading a document using one of these document extraction engines on cloud, on-prem, etc. You have the ability to do sentiment analysis, understand voice. You might have the ability to, let's say, generate language, classify stuff, etc. Right? That's the next step where you're talking about leveraging data, viewing the process holistically rather than tactically. That's the next step as you move towards intelligent automation. We believe there is a lot more value to be extracted at the intelligent automation level, which goes well beyond task automation. Once you start looking at business SLAs, once you start viewing the process holistically, there's a lot that can be done in this stage. Moving the envelope further, and this is really more of an aspiration, this is a challenge for all of us, is to say, can we move from just executing tasks well, executing processes well, to building an engine which continuously learns, autocorrects. If it has an end objective, a business mission, if you will, can it figure out how to price products? which channel to deliver products by, how to execute, how to prioritize the execution. If there is customer queries, how to handle customer queries. Can we build a continuous optimization engine? And this is, certain companies have achieved this in certain pockets. There's so much potential out here. And drilling a bit more into this, we talk about maturity levels of intelligence. Again, there are different formulations. I've seen formulations of 4. There are certain formulations of 7 levels. But the key part out here is we need to recognize that there are different levels of automation intelligence. And at the lower levels, we are operating more tactically. We are looking at rules, advanced rules, etc. And as we gain maturity, you start looking at, can I have intelligent alerts? The next step might be, better than alerts, can I have self-correcting mechanisms so that even before the problem occurs, I can actually fix it and then inform the process designer or the process operator that this was an issue, but I have proactively taken these measures. Pushing the envelope further, as we move closer towards automation singularity, we start saying, why does the customer need or the process designer have to define out so many details? Should the broad role be to say, these are the kind of information that we want to collect, these are the resources that you have available, but can the engine build the capability to pull the resources, human and machine and bot resources, pull them together, have the broad objective and start delivering onto them. And as you start talking about this and in our conversations with customers, what we find is the questions move from being purely around technology and implementation, which is relatively easier, towards questions around ethics, questions around fairness and transparency, and how do you manage risk in a more proactive fashion? Because clearly, as you move here, you start dealing with systems which might behave kind of strangely. It might, you start getting into the gray area where it is neither right nor wrong, because that's the inherent variability that is there in AI systems. And how do you start handling this? How do you educate risk? How do you educate customers around this? The conversations become a bit more nuanced, right? But why is it worth the pain? We believe, and we have seen this ourselves, we've seen it with our customers, that the change that you can deliver is significant. We are looking at customer CSAT scores going dramatically up. From a business productivity in certain segments, we have seen them significantly outperform their competition in those areas. For certain customers, the key objective is revenue growth. For others, it is agility, and for somebody else, it might be cost. Till you have this defined out what you want to achieve, it's difficult for you to lay out your short-term programs. The second is communicating with a variety of stakeholders. This would be the business users. This would include technology. It includes operations, includes risk. Extremely important to talk to risk, because you want to be proactive around what could go wrong, what kind of controls you have. From a change management, we are looking at the key levers in terms of how do you bring in the right expertise? How do you make sure you do a necessary skill upgradation? Because often there is this fear factor of what you're getting into. From a process perspective, this calls for a different governance. You want to have, while there have been COEs, RPA COEs, process management COEs, you want to kind of have a structure which can pull these pieces together and then leverage the right kind of technology. But again, from an order perspective, I'd always put the people first, get the processes right, and then the technology. And we spoke about risk. There are a different gamut of risks that come once you start about automating at scale in AI, and you want to be proactive on risk rather than reacting to them after the event. So that's all I had, and happy for questions, Sunil.
Sure. Thanks, Guha. That was really enlightening for everyone here. Before I'm just looking at a couple of questions coming up. The first question which we have is, what are the key risks to be considered while driving towards automation singularity?
Yeah, so I had alluded to some of this. One of them is you have started going down the path of automating in narrow pockets without considering what's your broad vision. And we have seen many customers have this challenge that while the individual projects have been successful, their overall program has not achieved success, either in terms of reduction of process time or reduction in cost. All they have achieved is shaved off a few hours here and there, but it doesn't add up finally, because those people cannot be moved out. The process still takes its time. Second has been a challenge around communication and how do you manage risk. How do you communicate the impacts of this, because there is a whole bunch of fears and uncertainties that get generated. A third key challenge that I have seen is, especially when it comes to AI, is the challenge of people swinging from being complete skeptics to believing that it can deliver absolute magic. And the reality obviously lies somewhere in between. To educate people around what is doable, what is not, and how do you make sure you have meaningful risk controls to ensure that if you are going to be using automation in AI, you have some transparent controls that can be deployed so that downside can be protected. I think it's extremely important as you start your initial pilots and scale, you want to make sure you do it in calibrated steps. And at no point should you have something by which a single small mistake scales up very rapidly, because that's the nature of automation.
You spoke about AI and intelligence. So my second question is, how do organizations move towards building intelligence in their business processes?
Yeah, so what we have seen in this, Sunil, is organizations typically I had thrown up a maturity ladder. Typically, they start with simple steps. The first step might be to leverage AI in a relatively tactical fashion. We have seen document extraction as one area where AI gets used because it's very easy to understand. Business users appreciate it. And so that's the first step. Another channel in which we have seen AI being used is more in an augmentation mode, where it doesn't automate, it doesn't do anything, but it guides you. And it tells you that these are the key risks that you might want to look out for. And in that sense, stakeholders also build confidence that the engine is pointing out the right things. It helps them save time without necessarily threatening them in terms of this make a mistake, right? And the third piece is when you start leveraging contextual AI and going down the path of autonomy, you want to pick those processes where the risks are relatively lower, and you always retain control with the process designer in terms of logs, in terms of the decisions that have been taken by that, so that you can always do a continuous audit. I think these are key aspects. Likewise, I spoke about transparency, extremely important that you want to make sure people understand. You need to understand how much you understand about the AI and which are the black boxes. Because if you cannot have a open, transparent conversation around what you understand about the model and what you don't, it just creates a lot more uncertainty.
Thanks, Guha. So coming to the topic of the Indian entrepreneurs, I would like to take your view, you being an entrepreneur yourself. How can startups participate in this broad vision of automation and with specifics to automation singularity?
That's a great question, because while organizations appreciated, while organizations do want to move towards singularity, there is a huge gap between capability and actual on-ground delivery. Because AI by definition needs to be contextualized, both in terms of capability and in terms of communication. And that's the place where I see a whole variety of products and solutions come up, to contextualize this problem. It could be in terms of helping reach out to customers better. It could be in terms of improved allocation of tasks, or it could be in terms of operational efficiency. A whole bunch of areas. I think from a startup perspective, I think it's key to identify problems narrowly, focus on them, rather than try to solve the entire problem as a big one that you want to solve. My suggestion based on my learnings here would be look at this problem very sharply, have a solution that customers can identify with and appreciate, and build sophistication over time rather than try to target it on day one.
Thanks, Guha. It was a wonderful session, and your answers were really apt for the moment. Thanks a lot, and thanks to the organizers for giving me and Mr. Guha a chance to share our views on automation. Thanks to everyone who have been a part of this session. Thank you. Thanks, Rupali. Over to you.
Thanks, Sunil. Thanks for having me. Over to you, Rupali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guha, and thank you so much, Mr. Putoda. It was a wonderful session, and I truly and honestly want to wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. Please stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rupali.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone from across the world. Welcome to the session on Diet for the Mind with Mr. A.S. Sridharan. So a little about this session. So what are the right ingredients and perfect recipe for a balanced, effective mind that delivers success that is enjoyable and inclusive? To know all of this, you have to be with us for the entire session. And let me introduce you to our speaker today. Mr. Sridharan is a New Age philosopher and a self-management expert. He has spent over 20 years in the study and research of ancient wisdom and its practical application in the modern world. His focus has been to help individuals to live life to their full potential, experiencing peace and prosperity. Sridharan has conducted over 7,500 lectures, seminars, workshops, etc. in various parts of the world for a diverse audience. The topics for these lectures are either general subjects or is customized based on the audience. Sridharan is the senior disciple of Swami Parthasarathy. He has completed the 3-year residential course at the Vedanta Academy, India, and has dedicated his life to help people improve their quality of living through Vedanta and the ancient wisdom. So I would now like to introduce Mr. S.A. Sridharan. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Am I live, Pallavi? Am I?
Hello?
Hello. Looks like I went alive.
Sir, you are live now.
Oh, hi. There seems to be some mistake. I am supposed to be in another session. Looks like the software picked up Sridhar instead of Sridharan. Hello. Who is around? Are you guys? Hello. Hi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In any case, since I'm here, my name is Sridhar, not Sridharan. And I do happen to know Sridharan quite well. And very interesting story. I think about 12 or 13 years ago, I got vexed up with my life, right? I was almost broke, bankrupt, and stressed out, no sleep, and decided to leave this world. Not for real, but leave the material world and go to Himalayas and spend my life there. Or I don't know what I was thinking, but I ended up in Himalayas. And that's where I met Sridharan. He was giving a lecture in the evening, and I could hear some people are listening to him very, very intently. I walked into the room, sat there, and really liked what he was saying. And then after the class, I met him. He took me for dinner. And then over the meal, he spent, I think, about an hour or two with me. Something changed in my life after that. The next morning, we were on the walk. We were on the yoga sessions. Then we go to his class. We have lunch. Then we take a little break, and then evening walk, evening yoga, and his class. He walked me through each of the problem that my mind was going through those days. He could identify what is the diet my mind needed. So long story short, I come back from Himalayas in about 10 days back in action. Everybody in my company noticed a huge difference. I am more pleasant. I am taking decisions in split seconds. And another long story short, from bankruptcy, we have created a 2,000 plus people company, and we've reached out to more than 25 countries. And I can't imagine my life without that meeting, by chance meeting with Sridharan in Himalayas. I'm so glad to have him here, ladies and gentlemen. What he preaches is not about God or spiritualism. He preaches how to provide diet for your mind. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad to have him here. Saurabh, can we have Sridharanji live, please?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Thank you, Sridharan Garu, for you know sparing your time. I know you have been traveling around the Gulf region, preaching, teaching people, and we really appreciate you to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, now the Sridhar will leave and Sridharan will stay. Thank you very much, Sridharan. Over to you.
Thank you. And let me tell you, this is the best introduction I ever had. I've never had a better introduction and about me till now. It's been 20 years. And thank you, Mr. Sridhar Reddy. He's more like a family for us. And I always wish and pray for his well-being, peace, and prosperity. So thank you for the opportunity. The diet for the mind. That's the focus today. Then we'll start with why the mind needs to be on diet. Then what is the mind and what is the intellect? Then we will proceed to 3 types of action which we perform. And what are the 3 conditions of the mind we go through? And finally, I'll give you the diet plan for the mind. So friends, brace yourself. It's going to be not a learning session. I wouldn't say learning curve. It's a creative curve for you. Creative curve. So why the mind needs to be on diet? We all understand the importance of physical fitness and the need for a diet for the physical body. And what is a diet? It's a plan and a program you have so that you hit the optimum potential of your physical body. That's a diet for the physical body. Now, much more in the present scenario, we understand the need for mental fitness. In fact, everyone talks about mental fitness these days, especially after the COVID, the pandemic, I would say the drop in the economy, possible job losses, or the death scenario, or the relationship issues which is happening, much more the need for mental fitness. And let me tell you, most of us are working on mental fitness, but what we work on is a minuscule aspect of mental fitness, which is what I call as intelligence. We gain intelligence, which is through the books, universities, schools. You learn about a subject with which you become proficient, whereby you get into a job or a profession or a business, and you improve the standard of living. That's what I'm saying. We are working on ourselves, but a small aspect of it. What is the TiE group or this conference? I mean, you're all intelligent people. You're all successful, or you want to be progressive in your field of activity. Therefore, you are where you are. But has it really helped us? Has it helped us to deal with the pandemic, or either has it helped us to deal with the relationship issues? If you're facing any kind of issues, then you need a diet plan for the mind. That's why, therefore, that's the important aspect here. So what's happening? Intelligence is wonderful, friends, but along with intelligence, you're using the mind plus the intelligence. Mind plus intelligence would create what I call as ego. It's a small word, but it has a phenomenal impact in our life. Ego is defined as the need and necessity to prove yourself better than anyone else. The expansion for the word ego. Anyone taking notes, I would suggest this. Ego is exaggerated glorification of oneself. That's ego.
with mind and intelligence predominantly, there is every possibility you will become egoistic. And with ego comes all the issues in life. That's why I'm suggesting. So, and there was a study done, and they said 90% of people who quit jobs, they say they don't quit jobs, they quit people. People quit people when they get their ego involved with another person. So that is why I said intelligence is important, but that alone is not necessary. That alone is not enough. You need a strong intellect. A diet plan of the mind requires a strong intellect. The great Swami Vivekananda, one of the most profound Hindu monks the world has seen, he made a simple but a very pertinent statement. He said, conquer your mind, you'll conquer the world. Fall a prey to your mind, you become a victim of the world. I repeat, conquer your mind, you'll the world. Fall a prey to your mind, you become a victim of the world. So that's why I said, therefore, to conquer your mind needs to be on a diet. And there is no such diet plan in the world for the mind. You want a diet plan for your body, there are various ways for the physical body. Diet plan for the mind, it takes, I don't know where you can find it. I wish we can Google it, but I'm glad you can't find it on the Google. I'm glad you're on this auditorium, and I will explain to you this entire need for the diet plan for the mind. Now, we will start with the second aspect of the master class is, what is the mind and intellect? Mind is where your emotions arise, your feelings arise, your impulses arise. Saurabh, if you can put on the slide, the mind and intellect. Mind is where, I repeat, mind and intellect both are thoughts. An indiscriminate flow of thoughts is the mind. A discriminate flow of thoughts is your intellect. Mind, and as I mentioned, the mind, it produces impulses. Somebody tells you something and you have an impulse. And when I say impulse, it is, I think you can see the screen. Am I right? You're all able to see the screen, the mind and intellect? It's coming up. Okay, it's coming up. So Saurabh will be able to put it across. Mind, I'm just repeating it. Mind is where your, now it's coming up. So the mind is where your impulses arise, your emotions, your feelings, your likes and dislikes. Now you have it on the screen. The various feelings and emotions like kindness, compassion, gratitude, love, or anger, jealousy, obsession, all these feelings, emotions arise from the mind. Impulses, you may go for a dinner get together, and you meet a friend, and she says, hey, what happened? You put on weight. That impulse you receive, it arises from the mind. You get angry. Likes and dislikes. You like to sleep late. You dislike to wake up early. You like junk food. You dislike what they call as healthy juices. Mind. Intellect is the faculty of thinking, reasoning, logic, analysis, decision making. So this is the mind and intellect. All of us have the mind and intellect. The entire diet plan for the mind is using your intellect. As a result, you are able to handle your mind in a better way. So now you can take off the slide, sort of. So these are the three. These are the mind and intellect. Next is, there are three kinds of action which we perform. All of us, from morning till night, from birth till death, we are performing action. An action could arise from the mind. In Sanskrit, we call it manas. Intellect is buddhi. The body is called sharira. So there are three kinds of actions we perform. One action can arise from the mind. Example, your friend wants to buy a mobile and she says, hey, let's go to this store, latest mobiles are there, let's go have a look. You go with your friend to the mobile store, and then both of you are looking at the various models, and what happens is you end up buying the mobile, not your friend. And the friend says, I'll wait for the next model to come, but you end up buying a mobile. You already have a mobile, but I'm just giving an example. And you like to have the latest version of an Apple or Samsung. He says, even though the changes could be, or improvements could be minuscule, you will buy it. It could be an impulsive choice. The first kind of a choice we make could be from the mind. You already have a mobile, but you end up buying another one because you like that model. So it is an action could arise from the mind. Second kind of an action is arising from the intellect. Example, the Christmas season is approaching, or is already there, and you go to a friend's place and they say, hey, why don't you try this? The cakes are there. We are making cakes every day. Why don't you try this cheesecake? You're a diabetic person. Your mind craves or likes that cake, the cheesecake, but your intellect, your buddhi says, I can't have it anymore. Any more of sweets would affect my health. So you follow your intellect, which is not to consume the cake. This is the second kind of action. And the third kind of action is where your mind likes it and the intellect supports it. Like this masterclass. That's what I wish all of you, your mind likes to listen to profound thoughts. And the intellect says, hey, this is essential for my self-development. A choice which is a result of mind and intellect. Therefore, you are attending the lecture, you may take notes, you are very attentive. That's why I'm saying all our life, from morning till night, from birth till death, we perform actions. An action could arise from your mind, just like that you buy a mobile phone or a costume. Or an action could arise from the intellect, like a diabetic person says no to the cakes. Or an action could arise from as a combination of mind and intellect, like attending the master class. All that I'm saying is, you are better off if your choices, your actions arise either from the intellect or a combination of mind and intellect. If your choices, actions arise only from the mind, it could be detrimental. The Vedas beautifully gives us an analogy. They say the mind is like a flow of water in a river, and the intellect is the banks supporting the river. I repeat, the mind is like a flow of water in a river, and the intellect is the banks supporting the river. And what the Veda says, if the banks of the river are strong, the water can be used on either sides. It is a blessing. It's benevolence. If the banks of the river are weak, what happens? The water overflows. It inundates the field. What was a blessing becomes a curse, friends. That's what I want to tell you. When the mind is powerful and the intellect is weak, that's when you become a victim of any kind of an addiction or depression, any kind of an emotional inadequacies you go through, is because your mind is way too strong and your intellect, your buddhi is not strong enough to control the mind, to supervise the mind. That's why we're going to show the next slide that the different, the quality of choices, the eccentric. See, you see in the graph, you see the 0 to 100. It is when you're, let's see, 0 to 100, if you see, OEF, it is insane. Entire thing is 100%. I mean, only the mind. And if the choices or the discrimination is 25% and the mind is 75%, you could be hysterical. You don't know how you function. 100% mind is insane. 75% mind is hysterical. 50% of your mind means you're eccentric. You can have terrible behaviors. And then 25% of your mind and 75% of your intellect. You could be emotional, and 100% of intellect. I would say a combination of mind and intellect. You are a sane person. This is Shakespeare puts across. All the world will stand up and say, "Here is a man." Just to be a human being, it takes a lot of effort, friends. We could be in that zone of 100% mind, which is the state of insanity. 75% is hysterical. 50% mind is eccentric. 25% itself is emotional. 100% where it's a combination of mind and intellect is where you are better off, or you are a sane person, meaning it could be pandemic, it could be fluctuations in economy. You still are able, you have the clarity with which you make the decisions, your choices. Now, you can take off the slide, sort of. So, that's why I'm saying this is how important your mind and intellect are. They say another analogy the scriptures give us. They say the mind is like a knife in a kitchen. It is if a person says if he has murdered two people and he says, "Why did you do it?" In my place I have a dozen knives, I hardly use it. I tried it on this person, it was really smooth. You can't blame the knife, friends. You can't blame the knife. Similarly, you can't blame the mind. Mind is the most wonderful equipment, which is nothing but the nature's gift to us. Is how well you use the mind. And I'm giving you various analogies so that you will understand in a better way. The mind is equated to a child, intellect to the adult. What happens to your beautiful apartment if it's left to a 3-year-old child and you're on a holiday? When you come back, it's a mess. Similarly, your life must be handled by the intellect and the combination of mind and intellect, rather than the mind alone. Rather than the mind alone. It's in the words of Vivekananda, conquer your mind, you conquer the world. Fall a prey to your mind, you become a victim of the world. That's right. So watch out, friends. Mind is beautiful. It's how well you use it. How well you use the mind that matters in our life. Now, the next aspect I'm going to share with you is the 3 conditions of the mind. Each one of us, we go through 3 conditions of the mind. Saurabh, you can share that slide, the 3 conditions of the mind. The first condition of the mind is what I call as a restless mind. You can see that, a restless mind. Imagine there is a cone, I place it on its tip. I'm placing the cone on its tip. It can never remain static, it will fall down. Similarly, friends, a person whose mind is very self-centered, a person who's selfish, self-centered, by design, they want the world to cater to them all the time. A selfish person needs the world to cater to them all the time. So it is, let me tell you, the world we are living in is not designed for one person. Therefore, we will be restless, agitated most of the time. Like a cone which can never remain on its tip, it will fall down. A restless mind is that they can get agitated for anything. They may be there in the master class now. They say, the screen is too small. I need a bigger screen. The screen is there, but the air conditioner is not good enough. The air conditioner screen is there, but the person who's sitting next to them, they're shaking their legs. Something or the other keeps agitating, frustrating them. A restless mind, which belongs to a selfish person. The second condition of the mind is called, on the right-hand side, you see an imperfect mind. Imagine I place the cone on one of its side on the table. It remains static. It is there. But when I tap the cone, it starts oscillating. The oscillations continue for a while and then it comes to a standstill. Similarly, friends, an imperfect mind, many people fall under this category, an imperfect mind. And it belongs to an unselfish person. An unselfish person is one who can accommodate others' interest. But one negative incident, one experience which is not in their favor will alter their peace and tranquility, will alter. And depending on that incident, the agitations continue. It may continue for a few hours or it may continue for many years. One negative experience. Example, a lady decides, she's invited for a charity dinner, and she decides to donate 25,000 rupees for the charity. And she takes her husband along, and she's there well dressed and all ready for the charity dinner. There is some cultural program happening at the time. One of the organizers, a distant friend, then comes and sees her and meets her, greets her, and then says, "Hey, what happened? You seem to have aged fast." Some comment, "Or you put on weight." And this lady gets so agitated. So she was prepared to give 25,000. And then one comment of the organizer, she gets upset and she tells her husband, "You don't need to give 25, just give 10,000, that's enough." And the husband is very, very happy. Let her meet a few more people, it will come down to 5,000. All that I'm saying is, imperfect mind. You're okay. You're generally peaceful. One incident is enough to alter your peace and tranquility. It can alter you. It can agitate you for 30 minutes, 3 hours, or 30 days, or 30 years. One negative experience. I've known many people. I'm sure in this masterclass there could have been many people who could have got their ego involved because of one incident with a person, with their near and dear, and now they're not talking to each other for maybe 3 years, maybe some people 10 years. One negative experience, you get your ego involved, and it alters your peace and tranquility. Imperfect mind. Imperfect mind. You've got to be watchful, friend. And the last condition, see, both the restless mind and the imperfect mind, they both need to go on a diet. The diet plan is essential for both selfish and unselfish. You need the diet plan, otherwise you could be in trouble. The last condition, I would say, the perfect mind is one which has gone through the diet plan and is now perfect. Meaning, they go through the life experiences, they have maximum pleasure and joy and tranquility. See, you may say, how is it possible? I'll give you the story. It happened in the life of Buddha. One of the days, Lord Buddha, after his session, was going back to his kutir, to his place, and he was going along with his students, disciples. Halfway through, a stranger stopped Lord Buddha and started insulting him, abusing him. To which Lord Buddha was quiet, calm, patiently listening. And then the stranger left, and then Lord Buddha was walking back to his place. Every day in his ashram, there used to be an interaction with the master. So at the time, his disciples can ask questions, clarifications. And one of his disciples raised his hand and said, "Sir, I have a question." He said, "Yes, what's the question?" "Do you remember this afternoon a stranger insulted you?" To which Lord Buddha, "Which stranger? Who are you talking about?" He couldn't even recollect. Then the student gave the entire scenario. He said, "Master, after the lecture, we are going back to our place. There was a stretch of agricultural fields. One of them was working there. The moment he saw you, he came up to you and started insulting you. Do you remember?" He said, "Yes, now, yes, I remember." "What about that?" asked Lord Buddha. He said, "Master, when he was insulting you, you should have countered his argument. You should have pulverized him, but you kept quiet. Why were you quiet when he was insulting you?" To which Lord Buddha told his student, he said, "It was his privilege to give his opinion and my privilege to accept it or not." He said it was his privilege to give, my privilege to take. He gave me many, many things. I said, "No, thank you. You can keep it." Perfect mind, friends. When such a mind has this attitude, is that so? Is that so? If somebody praises you, within yourself, you're not telling outside, is that so? Somebody denounces you. When there is fulfillment within, contentment within, there will be a perfect mind. Is that so? You will continue with your life in a glorious way. That's why, the first two, the restless and an imperfect mind needs to go on a diet. A perfect mind is one which is experiencing this tranquility, self-sufficiency, because it had gone on a diet plan. I would like to share the words of John Milton. Saurabh, you can share that slide. Beautiful quotation. The mind in its own place can make a hell out of a heaven or a heaven out of a hell. It's all in the mind. The mind in its own place can make a heaven of a hell or a hell of a heaven. Therefore, friends, heaven or hell is not geographical locations, but a state of mind. If you make your thoughts and emotions pure, I'm telling you, it's a heaven on earth. And many of us, we look at, I would say, most of our life, 70% is going right and the 30% is not going right. Most of us focus on the 30%, which is not right. As a result, the 70% which is good, you don't have an access to it. The 30 becomes 40 and 40 becomes 50. Now you are messed up your life. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So,
పర్మిషన్ ఈ సెషన్ శ్రీధర్ ఉంది నడుస్తుంది.
Mr. Sridharan, you're on mute. Mr. Sridharan, you're still on mute. Mute, sir.
Sir, you got on a mute. Yeah. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. How long have you been on mute?
Maybe like 20-30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay.
Yeah. I'll just put you live back again. Yeah.
Am I live now?
Yes. Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Friends, the diet plan for the mind, the important aspect of this master class. Let me listen to it carefully. It will change your life. I guarantee. When I say change your life, applying it, it will change your life. Number one, express gratitude, but do not expect gratitude. A simple statement, but a very profound transformational state in your life. Gratitude, express gratitude. See, everyone says you got to be grateful, but how would you become grateful? There are two aspects to becoming grateful. Number one, you got to be aware of so much you've been provided from the time you've been born till the time you're there. That awareness of all that you've been receiving, plus your inability to repay that benevolence. Your inability to repay that benevolence makes you grateful. Mere thought of that awareness of all that you get, you may be there. But the second is the clincher. Your inability to repay that benevolence makes you grateful. Therefore, friends, express gratitude, but do not expect gratitude. I mean, it's not a downer. If you expect gratitude, you could be in trouble. Because, how can these people be this way? That is how people are. That is how people are. Express your gratitude to one and all. My gratitude to Sridhar Reddy. To all of you, to make this happen. My wife was mentioning the beautiful arrangements, the auditorium setup, or all that was fabulous. I mean, how can I'm aware of it, and the second aspect, inability to repay that benevolence. Therefore, that's why I say I'm grateful. And I still remember in Control S, there was a huge gratitude wall where so many people expressed it. So express your gratitude, but do not expect gratitude. Number two, receive gracefully and give joyfully. Whatever you're receiving, receive gracefully. Gracefully receive. And then whatever you have to give joyfully. Don't give grudgingly. Give joyfully and receive gracefully. Could be a salary, could be a gift, could be the day when you wake up in the morning. How do you address? Now, all those who attend my lectures regularly, there is this mantra. When you wake up in the morning, first thought is pranams to Mata, Pita, Guru, Deva. Gratitude to Mother, Father, my Master, and the Almighty. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. Then you'll receive gracefully and give joyfully. Third, be slow to judge and quick to forgive. We are the other way around. We are quick to judge and impossible to forgive. Be slow to judge and quick to forgive. Judgments either highlights more about you than the other person. Your judgment of the other is more a reflection of the quality of your thoughts than the character of the person. Be slow to judge and quick to forgive. I'm telling you, if only you get into the state of forgiveness, it is those who have gratitude and love, they experience forgiveness. Forgiveness, they say, is to set the prisoner free and to finally understand the prisoner was none other than yourself. Forgiveness is setting yourself free. The great Mark Twain gave a beautiful definition of forgiveness. He said, forgiveness is a fragrance a violet releases as the foot crushes it. You could be crushed, but what you release is forgiveness. Next, the diet plan is be dependable and not dependent. Dependable is a leadership quality, friends. You become dependable when you give your 120% every time you take up a responsibility. It is why even in sports they say he's a very dependable player, because if he is there, he or she gives their 120% every time they perform. Be dependable and not dependent. Dependent is you want your happiness to so much clubbed with other aspects, with your spouse, with your work, with your salary, with your promotion, with the COVID vaccine, so much. I mean, be dependable and not dependent. If you are dependent, you will fluctuate. You are in a state of restlessness. You've got to be cautious. Next, in the diet plan, what you expect from others, first you expect from yourself. If you want your colleagues to be productive, if you want your products to be of a certain caliber, if you want your team to perform in a certain way, first you expect, let that come from you. In the words of Gandhi, he said, be the change you wish to see in the world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. What you expect from others, first expect from yourself. Then, in the diet plan, be expressive with your love and demonstrative of your happiness. I'm telling you, when you express your love and gratitude for one another, expressive of your love and demonstrative of your happiness, let me tell you, I'm so happy meeting all of you virtually. Even though very few cameras are on, I'm saying I'm so happy meeting all of you. And you have no idea what happiness I derive. It is demonstrative of your happiness. You have a meal, demonstrate that. I mean, you're happy with the meal, tell them it's a wonderful meal. Or you had to enjoy the day, I had a great day. Be expressive with your love and demonstrative of your happiness. Many of us are demonstrative of our unhappiness and expressive of our emotions, negative emotions. Whenever you have an anger, do you spare your anger? There's a saying, speak when you're angry. You'll make the greatest speech you'll ever regret. Speak when you're angry. You'll make the greatest speech you'll ever regret. That's why the other way around. The diet plan is be expressive with your love and demonstrative of your happiness. You have no idea what it does to the mental framework of yours. Next, in the diet plan, trust. Even if your trust is broken, trust again. I am not suggesting trust the untrustworthy people here. You have trusted. They say only way to know whether you can trust a person is by trusting them. Having trusted them, now you have learned a lesson. I'm not suggesting trust the same person, but have trust in this potential of trust. As long as we're all human beings, we have a choice of action. And as long as we have a choice of action, there's a potential of greatness in each one of us. Each one of us is an infinite potential. Have trust in the human potential. That's what I'm saying. I am not suggesting trusting untrustworthy people. You burnt your finger once, be cautious. But don't lose trust. Anyone who loses trust becomes very insecure in life. That's why I'm saying. So watch out, friends. Watch out. Then bring selflessness into your life. Serve in some capacity, expecting nothing in return. I'm sure this TiE Global Summit is happening because of the selfless service of so many volunteers. That's why bring selflessness into your life, serving in some capacity, expecting nothing in return. It fulfills your soul, friends. Next, in the diet plan, have faith in divinity. Have one connect which is beyond your judgment. It's a very important aspect of the diet plan. There must be at least one connect which is beyond our judgment. If everyone whom you interact comes under the purview of your judgment, it could be difficult. Have faith in divinity. Things are happening in the right way. You may not understand it now, but on a later stage in life, you'll understand that incident which happened was perfectly placed. Next, be a multi-role wonder. Bring balance into your life. Be a multi-role wonder by bringing balance into your life. World has seen enough one-role wonders, friends. With the right diet plan in life, you will be a multi-role wonder. You are a fabulous entrepreneur, a successful businessman. You are a loving spouse, an adorable parent, a responsible citizen, a wonderful friend. All that I'm saying is we can all be that way. So let's be a multi-role wonder. I would like to conclude the diet plan with the words of the Vedas. They say, the Vedas highlight, when I came into this world, as I cried, the world rejoiced. The Vedas highlight, when I came into this world, as I cried, the world rejoiced. It goes on to say, it says, when I leave this world, let the world cry while I rejoice. I repeat, when I came into this world, as I cried, the world rejoiced. When I leave this world, let the world cry while I rejoice. The satisfaction, that fulfillment, that contentment of having done what I have to be done. When in case that eventual date happens, you almost take a salute. It was a fabulous life. And friends, this is a result of following the diet plan properly. And as a result, our life is different. So thank you all for that time, your presence, your attention. I value that. And if there's any questions, I'm willing to take up now. So.
Hi, Mr. Sridharan.
Hello.
Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Sridharan.
Hi.
What a fantastic this was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Truly enlightening, I have to say. I mean, it's something that we always try and achieve, but we are not able to, especially when I heard you talking about bringing balance in your life. I think we know the importance of bringing balance to life, but we're somehow never, ever able to achieve it. So if you could just elaborate, and I wanted to get more understanding on this, that how exactly to do it. I mean, we plan in our minds.
See, the thing is, Ms. Mittal, we all have different roles in life. The problem is that we're not able to bring in the balance because you're not able to switch off from one role and switch on to another role. This is where you're carrying the mind, your mind in all other roles. When you have the diet plan, when your intellect is strong enough, you could be in your profession, you could be a model or an entrepreneur. At work, you're doing that. When you go back home, either you're a daughter or a spouse or a sister, you are able to switch off that role and switch on to another role. I learned it from my father. My father used to manage at least 2,000 people. And when he comes back, I've never seen him stressed out in life. And he used to tell me, that's work, but at home, I'm a father and a husband. I value this more. So the potential to switch off from the role you played before. Says, when I leave work, I shut off the role of an entrepreneur. When I get home, I am a father and a husband. And I'm telling you, this is a skill we have to learn. It is not something which is inherent in us. So it's not easy, but it's not impossible. But it's like how a person is in perfect health. Every day they work on it. See, I don't know if you have seen in certain, especially in the houses in smaller towns in India, palatial houses, but their door will be a small door. You got to bend and go. And I used to wonder why can't they have a better carpenter and build a bigger door? It's a reminder, when you go home, you bend your ego. You could be a very successful entrepreneur. When you go home, you bend. It's a reminder. Otherwise, if you walk straight, you knock on the door. You bend your ego and go. So, this is one. Number two, because it's a very important question, the value associated to those roles. If you take certain roles for granted, I've known some of these so-called successful entrepreneurs who say, I'm giving, they tell their children or the wife, I'm giving them a great education. I take them to international holidays twice a year, and they have the best of facilities. You take it for granted. What is the priority you associate with each role? If you associate the role of a spouse, a role of a parent, then you will allot enough and more time. Let me tell you a small aspect in this. You get a second chance in everything, friends. It could be in your marriage, in your relationships, any other aspect. You do not get a second chance in parenting. If you're missed out on the first 8-9 years of parenting, you had it. Anything else, you get a second chance. You may have 3 failed relationships, 4th one may work. It's okay. You can't have 3 failed children and then the 4th children may work. None. More child may work. So, the priority associated with every role. You associate priority to your physical health, therefore you spend time and effort. You associate your salary comes from the work you do. You associate priority, therefore you spend time and effort. I think other roles also enough and more. They may not understand it now. At a later stage, let me tell you, the last stage of your life, you're answerable to one person who's standing in the mirror. You're standing in the mirror. To that person, you are answerable. To yourself. They say one of the worst regret to have in life is, I wish I allowed myself to be more happier. The worst regret. And I'm telling you, at that time, nobody can help you. I wish I allowed myself to be more happier. When you reflect on it, my God, the amount of wonderful experiences I've been, and I didn't allow myself to be happier. Unnecessarily, one argument I had with my partner, and the whole holiday is gone. I wish I allowed myself to be happier. All this comes in with the diet plan. Number one, it is a switch off from one role to another role. For that, you need to have the right priority and the value associated. So if all this is there, it is slightly difficult, but it's not impossible, and it has to be done. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It will be a beautiful life. I hope you're okay, Ms. Mittal.
Yes, of course. Yeah, sir, as you mentioned, we really want to be happy. I'm sorry, guys, I'm taking a bit of a time here. We really want to be happy. And if we try, sometimes when I meditate, I'm just talking about my personal experience here, when I'm kind of agitated, I try and meditate and I go in a different mode altogether. I'm peaceful. Right. All of a sudden, when you come back to reality, you're agitated again. So that balancing your mind with happiness should be there all the time, which I am not able to achieve. I'm sure most of the entrepreneurs are able to do that, but I am really trying hard, but somehow it doesn't work for me. So
there's a great German philosopher, Arthur Schopenhauer. He made a simple but very pertinent statement. He said, it is difficult to find happiness within oneself, but impossible to find it anywhere else. It's difficult to find happiness. He doesn't say easy. It's difficult to find happiness within oneself, but impossible to find it anywhere else. The more and more our search for happiness is external, you could be disappointed. You could be disappointed. That's all. And the more and more the search is internal, when I say internal, you work on the mind. That's a diet for the mind. As I mentioned, I don't know if you're there when the diet plan, I reveal the diet plan. Express gratitude, but do not expect gratitude. Receive gracefully and give joyfully. Be dependable and not dependent. See, when you're dependable, you are happy by yourself, and you're in a group, in a party, and you're joyful in a party. Mm-hmm. See, those who derive happiness from themselves, That's where it is. If my happiness is not dependent on others, it's like if I'm happy, provided all of you appreciate, then I may fluctuate. I'll be miserable. That's why I always say I'm here to express myself. I'm here to express my understanding. I'm not here to impress anybody.
Yeah.
I'm here to express my understanding to the best of my ability, and I leave it. I'm not here to impress. If I'm here to impress, I'll be the most miserable person. I don't know why Rupali is not responding. I think the Gunjan is on her mobile. Can you imagine that? I can't give a proper master class at all. Just giving you. Don't get me wrong. I'm just using because your camera is on. I'm able to see.
I like the fact that you're attentive. You're very attentive.
Well, Sridhar sir, you've done 7,500 events across the globe. I can understand your attention scope will be to a different level altogether. So Rupali, yes, I think that's what the thing is.
Therefore, just to conclude, many of our desires, we think if I fulfill the desire, I'll be happy. Most of us, when you fulfill a desire, you don't actually fulfill a desire, you upgrade a desire. It could be all that you want to be in a relationship. Now that relationship, now you want to take it to the next level. Now another thing, we are all constantly upgrading our desire, not fulfilling our desire. So you've got to be watchful. That's all I would say.
No,
happiness is possible for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone has questions because it is such a wonderful moment to have you here with us. So come on, girls, just go ahead.
Right, Mr. Sridharan, if I may. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, fantastic.
I'll give it to Jasleen after that. After Gunjan, I'll give it to Jasleen because Jasleen has been actually raising her hands up for a very long time.
So we could give it to Jasleen if you want.
Super.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So much, everyone. Hello, Mr. Sridharan. I am so happy to be here at your session. And in fact, my mom is also listening to this and all of us at home. So talking about balancing life, as you very well explained, I've attended quite a few mind power workshops, talk about managing different pillars of life, say love life, say career, say spiritual, health, all of these. But for all the entrepreneurs present here, I think it becomes very difficult because of the corporate culture that we have these days. Everyone wants you to be all theirs. If you're not thinking about the company after the work hours, they think you are not interested in growing or not concerned for the company. So because it happened with me in my personal experience, there was a firm which I was working with, and my manager, she is a very nice lady, but I think due to this cultured thinking that people have, when the time my shift ended, and I used to ask her or directly leave for home, and she got very upset, and this went on till 1 year, and then finally she asked me to leave the firm. And I had to stand by my decision because, as you said, after you come back home, you are a daughter also. You have so many other responsibilities to fulfill. Now we as employees cannot explain it to everyone what all is going on. My mother was suffering from schizophrenia. So all that we could give them is love and time. So how do we balance that? How do we explain it to them?
You balance that. You are not here to impress your bosses. That's why if that's the scenario, sack your boss, find a new boss.
I did that.
I thought I would do it.
I wish it was so easy.
The thing is, when age is on your side, sack your boss. You find a new boss, and whereby, eventually, otherwise you'll be compromising. You'll be compromising. You leave the work, in a week's time you'll be replaced, okay? In a week's time you'll be replaced. But your role at home as a daughter or as a sister is irreplaceable. So you are there 8 hours, 10 hours at work, give your 120%. But if they expect you to do beyond that, sack your boss. Find a new boss. Okay?
So much for affirming my decision. I am happy about it today.
Yes.
All right, so we'll go to Gunjan now. Gunjan has...
Gunjan.
Yeah, thank you, Rupali. Fantastic session, sir. I heard that you spoke something about life giving you chances, and I feel like that's something that's a concept that I toy around with a lot. I'm somebody who's just made like it's a factory problem that the setting was wrong. That I have a hard time making choices, and I've done a lot of things in my life, right from flipping coins and while it's up in the air, knowing what's in my heart, meditating over it, talking to people, writing it, journaling it. But there are a lot of instances in life when I've figured that the weight of making a choice is sometimes so enormous um, that it conflicts with the idea of how many chances will life give you if you were to make a wrong decision. I would like to hear your
Right.
understanding on this.
I will take the help of Shakespeare. I don't know if you've read Hamlet. There's a portion on Julius on Polonius' advice to Laureates. In the last portion, he says, "To thine own self be true. It must follow as night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man." All that I'm saying is be true to yourself. In case there's a dilemma, there are two aspects. Follow your conviction, which is a strong thought. This is what you want to do. If your conviction is not strong enough, follow your conscience. That little bird in each one of us, that inner voice, every one of us has that inner voice. Something tells you, your conscience tells Gunjan, go ahead and do it. Or it tells, hey, don't do it. I think there's something there. You can't reason with conscience. But the only thing is, your conscience is available only when your mind is calm, not when your mind is agitated. That's why I say, any important choices, try and use the early part of the day. Whatever time you wake up. I mean, you may have to do many choices during the day at work, but very crucial, critical choices, if you have the luxury, use it in the early part of the day. When your mind is calm, your conviction is there, intellect. The intellect is what says this is the right path to do. A confluence of mind and intellect. Or in areas where you can't, there's a confusion, follow your conscience. That inner voice, each one of us have it. If that also is difficult, I would suggest a third aspect. Take the guidance of a wise person. According to you may have some a master or a guru or your parent whom you have trust and faith. And you say, that is why now I always say you should have one connect beyond your judgment. One connect. The best thing is to have that conviction. I am not talking about rigidity here. You have seen the pros and cons, weighed it carefully, and then that is conviction. If that is not strong enough, your conscience, something tells you, hey, be cautious. Don't jump into it. Or something tells you, when I took up to this path 25 years ago, something told me this is what I wanted to do. I didn't know how to explain to others. I don't know how to explain, but it was an inner calling. And if you read Matthew Arnold, he says, for fearless virtue bringeth boundless gain. For fearless virtue bringeth boundless gain. Fortunately, you followed it. I don't know how to answer, but that was my inner calling. Yeah. And it took 10, 15 years of being in this field, 24/7. My day used to start at 4 a.m., goes till 9 p.m., 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 7 years. No weekends, no vacations, no mobile phones for 7 years. So anyway, that's a different story altogether. But number one, conviction, a strong thought from the intellect. Number two, conscience, your inner voice. Number three, guidance of a wise counsel. If you follow these three, you will not, it will be easier. The problem is when ego a person has, their choice could be wrong, but they will follow that. They will not listen to their inner voice. And they could have a wise counsel. They will say, please be cautious, don't get into it. No, look here, I can handle it. I know. So that's the problem. Therefore, let me tell you, choices makes your life. Many times one wrong choice, you could go spiraling down. And many times one good choice will literally lift you up. Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, Uddharet Atmanatmana. You have to raise yourself by yourself. You are your greatest friend and your worst enemy. You could be, he says, you could be your greatest friend or your worst enemy. You are your greatest friend when the conviction is strong, or you're pursuing your conscience, or the intuition, conscience, or a wise counsel. You are your worst enemy when the ego stands up. In the ego, you become a victim of ego. I always say ego, E-G-O, exaggerated glorification of oneself. Exaggerated glorification of oneself. And when you become a victim of ego, you're in trouble, enormous trouble. I mean, so watch out. It's not easy, but they say life is a skill, an art, a technique. You want to learn and practice it. All that we do in my sessions is giving those various techniques whereby eventually it makes you self-sufficient. Eventually. So think about it. You're okay, Gunjan?
Fantastic.
Talking about ego, can I ask? So sometimes something that we think is self-respect moves a notch higher and
right.
out to be ego, and sometimes we don't want to be misunderstood as having ego, and we tend on to lose self-respect. So what is that slight difference?
Ego manifests as self-esteem, not self-esteem and self-respect. Self-respect and self-esteem is right. Self-importance is ego. Self-importance is ego. Self-esteem and self-respect, you have to live up to your self-esteem and self-respect. If your self-respect and self-esteem is tested, is put on, is affected, you got to live up to your self-esteem. You got to live up to your self-respect. I would never say that self-importance is my way or the highway. That's ego, and that doesn't work. See, it is certain values. In my lectures, we have this punctuality. 6:30 p.m. means it starts at 6:30 p.m. No two ways around it. It is. I'm not being. See, it's a respect. It's a self-respect. I respect those who are on time. I'm not a stickler for punctuality, but those who are on time, I understand that's the value they associate. Those who are, there are times when fellow joins 5 minutes before the lecture. That's the value they associate. So self-respect and self-esteem molds your character. Self-importance destroys your character. Destroys your character. You're okay, Justine?
Akriti has.
Yes, Akriti.
Sir, I have a question since.
Yes.
Firstly, thank you so much for the words of wisdom. I mean, it is opening up our mind, like sections of our brains are now sparkling.
I'm glad.
So, my question is something related to my personal experience.
Okay.
So since my childhood, I feel there are duties that I have to do, there are responsibilities that I have to fulfill. So I started working at the age of 12, and since then I'm doing things constantly, making decisions, taking, as you said, making choices and figuring out my path. Like me, there are 8 billion other people on the planet. Everybody is doing their own thing and making their own life. But there is somewhere a question which always bothers me. What is the real purpose of me being alive? What is the real purpose of me living this life that I am living? So if you can.
Right. Question is small, but the answer is has to be elaborate. The purpose of our existence.
Question though, it's a very nice question.
It's a great question, and I appreciate all of you have some wonderful questions. Let me tell you, questions give a direction to your thinking. The right questions give a direction. There was this Nobel Prize winner of physics. In his speech he mentioned, in his speech he mentioned that his mother always used to ask him, when he comes back from school, the mother asked him, the mother never asked him, what did you learn today? The mother always asked him, did you ask a good question today? The mother always, he said, my mother always asked me that way. And as a result, I got into this habit of, see, you're not questioning others, you're questioning to learn.
Yeah.
You're questioning to learn. And so, coming to your question of the purpose of existence. The goal of every goal everyone is pursuing is uninterrupted happiness, unbroken bliss. You do various things, could be your work, your relationships, or for what? You want to be happy eventually. Eventually, you want to be happy. It is that's why I'm saying. So, what happens? We think when you're fulfilling a desire, you are going to be happy. That's the problem. We entertain a desire. See what happens when you entertain a desire or fulfill a desire. The agitations you had in fulfilling the desire subsides. It could be, I don't know, you want to buy a new ornament. You've seen it online, you've gone to the showroom, everything. There's so much of thoughts or the associated with buying the ornament. Now you bought the ornament, the desire is fulfilled, it subsides. You may use it once or twice in a year. What happens? You again pursue another desire. This is what is happening. I always have this notion. It is what if you can answer this question to yourself: what you want now is not what you really want. If you say, if Akriti says, "This is what I want this project to happen," and if it goes in there, that's what that project is granted. Then another pandemic comes in. No. I want the project to happen, but there should not be a second pandemic. It is all that they say. What you want now is not what you really want. So find out what you really want. And if you find out what you really want, you will understand that I am looking for uninterrupted happiness, unbroken bliss. That's what you're looking at. Through various roles, through various desires, nothing wrong. Go ahead and do it. But understand happiness is an internal phenomenon. It is through external pursuits you try and fulfill something internal. These masters highlighted the purpose of existence is for us to merge with the divinity. That's or to gain or become one with our source, which is the God principle. They say it is. That's why we all have the physical body, mind, and intellect, plus the divinity. Each one of us is a combination of spirit and matter. You use the matter equipment, which is your body, mind, and intellect, to become one with the spirit, which is the divinity in us. That is the purpose of our existence. That's the reason in the yogic culture, you have this jnana mudra. You must have seen a lot of people in meditation. Correct. The way Rupali says, the 3 fingers. Correct. That's how. 3 fingers represents body, mind, intellect. And the fourth finger is your ego. Rupali, you can't talk to me that way. Okay? You can't. Nobody he says when your ego is sticky, you will not say, "Don't talk to me, you don't use this finger and all." No, Mittal, that's not the way you deal with me. All the time, that's the ego. This is the ego. And this is divinity, the thumb. They say, without the thumb, these 4 fingers are useless. So entire purpose of existence is to use the body, mind, intellect, sharira, manas, buddhi, to deal with the ego, the ahankar, as there is a ahankar bends and connects with divinity. This is the purpose of existence. It was all alag. Now it's a circle, it's infinity. It's infinity. That's the purpose of existence. If through every experience, you're able to diminish a certain aspect of your ego. I'm saying self-importance, not self-esteem, not self-respect. We are able to diminish a certain sense of self-importance and ego. And slowly, you are getting nearer to divinity. The signs are, there will be a sense of wonderment. You've lost that sense of wonderment. You go to a beautiful garden. Do you wonder at the nature? I don't know if you've been to Lake District in England. And William Wordsworth lived there, a great poet. He was going for a walk and he saw in the garden where it says a host of golden daffodils. He writes a poem out of it, a wonderment. You see a butterfly. Sometimes I see a butterfly and I wonderment. What design? What intricate design a butterfly has. Can you imagine each one of us? What a unique design. I'm telling you, that sense of wonderment a child has. A child has a sense of wonderment. But somewhere down the line, because of our wrong thought association in the world, they've lost its sense of wonderment. The more you are getting closer and closer there when there's a sense of wonderment. Almost like, you could be, I was in Mauritius for a year. I remember next to the beach, lie down and a twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. I remember for a week, just there, nobody in my presence, enjoyed that sense of wonderment. The purpose of existence is to unite with the divinity. That's why it's called yoga. Yoga is derived from the Sanskrit root yuj, means to unite, to join. Religion is derived from two Latin words, re-legare, which also means to unite, to join. A meaning, as the suggestion is, we are separated from our divinity. To unite with our divinity is called yoga in Sanskrit, religion in English. So that's the purpose of our existence. By fulfilling all your roles properly, there is a certain sense of a transcendence you'll experience, or contentment. Let me tell you, forget the ultimate purpose, contentment. I wish all of you genuinely experience contentment in life. Friends, contentment is a result of three factors. When there is gratitude to the past, acceptance in the present, and aspiration for a future, you are living a contented life. There is gratitude. When it comes, contentment is thank you. It refers to the past, present, and future. When it comes to the future, comes to the past, you process with gratitude. When it comes to the present, there's absolute powerful acceptance. When it comes to the future, there is a beautiful aspiration. We want to impact 1 billion lives. When it comes to the present, absolute powerful acceptance. When it comes to the past, I process with gratitude. When I share that, it looks very simple, but it was a result of years and years of study and research. I genuinely wish all of you experience contentment in life. When you open your eyes, we all live in one world. Close your eyes. Each one's world is different. And that world, if that world is one of contentment, I'm telling you, you're a blessed soul. And your presence will lend charm to everyone else who's around you. And all that I'm saying is, we are all capable of that.
Just listening to you, we're already kind of rejuvenated and already at peace, and you can actually feel the contentment. Can't we just go on and on with this session? I wish we could.
Session, and of course, let's give him a break. He's been talking for a very long time. Okay. And then we have Ms. Das also. I think she's come to probably address Gurudev ji, so if you can do the same.
Can I take a second before that? Sorry.
I know we still have so many questions, but I'm not going to ask Akriti go on.
Guys, we will have to stop it right here.
It's up to Vipali. I'm here. It's up to them. Up to you guys.
I'm not asking anything else, but I want to thank you so much for giving this answer, because now I will make finding contentment the purpose of my life. Thank you so much.
Excellent. I'm happy, very happy to know that.
Talking of contentment.
Okay.
Jaslene, we will have another session with sir.
We can take this session offline.
Can we? Only if Sridhar sir is ready for that.
Ms. Das, you can just take over from here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, all the pretty ladies and Mr. Sridharan for answering to all our queries. And we really look forward to having another session somewhere soon where we all can attend. And and thank you for the audience. Please stay in the auditorium for the next event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
very much for your presence.
Well, namaskar. Once again and welcome to all of you. This is Rupali Suri. I am the host and I welcome each and every one of you who are watching us. I think we have like millions of followers and millions of people who are watching us today. And yes, this is the third day of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very formal way again, let me tell you, welcome to the TiE Global Summit 2020 presented by Control S. Well, TiE was founded in 1992 by the group of successful entrepreneurs, corporate executives, senior professionals. Over the last 25 years of existence, TiE chapters around the world has become very vibrant platform for entrepreneurs, professional industry leaders, investors, and of course, there are a lot of teachers who are ready to share their knowledge with you guys. This is a great platform of sharing. This is a great platform of learning. This is a great platform to make sure that you have acumened yourself well to further up your business and projects. It's a place where you can strategize yourself, and that is why we get so many acumen people here up on a platform like this. I'm so sorry, I'm always used to talking on stage, and this is like how pandemic has changed the entire concept where it has got you on screen. Every time I am just thinking that I am on stage and I am with you guys talking and interacting with you. But I'm sure the audience is going to feel that live session in a very fruitful way where you can unleash a lot of integrities and the nitty-gritties that is required to know and further their entrepreneurship. So, sir, I will now, just a minute, sir. Well, now it's time to actually talk about digital ecosystem approaches and opportunities. Yes, it is now time to discover the opportunities that you have in the digital world. I am also aloof a little bit about this because I come from an industry which is related to fashion, which is related to entertainment. Being here, listening to these experts widens up my knowledge. So we have with us Mr. Varde Pandey. Welcome to you on this summit, on this beautiful summit of exchanging and empowering knowledge. I am looking forward to the digital exploration that we have in this generation. Please enlighten us.
Thank you, Rupali. Namaskar, everyone. And thank you to TIE and the organizers for putting together this fabulous summit, which I believe is the largest entrepreneurship summit in the world. Wow.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have no idea. We have about 40,000 registration. We have like some 350 speakers. In fact, more speakers this point of time. We have some 500 plus one-on-one session. So we have so many people coming under this one roof, talking, exchanging their knowledge. I'm telling you, as somebody who's not, I'm from an entertainment industry, coming and being with you guys, it is enlightening me, it's empowering me and giving me so much knowledge. I think by the end of this 3-day session that I've had, you can ask me any question, I would know. I'm looking forward for your session.
Great.
Very easily.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rupali. So as Rupali said, I'm Varad Pandey. I'm a partner at Omidyar Network India. We are an investment firm focused on social impact. We invest in early stage startups as well as non-profits which are working on creating positive social impact in India. It's great to be at this session, and I'll take the opportunity to say a few words and introduce our speaker, Mr. Satyanarayana, who has been an inspiration to me and many others who are seeking to build India's digital future. I also wanted to broadly introduce the concept of open digital ecosystems, which really is a new way of thinking about the design of tech platforms for public good. For many of us today, our digital lives are as important as our physical lives. And this has been especially true in the year of COVID-19, of course, where majority of us have conducted our lives essentially digitally.
Absolutely.
And just as India has built physical infrastructure like highways and cities to support the growth of our economy and the needs of our population, we are now in an era where we are putting in place digital infrastructure, which will essentially be our digital highways. And the open digital ecosystem approach really is a way of thinking about India's digital infrastructure in a way that maximizes benefits and minimizes risks and harms. And we believe that moving from a world of siloed vertical systems to an ecosystem approach is really important here. And Mr. Satyanarayana will talk about that. The ODE approach, broadly speaking, we say has 3 layers. The first layer is what is the tech layer, which is really the digital platform. And the word platform, of course, is well understood. India is now coalescing around the shared understanding of the tech platforms They need to be modular, they need to have open APIs, they need to be open source, interoperable, all of these terms that many of you in the tech industry would be familiar with. And in this, we are becoming a global leader, and we should be proud of it. India's platform builds like UPI, India Stack, they are really becoming the envy of the world. And Mr. Satyanarayana will talk about some of the other examples as well. But in addition to the tech layer, there are two other layers which we think are really important. And we call these the non-tech layer. One is, of course, governance, which is really about how will these platforms be managed and maintained? Who is responsible for maintaining this digital infrastructure? Government, private sector, PPP mechanisms. Who should own and operate them? How should economic value be distributed through these platforms? What is the recourse for users, consumers, and citizens when they have grievances? Just like we have speed limits for road safety in the physical world, we will need to tackle a lot of these issues, especially around use of data, data privacy, security in the digital world as well. So this is the second layer of ODEs, the governance layer. And then there's a third layer, which we call the community layer. And the community really is folks like you, entrepreneurs, who will build solutions on top of the digital platforms, and as well as end users of these solutions, who will thrive and benefit from the creation of these platforms. And entrepreneurs really play a very crucial role in realizing the full potential of these ecosystems. While the government can build the digital rails, it is entrepreneurs like you who ultimately build the business models and the solutions for consumers on top of this infrastructure. And there are plenty of examples. I'm sure some of you are in the room as well. Mr. Satyanarayana will enlighten us on some of the areas like the National Digital Health Mission, where there are very interesting approaches being promoted now to attract entrepreneurs around it. The key point for us is therefore that ODEs, or open digital ecosystems, have the potential to unleash transformative impact at scale, but they also pose challenges and risks that need to be addressed. And so an integrated way of thinking about all these three layers of ODEs, the tech platform, the governance, and the community, is very, very important. And this is where visionary thinkers like Mr. Satyanarayana, our speaker today, come in. They have already paved the way for India by putting in place many of the building blocks of our digital infrastructure. These keystones include foundational digital ID like Aadhaar, which has become a part and parcel of all our lives, the Digital India Mission, and the India Enterprise Architecture. In all of these, Mr. Satyanarayana has played a leadership role in his positions in the state as Secretary of MeitY and as Chairperson of UIDAI. He has continued to be a thought leader even after leaving government in shaping India's digital ecosystems as one of the chief architects of India's National Digital Health Blueprint, which has formed the basis for the National Digital Health Mission. And he's currently leading a very exciting working group where I'm privileged to sit with him on developing the agriculture digital ecosystem for India. As the chief advisor of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the World Economic Forum, he's also now guiding both the public and the private sector entities in helping further scale these population scale digital ecosystems. So without further ado, Satyanarayana Garu, I would love to invite you to make your remarks. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Varad, for that generous introduction. And let me just start by sharing a screen. Yeah, so thank you. And it's always a pleasure for me to be back with TiE and the largest virtual conference happening 3 days. My contacts with TiE go back to 1999, almost 20 plus years now. I had been to your event several times in various capacities like Secretary IT in Government of Andhra Pradesh and later as Secretary to Government of India in Delhi. So I visited the Valley several times and participated in your events, and it's always a pleasure to come back and share some more thoughts. So next few minutes I'll be just giving an overview of what is happening at the national level in India what big things are happening, and what are the opportunities arising out of these. So let me throw up a few trends as I see them. See, the government of India, especially various major ministries, there is a thrust on the public digital platforms and the ODE concept that Bharat just explained so nicely in the introduction. So that's one exciting thing that's happening. Then secondly, the industry itself is shifting from a service oriented development to products and platform thinking as of now. That is the second major thing. And the third is progressive data regulatory frameworks are happening. If we just go ahead digital in a big way without the guardrails as Bharat was mentioning, so there is going to be a downside to it and there may be unforeseen consequences. So we need to go in a cautious way, and for that a number of regulatory frameworks are in the offing. So a combination of these three is really going to enable us to leapfrog to the next generation. Let me just talk a little bit about these concepts. First one is the what are the enablers? If you look at, we're talking about a digital economy, $1 trillion digital economy opportunity in front of us by 2025. So the first and foremost thing is being open and being digital. So open digital ecosystems, from systems to ecosystems. No longer at the national level we're thinking of systems, but thinking of ecosystems. So what are the ecosystems that are evolving? I've just got a one slide view of that. Importantly, on the top layer, you can see the digital ID, otherwise also called Aadhaar in India, with 1.27 Aadhaars having been issued already. And I had the privilege of being the chairman of this organization till last year. And we know the kind of difference it made in terms of several, cashless and presence-less transactions happening. Second one is, major one is digital payments through UPI and the entire ecosystem there. And as I'm talking, again, there is a national digital health mission that's going on to build the health ecosystem, digital health ecosystem. It was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. You are aware that the announcement came on 15th of August, our Independence Day last. So this is a kind of and I happen to be chief advisor to the National Health Authority in this area also. Then education, very interesting thing is happening. A very large ecosystem is building up, which is called NDR, National Digital Education Architecture, NDR, which is at an advanced stage of design, and the report is expected to come out by end of this month. And 2021 will see the implementation of these two also. Then in terms of health, we are doing it already, pilot implementation in 6 union territories. Since this is the first, it was the first to go. Then in the agri also, a project called IDEA, India Digital Ecosystem for Agriculture. So that is also at an advanced stage. And similar efforts in rural development called RIDEA, Rural Integrated Development Ecosystem Architecture, and employment and logistics as well. Just to give a nutshell, in a nutshell, the major initiatives going on in India at this point of time. So if you have the ecosystem laid out very clearly, then the progress becomes, with all its attendant standards and rules of engagement and so on, things become much more easier and manageable that way. And to kind of create an overall framework, we have come up with this India ecosystem architecture. The version 2.0 is being designed, and our target is by Jan we put it out. So this is connecting all the dots and creating the set of principles and standards required to be followed for such ecosystems. It's agnostic to any domain. It can be used in any domain. So it will also open up a lot more sectors from systems to ecosystem level. And the third point is the kind of governance frameworks about data, the progressive approach to data. One is the Personal Data Protection Bill, which is in front of the Parliament right now, and the committee report of experts on non-personal data. It was headed by Chris Gopalakrishnan, and it is also in the pipeline. And also a nice architecture, sleek and simple architecture called Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. So how do we leverage the power of the data and at the same time protect the people who own that data? So this is trying to address some very interesting areas. So Deepa is also there on the, in the pipeline. So these are the emerging things, and a kind of a pictorial version of what Varad described earlier, the three-layer approach to open digital ecosystems. At the core is the digital platforms, and the layer of community, and finally a layer of governance. So since he has already explained it so eloquently, I'm not going to spend more time on this, but it is necessary for us to go in a structure. This is going to be kind of path breaking even for at a global level, I would say. Then just a few specific sectors. It is assessed that it will unleash or unlock about $700 billion worth of economic impact in various sectors, like in the health and talent and urban governance, agriculture, land justice, social justice, etc., and several other sectors. Let me just spend half a minute to give you a flavor of. See, the important thing is that this entire ecosystem, one very, very important component is the emerging technologies, the role that emerging technologies can play. We can make a whole lot of difference to that sector using emerging technologies like AI, ML. And incidentally, the World Economic Forum, for which I'm chief advisor, also at this point of time, has the C4IR, Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. How do you use emerging technologies in a responsible way is the goal of this organization. And currently we are working in agriculture, healthcare space. Let me just give you a flavor of that. In the agriculture, how do you manage precision agriculture? These concepts are all not new, but not too old. Traceability. All these are addressed here in this ecosystem approach using emerging technologies. A similar thing in the health sector, you can say that whether it is population health, whether it is individual health, whether it is health systems or pharma and medtech, lot of game changers can be introduced using emerging technologies. And this is a snapshot of the various things going on in this space also. So I would just mention that really we are at an exciting time, and not only for India, but for the whole world. So the slogan going forward is solve for India, solve for the world. So because India has such a scale, almost like a global scale. So it's very optimistic, very positive at this point of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a great overview, and especially great to hear from you, since you've really built some of these building blocks and are continuing to spend your energy to take this work forward. I'll invite participants to share their questions, and the team can pass them on to me. In the meantime, I'll start with the first one, sir, which is that can you say a little bit more about how entrepreneurs can plug into some of these platforms today? Because I think we are speaking to my guess is that your presentation has inspired many of our audience today about the possibilities, but what is the practical way in which they can fit in and contribute?
Yeah, thank you, Varad, for that very insightful question. Actually, the idea is that the public sector alone cannot. There's a limit to what it can do in terms of adding value or making a huge difference or innovation space. So idea is to how do you open it up? How do you unlock the potential in a appropriate manner? So it happens in several ways. One is creating the the standards, interoperability standards and defining them for the ecosystem, for each of these ecosystems. I've shown those globes, about 9 of them, yellow globes there, in various sectors, what kind of ecosystems. So defining the rules of engagement itself is as a government, don't do anything more, just tell the contours of the architecture, specify the standards and how interoperability can happen, and then lay down the rules of the road or rules of engagement for various players to chip in, plug into the system, and then start giving their services is one way. The second important way is a sandbox environment where the entrepreneurs can just again have an environment where they can test out their solutions. For instance, sandbox.ndhm.gov.in. In the health sector example that I gave earlier, already the sandbox environment is live from about 4th week of August, and we have received close to about 400 entries into that sandbox. Almost 300 plus of them have been cleared also for actually building the solutions. So 2 routes. One is, to respond to your question specifically, 2 possible routes exist. One is basing on the ecosystem and the standards. Entrepreneurs can just go ahead and design their solutions, number 1. Number 2, they can also take advantage of the sandbox that is being created for each sector. So that way it will be, and then once it is cleared in the sandbox, they can just go into the market straight, and they will have no hassles in connecting up properly because the access to all the APIs is given through the sandbox environment.
Great, Noam. Just want to recognize that this is a real paradigm shift in the way things are being conceptualized. The idea of a sandbox where it's really an invitation to come and partner in a practical way. And I'd urge the audience to look at the website that was mentioned, sandbox.ndhm.gov.in. It explains in very, very clear terms how you can integrate your systems by partnering with NDHM's APIs. It also provides you a test environment for the consent manager, for various other tools that are being developed as part of the NDHM. It's really fascinating, I think, that approach which has been taken and the potential it has. And I think a similar approach will be taken in other spaces as well. There is another one I'd just like to call out for the benefit of the audience, which is the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, also launched a regulatory sandbox. Financial services, as you know, is a highly regulated area. So within the purview of the RBI, there is something called a RBI's regulatory sandbox. The first theme they've chosen is on retail payments. There's a process for which you can apply to be part of that. They're taking a cohort-based approach, and they have recently, I think in November, they have announced their first cohort focused on retail payments, and you'll find both on the RBI website and a lot of news coverage around the kind of solutions that are being tried out. Now, I think this whole approach of, as you said, reimagining the role of the central entity, often a government entity, to think of not thinking of themselves as a solution provider, but actually as an enabler and facilitator, and not just the language of it, but actually providing practical places like the sandbox or ndhm.gov.in, where you can come and integrate and try out whether it works for you, and then decide to proceed further, is very, very inspiring. So that's great to see. You're also working, sir, on the agriculture piece. Would you like to say a little bit more on how you are conceptualizing that, especially from the point of view of entrepreneurs?
Sure. In terms of the agriculture, we have what is called IDEA, which I mentioned briefly earlier, India Digital Ecosystem for Agriculture, where the idea again is to create a set of principles and standards, and also the various ecosystem players identifying and defining their roles, and also putting in place a set of rules of engagement. So, and let the game go on afterwards. So, as you say, the role of the government will be minimal, so to say, and it will be more of an enabling role. Create the necessary enablers, put them in place, and the rest will be taken care of by the industry and the entrepreneurs, basically. So that's one thing that's happening. As I mentioned, because of some kind of distractions, otherwise would have got the report out by now. But pretty soon it will be. Then another major initiative we are doing from the forum side, the World Economic Forum. I'm doing two things at the same time. The previous one is for the government of India. Will come up with the idea, India Digital Ecosystem Architecture. On the forum side, we have a very interesting, exciting project called AI for AI. That means AI for Agriculture Innovation in collaboration with the Government of Telangana and the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. So the entire supply value chain of agriculture is being addressed. How can emerging technologies be used responsibly to make a huge difference in the crop planning stage, in the smart crop farming stage, and also in the post-harvest stage as such, and the data governance side. So we have 4 streams working currently. About 100 members from the industry and startup community are working with the forum to define all these rules of engagement and protocols. So it's an exciting thing happening on both fronts, the ecosystem front as well as the emerging technology front. Bharat.
Great. Is there a research the audience can learn a little bit more about AI for AI? I don't know if there is, then you can share that with the group. Because it certainly sounds like you're taking the most cutting edge technologies to a space where really it could benefit, given that nearly half our workforce, country's workforce is in agriculture and so on. But I think we all will eagerly look forward to that when you have that ready.
Yeah.
Great. The other question, just again, sort of some questions are coming in. One was just the the regulatory environment is also evolving as a result of some of these ecosystem plays. You talked about it a little bit in your presentation around the personal data protection bill. There's also a committee which is developing the framework for non-personal data, which has submitted a draft report, and it's out in the public domain for comments and consultation. So lots of activity happening on the regulatory front. How should entrepreneurs view all of this, right? Because obviously, regulation is good, but sometimes regulatory overreach can also be a hindrance to entrepreneurs. How should they think about regulation of these platforms and so on?
Yeah, so there is, regulation is like a double-edged sword, I would say. That, it's required. It's not as if that you can do away with regulation as such. Some people, there was a time when, regulation was a avoidable thing. People are afraid of it, and, I wish I didn't have this regulation, I would have gone faster. But if you see the long haul, the vision we should be heading to, it is not deployment of technology, development of solutions, products, is fine, platforms, etc. But at the same time, we have to see what is in the overall interest, long-term interest of the society. There should be also certain, precautions and safeguards while doing this. So it's a responsibility in the design, development, and deployment of technologies. So I would say it's not an age-old thinking of regulation, but agile regulation, I would say.
Right.
And it's described more like developtory, regulation. Development plus regulatory environment we need to have. A combination of these two, hybrid of development on one side, regulation on the other side. Developtory is a new term that is being given. So we need not be worried that something will stop our work if you create a great idea. It's going to be supportive of that.
Great. I believe we'll very shortly, but I know you have a long-standing relationship with the TIE folks. Is there any final words you want to say to the entrepreneurs who are joining today?
Again, I want to thank TiE for inviting me. for this exciting event. And really, we are in great times. I have been watching it for almost 30 years. The evolution of the entire digital and technological journey of the world, and it's always exciting. Always there is something that's happening and exciting, and events like this really create more enthusiasm and more traction, so that we are all aligned in the same way of thinking and make a difference to the world.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your time and, as always, your generosity. I'll just end by putting two, for those whose curiosity has been piqued by this session, please do visit a website called opendigitalecosystems.net. That is opendigitalecosystems.net. It has a whole bunch of very useful resources on this approach, on the ecosystem approach that we discussed today. And both Mr. Satyanarayana and I will be happy to engage with any of you who want to go deeper on it. And also the other website which we mentioned earlier, which is sandbox.ndhm.gov.in, which is really the effort to integrate entrepreneurs with the National Digital Health Mission, the exciting new opportunity which has come live this year. So with those words, thank you everyone for having us. Namaskar, and over to you, Rupali.
Thank you and all the best.
You're on mute, I think. Rupali, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Satyanarayan. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Yes, the entire world is now going digital. I think we are, as I rightly said, that I'm so used to being on stage, and now doing everything in a digital platform makes me feel very different. But this is how life is right now. And yes, it has also made it very easier at the same time. And thank you for exploring the ideas and giving wonderful insights like what you just did. And the conversation was fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Pandey. You were excellent. I think the knowledge that you have, I think you can't beat that also. It's superb.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and all the best again.
Thank you so much. All the very best. And please take care of yourself. Stay safe. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, once again, this is Rupali, and I welcome you one more time. This is the TiE Summit 2020. I can hear
Thinking Big is happening.
Sridhar, if you can just mute for me, because yeah, thank you so much. Well, yes, TiE is all about entrepreneurship, all about investors. There's so many aspects under one facet to it. But you know why I think about why do you join TiE? In fact, I think you should join TiE because it's the largest network for entrepreneurs, mentoring and strong linkages for investors, networking, building connections at events, education, startup, learning, partners in policy making, domain expertise. I think there are so many variants to it that TiE has got some experts together for all of us here so that we can learn, we can have some exposure. In fact, some knowledge that we can gain from these experts here would be fantastic. Well, my audience is waiting for you guys. They all want to know that what it takes to to build high performance leadership. Yes, the next conversation, the next discussion is going to be about building high performance leadership and how to achieve this. Yes, we have some experts on the panel who are going to discuss this with you, who will share wonderful insights with you. You're free to ask your questions. You're free to make yourself available for any pointers that you want to note down. But make sure do not let this go waste, because this is an extremely important session where it comes about how the high performance leadership comes into picture. And building a high performance is not easy because you have to build it from the scratch. Well, to moderate this entire session, I have Dr. Madan Mohan Rao from Your Story. If I can, Madan Mohan Rao. Oh, I just lost him.
He might join back.
I just introduced you, yes, for moderating this entire session about building high performance in leadership. I have Dr. Madan Mohan Rao from Your Story. Hello, Dr. Rao. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rupali. Hello, Raj. Hello, Pulala Gopichand. Can we start now? Ready to go?
Yes, the session is over to you. We are looking out for a very healthy and a nice vibrating discussion here. Looking forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Rupali, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our outstanding panel discussion today on building high-performance leadership. Given the volatile conditions that we are living in right now, it's very difficult for leaders to recruit, coach, mentor, groom, and retain members in their teams. Leadership is very important, whether you are in business or sport or education or government, but it's not always easy to manage different changes in culture, generation, aspirations. So to take a look at what we can all learn from the world of sports and the world of business, we have two outstanding speakers with us. We have, first of all, Pulala Gopichand. Hello, Gopi. He's the Chief National Coach for the Indian badminton team. He's won a range of championship awards, including the Arjuna Award, Dronacharya Award, Padma Bhushan, truly distinguished player here. He also runs the Gopichand Badminton Academy, which has produced several badminton players, including, as you guessed it, Saina Nehwal and PV Sindhu. Welcome, Gopi. Also joining us is Rajshekhara Yaryagada, who is the Managing Director of People Combine. He has been in education management and consultant for over 2 decades now. He has promoted dozens of schools in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities across India and has won a number of awards as a business leader and as a game changer. So my first question to both of you gentlemen is, during this pandemic, what are some of the key attributes of leadership that have helped people succeed? What are some of the qualities of leadership during crisis? Let's begin with you. Gopi, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Madan. Very good evening to all of you. For us in sport, this has been a very difficult year. For many of us, the careers don't last as long as other careers. So if you are a sports person and if you're at your peak, it could last maybe 2 or 3 years. And in that time, if you lose a year's time, it's a significant amount of your career which you have lost. So for many athletes, it's pretty depressing to be in a scenario like that. But sport and sports persons are ones who are able to take a lot of defeat, a lot of failure and resilience. And that aspect has come to the fore now, because there are many players who would have finished off their careers or significantly reduced their careers at the end of that year or year and a half, which we have lost because of the COVID scenario. But equally, there are many others who would have come back stronger and worked on their weaknesses to bounce back stronger at the end of the COVID scenario. So for me, it's the individual trait of staying patient, having faith, and also enjoying the process, not only looking at the goal, which is an important aspect in today's day, and especially true with this kind of scenario where we are today.
Thanks, Gopi. How about you, Raj? Now, resilience, we just heard about the importance of resilience. The education sector has taken a massive hit also during this COVID. We still don't know when schools and colleges will be back to normal, when parents will be happy and confident and secure in sending their kids to school. What is happening in the education sector, Raj? Can you share with us how leadership is affected in the education sector?
Yeah, I'll talk about education sector, but also applicable to everywhere. See, what is happening is, as Gopi said, that a lot of people, maybe sportsmen or anybody actually. So what happening is there is no clarity in what is going to happen in next 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. So everybody lost their confidence in their own perspective and in the company perspective because of the crisis what we have experienced and this thing. So for example, they see some of their colleagues in counter companies, other parts, they're losing jobs. Though they are in a stable company, they got feeling that stress and this thing, that anxiety, stress and that kind of thing, which will lead to performance issues and this thing, health issues. So one of the key factor is the leader should instill confidence in the team always, but bit more during the crisis time. And also leaders should influence them rather than using the authority. So during this time, every time it is important to influence the people, but crisis time it is more influence rather than authority. And leaders also continuously look to tap the new opportunities which are born because of the crisis. So that will help them manage their teams and this thing. What I mean is leaders who can convert the crisis into opportunity. That would be great for the company and also for the teams.
Thank you, Raj. Yes, you must see opportunity in adversity. That's a big quality of leadership. Now, in the beginning, I very briefly introduced both of you, but Raj, can you tell us a bit more about what is some of the work you're doing these days? What are some new projects you have in the coming year? What can we expect to see from your company, Raj?
Yeah, just briefly, we were managing Oak Ridge schools. It's the largest IB school chain in the country. And we have the largest IB school in the country. So we recently exited from that model. So now, just before the COVID, I would say accidentally lucky. And now the COVID has given new opportunities. So new thoughts and all these things. Now every business model is looking towards gravitating towards technology. So we are looking 1 or 2 opportunities in EdTech. My colleague is working on that, on the EdTech opportunity. I'm helping him. I'm assisting him on that. So then we have a foundation. People Combine Foundation. We do a lot of foundation activities. So one of the activity during the COVID we have done is we have contributed some money to the government. Beyond that, what we have done is when we see the migrant workers problem, so we started working on the migrant workers problem when the people are walking like hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers on their own with the kids and families, this thing. So we created a campaign called Stop the Walk. So which got huge response from all over the country and this thing, especially the regions of Telangana and Andhra. And we have helped around 7,000 migrant workers to board them into buses. There were no trains at that time. So arranged special buses to reach their destination from Hyderabad to Orissa, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, up to the place of Northeast. And in return, we got some of the people from Guwahati to Karimnagar. So that's one of the things we have done from the foundation thing.
Thanks, Raj. How about you, Gopi? What are some activities you're doing at the Badminton Academy and outside as well? Any updates you can share with our readers on what you're doing today, what we can expect from you next week, next month, next year?
For me, the last few years, post my playing career, which was roughly around 2003, most of the time has been spent at the academy training athletes. We've been lucky over the years. We've got some good results at the Olympic and world level. But also one of the challenges we've always had was to grow it beyond the one center what we had, and also beyond the number of players, because the present model wasn't actually taking care of a lot of players, because as sport, and especially international sport of the highest level, you need to really dig deep and train the same set of players over many years to get the kind of results you do. So we were training number of players, but then it wasn't in the hundreds or the thousands. The sport in the last few years has grown tremendously. And what it basically meant was that we needed to move one step beyond, to have and tap in more centers across the country, and also to produce more coaches across the country, and also to have a system which actually looks to see that whatever knowledge we've gained is dispersed, or which is actually used in various parts, and more players can be trained. So that's something which we've been working with. We're very lucky that with the Kotak Bank, we've been able to start. We will be starting off a center of sports science and coaching, Coach the Coaches program at the Academy in Hyderabad. And also we will be starting off some more centers in Bhubaneswar. Some of the schools we have tied up, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad. So education and sport together is going to be important for the future. That's something which we are very keenly looking at, because parents don't have the time to take their kids to sport, bring them back, take them to school, bring them back. I think it's very important that we need to integrate both. And most importantly, I think over the years, one of the biggest learnings for me personally has been that the influence of sport in a life of a person is huge. And win or don't win medals, I think what you can benefit from sport itself is huge. So for that reason, I think we've looked at, in the last 30 years, we as a nation have grown alphabetically and numerically. But on the physical side, we've actually come down. So one of the areas of work is to ensure that we as a country become more physically literate, and if that's the word to be used, and to see that kids look beyond medals and start looking at sport as an integral part of their life and learning.
Thanks, Gopi. That's a very powerful message. Sport is not just about winning and losing. It's about a way of life. It's necessary for a full holistic life. Now, you mentioned briefly a while ago, knowledge and education. So my next question to you is, how much about leadership can you teach through theory, through books, through lectures, etc.? And what is it about leadership that you can only learn by doing, by being in the field, on the streets, in the field of action, for example? Where does theory end and where does practice begin for leadership? Gopi?
Something as simple as going out on the street and playing. And many of us probably in the 40s or the 50s would probably understand this more than the younger generation, because we had the luxury of going out in the apartment block and playing. And something as simple as that has such great, powerful life lessons. And just I'll take 2 minutes to explain what I think has been such a huge revelation for me. Is that I used to live in Mathushri apartments in Hyderabad, and I used to just throw the bag and go out and play. And we used to call 4 kids. All of us used to sit down or stand and decide whether we want to play marbles or whether we want to play hide and seek or ice boys or some stuff, chore police or something. And just that interaction at that point of time in your life, to collaborate with people, to understand each other, and to actually put your point across in terms of communication, and get this across as something huge. The second thing we've learned is we devise a set of rules. We said there's no place on the offside, so only leg side runs. And that's how it was, like adaptation. Or we make 2 people out of the group into leaders and we decide to follow them, or we are leading them. And much of what we've learned at a young age has been through actually seeing and imitating, which is such an important aspect of learning. things which we actually, this is unstructured play. And out of this, we've learned so much. And if you've played any kind of sport, you would realize if you're playing a football or a cricket, and if you don't pass the ball out to somebody else, after 3 days in the team, nobody is going to like you or nobody is going to take you in the team. And some of the biggest pressures in sport have also come in the gully cricket or in where people taunt you for losing. And it's a big lesson. So for me, equality, I think, especially if you're a rich kid, I think for you to fail is important. And life doesn't actually give so many opportunities for you to fail in a young age. And sport does that repeatedly, telling you that, because you might be rich, you might have the best of cars, but when you're on the ground, the guy who has nothing, and he can whack you. And that is an important lesson in equality. A girl can beat you at running, and then that's an important lesson in learning and equality. So I think the lessons which sport gives are huge. And for all of us, I think if there is somebody who runs a 400 meters in a certain amount of time, in a minute, because he knows what it feels to take a task and finish it. And he's definitely going to achieve that only if he has a discipline and a work ethic, which is important. So for me, I think there's a lot of things which sport can make us learn. And I think these are things which cannot be taught in the sense in a virtual world or in a world outside of sport. And I might be biased towards sport because I see it in and out transforming lives of people and giving them confidence. So I believe sport is very, very important. And for us to be a visionary on the mental side, you first need to explore the boundaries of your physical being. So I think that's something which I think very strongly about.
Very passionate points there. Thanks, Gopi. Let me turn to Raj now. Raj, what is your take on how much leadership can you teach in a classroom or in an office? And what about leadership can you learn only by being out there in the field? Raj?
So a lot of leadership can be learned. Maybe you can say in the classrooms or maybe through books or something it can be learned, but I'll come back to the second point. But first, before that, I completely agree with Gopi that you name sports or anything, whatever it starts at an early age. So it helps a lot. I would say that leadership starts early actually. So that is one of the factors we consider in our schools. Now I'm no more part of the school chain, but what I'm trying to explain you that sports, for example, take like basketball, as Gopi said, giving the pass to somebody and this thing. So you should know that how to help the person who can really take a goal, or how you should know how to influence him, or you should know how to handle the failing. So some 50% of the times people lose matches, 50% of them they win if you take a random number. So in addition to the sports, so there are a lot of other activities in the early childhood either parents or schools can do. Is like, for example, a lot of co-curricular activities like debate, project work, which actually 4 or 5 students can do a project work. So the teacher has sent the project work that 4 or 5 teachers, 4 or 5 students should do it together. And right from grade 1, so parents help some extent, and kids also should learn how to work with others. So this actually I learned from ISB when I'm doing my MBA from Indian School of Business. So all of us do a project almost every day one of the group discussion. And every one of us to rate everyone, including myself. If I have to rate all other 4 members, I also rate myself also. So there is no scope to escape. Everyone will rate us, and every day. So that helps a lot. These are the ways actually you should know how to build a team, how to lead the team, how to work, how to influence, how to handle failures, and also how to handle if there are any people not supporting. Then coming to your second level, what is that you can't get from schools or universities or whatever regular courses or whatever it may be. While doing, you get just passion is not enough. You get a lot of obstacles while doing the movement. Let's say, for example, now we are hit with the COVID crisis. So how to handle it? No school can teach, no business school can teach these kind of things and this thing. This is one thing I feel that the grit. Grit is one thing, which is you can call it as a perseverance or reflection or composedness during the crisis, and all these things you have to learn while working. So these things you don't get in the schools and this thing. And the most important factor than this is human engineering. Human engineering can be a little bit part in the HR or something in some good B schools, but that's not enough. It's a lot of organizations, lot of leaders script that their teams doesn't have ownership, their teams doesn't have loyalty, their teams doesn't meet deadlines. See, I feel there is absolutely no team issue there. Absolutely no team issue. It is all leaders issue. Leaders should know how to build the ownership. Leaders should know how to build the loyalty. Leaders should know how to get things done. So for me, loyalty and ownership are directly proportional to the level of leadership. And loyalty, ownership, and leadership is directly equal to the performance. That's what I strongly feel. And also I believe is to get things done, to get tasks done, don't focus on goals or tasks, focus on people. To get things done, focus on relationship, not an actual goal. That's how you need to build teams to take the ownership. So unless otherwise they take the ownership, nothing will come, whatever the goals you have. That's what I strong. And also,
Thanks,
I just want to add one point,
Yeah.
Madan. So a lot of times we discuss about in organizations. I'm sure Gopi also must be having this kind of thing. We have targets, goals. We have to achieve this 100 this or 50 this, whatever it may be. So we call the teams and tell, okay, this year target is 100, this quarter target is 50, maybe this half yearly target is 75, whatever it may be. So it is very difficult to achieve when goals are instructions. Goals cannot be instructions. Goals are supposed to be mutual. Goals are supposed to be negotiations. You need to discuss with team, get them ready and accept those things. And if required, a little bit fine tune. These are the things you get mostly in the practice, not from the school books.
Thanks, Raj. I've got some more questions for both of you, but there's a very good one which is just coming from the audience, which is, are leaders born or are leaders made? So my question for you, Gopi, is from your experience, how much of leadership is something innate in you, which you're born with, and how much of it can be groomed in you? What is the mix of what you're born with?
I think Raj wanted to answer this. I think I'll let Raj answer this.
Okay, Raj, over to you.
Thank you, Gopi. I just want to, sorry for that, jumping into this thing. Leaders are not born. Leaders can be made. So that lot of things can be learned. A lot of skills are learnable skills. Lot of skills. Only thing what they need to have is a right education to learn, to have the habit of continuous learner. So lot of things can be learned, mother. Lot of things. So I strongly believe, and basic education. If they don't have basic education, that's a challenge. Basic education and little bit of attitude. So that is important. Every skill can be learned. Every skill. That's what I strongly believe.
Gopi, you want to add to that? Born or made? Are you happy with the answer?
I am happy with the answer. I think as much as a lot of things can be learned, and a lot of things, it's a dynamic process which involves a lot of heart and feeling. But also there is something which I would call also an opening balance. I think some people learn things easily. Some people have an interest to learn things, and that's also important. So for me, I think situations and what people come out is important. But I think most important is the fact that you're in it for the long run. The people who persevere with and have an attitude of learning and moving on, and not staying with either failure or loss, and continue this journey for a lifetime, can see things happen at some point of time. So I've seen phenomenal players at 13, 14, 15. So I went to an under 12 national championships, And I was not in the top 15, and it was the national talent search competition. So I wasn't the most talented of that group, but I haven't seen any in the talented group actually make it. But that's also the case with many of the times that we miss people whom we call as talent, and somebody else comes out because there's a desire or there is something else in their lives which have actually triggered a response. So you either work with an attitude of love towards your mission, or you work with an attitude of passion. Passion is also not I don't know if it's a Telugu or they call it kasi. So that's the word which I would release. You work with that determination. So in between these two, if the journey continues, you will succeed for sure. And that's I think where we would love to have. You should have a goal or a process or a work which you love, and which you also at some point of time, if you don't love it, but you work because you have to prove a point. So these are two areas which you can keep shifting from, and surely if you're in it for a long haul, you will achieve, is what I have seen.
Thanks, Gopi. You mentioned the word. Sure, go ahead. Yeah, Raj. Yes.
I just want to add one example, Madhul, very interesting example which Gopi, which is interesting for Gopi also maybe. So we have two schools in Hyderabad. So one of the school in Hyderabad is always winners or runners in basketball for last 10-12 years. Last 10-12 years, they are winners or runners in Hyderabad. The second school never participates in basketball tournament. So they participate, they focus in some other games and sports, and slowly they lost the confidence. So they're not participating because they will not even enter into league competition. They'll lose the competition in the first two games itself, and they say they don't want that failure kind of thing. So 1 year, that happened 3 years back, I believe. 3 years back, I sat with the management of the school and given them a goal of in 100 days, most important point, in 100 days, think about how can you make winners from your campus. At least winners. I want to beat the other school. Forget about the entire Hyderabad. I want to beat the other school, our own school. So I told them that it's a day school. Students don't stay in the boarding or something. That means we have less control on them. So I told them that I'll give you every resource, whatever you want. We worked on that. So morning 2 hours. So 8:30 school starts. 6:30 to 8:15 or so they used to practice, and evening after 3:30 to 5:30. So the only thing they asked is to build washrooms for them to get shower and to attend the classes morning after the practice and this thing. Thankfully, we have the washrooms in the swimming pool and this thing. They used to use that washroom. Nothing, no infrastructure added. And the same coach. The only thing what happened is from our side that whatever it may be, Gopi said, the kasi or passion, whatever, that is instilled in the students, in their coaches, in their teachers, everybody, that is instilled from us that you can work and you can get into this thing. And in 100 days, trust me, they beat all Hyderabad schools and they won the Hyderabad cluster competition and played finals against my own school and won against them. It's happened only in 100 days where the school doesn't have confidence to participate in the tournament. So this is all made. These are not born.
Yeah. Thanks, Raj. Gopi, a while ago you mentioned the word failure. And failure is a big part, unfortunately, of the journey of many entrepreneurs and startups. In our audience, we have many founders of startups, aspiring entrepreneurs. What is your advice, both of you, advice or tips for the entrepreneurs in the audience on how to deal with failure, how to plan risk around failure, how to deal with it as an emotional issue, how to overcome it and move on? Gopi, you want to start with that?
Okay. For me, I think there's a lot more you can learn from failure than from success, truly. One is going from failure to failure with enthusiasm is what I would call as success. Going from failure to failure with enthusiasm, learning from mistakes of the failure with enthusiasm is what will lead us to success. Now, the worst case scenario is when somebody does the wrong things and gets good results. That's the worst thing which can happen, because that eventually leads you to a problem which can never be solved. So for me, there's nothing like failure as such. I think it's just part of the process that you've not found the right formula yet, and you have to keep pegging at it till you find the right formula. I say this because with a slight anecdote in my own life, when we were playing badminton in the juniors in the 90s, early 90s, 1991. We had practiced to win All England in 1980. Somehow we didn't believe that any of us in our group can ever become a champion at the world level. But somehow a couple of years later, when I started playing, I started to win. And then there was that bit of confidence that maybe things can be possible. And then 93, 94, I had an anterior cruciate ligament tear of my knee. And then I had another surgery in 94, 96, 98. And then, of course, I finished the career wherever. But people have said that, oh, Gopi, if you didn't have had those injuries, you probably would have been a much better player. Truly today, contrary to what many have said, I do believe that I am what I am as a player and as a coach because of those injuries and failures. And that, I think, has been the biggest blessing for me, whatever I've learned. So I think failures have a lot of value. You just have to look at it long term, and you have to persevere with it even after the failure. And that's, I think, when you'll be able to tell a happy story at the end of it.
Yeah, while Madani, Rupali, you want to say something? You're on mute, Rupali.
Yes, I think Mr. Rao has got stuck. I think there's some technical problem at his end.
I'll take forward.
Well, I think we are more or less like about to. I appeared only because I knew that the session was about to get over. But I must tell you, I was listening to you very carefully. This was one of the sessions that I actually heard so carefully, only because I had some two leaders, sitting and giving their...
Do you tell the same thing to every panel?
No, actually, no. Ask them. I have one question. Yes, Mr. Rao is here. But I'm going to take an initiative to ask you one question, because since this is something coming out personally from me, like when you're talking about, you said about the pandemic has no school can teach how to manage the stress because of, what we are going through in this pandemic. You have to have practical knowledges. You need to have, you as leaders, okay, you are leaders, you have created winners. Gopi sir has created winners. You have created so many winners in your campuses. What are leaders doing themselves to manage this stress in pandemic? What extra thing are you doing that can help us? Because if you leader makers, or winner makers are doing something to handle the stress situation that the entire world is facing, what is that extra thing that you're doing? So if I can take it to Raj sir right now.
Yeah. Rupal, I want to add 1 minute answer to Madan's previous question, but it's very important. There are young entrepreneurs in the TiE and this thing about the failing. So I strongly believe that failing doesn't mean failure. And in the entrepreneurship, there has to be a lot of trial and error has to go. A lot of innovation has to happen. Innovation cannot happen without failure, as Gopi said, failure to failure, failure to failure to success kind of thing. It will not happen. So one thing entrepreneurs need to understand and be with the focused mind that entrepreneurship is not gambling. You need to understand the difference between entrepreneurship and gambling. So entrepreneurship is calculated risk. So you are taking that risk knowing I'm okay, even I lose that bet. Gambler puts, if you are familiar with poker, all in. They put all the money in once. That's it. If they lose everything, they lose. So that is the difference between gambler and entrepreneurs. They take calculated risk. Be aware that, expect that we're going to fail. I might lose this. I'm okay with that. So that to answer Rupali's question, this is also some extent the risk level what we take, we'll be assessing every time. Is that okay if I fail there, right? So how do we prepare ourselves during crisis? How do we engage?
Prepare so many other people. They are all looking up to you and you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what
so
is
one of the thing is bit of recreation that that's a open this thing. But beyond that, so personally, I do help a lot of my colleagues and ex-colleagues. So everybody are going through the stress. And see, I learned leadership while I'm helping others. Because I step into their shoes and I understand their problems and I have to act there and this thing. And when they see, I see their confidence faces when they are achieving their goals, when they are coming out of their problem, that gives me a lot of confidence. Because what I suggested them, what I coached them is helping. That rebuild my confidence during crisis times and this whatever I'm thinking is correct. And sometimes I also fail. There is no this thing, but helping the other teams, maybe my colleagues or my ex-colleagues or maybe known people, whoever it may be. That's a great thing I do, particularly during crisis times.
Wow. Okay. And so, Gopicha sir, if you can enlighten us with what has kept you going in a stressful situation like this, where world was freaking out and losing their pebbles? What were you doing? How did you manage to keep that level up always, and sanity for that matter?
I think honestly, it sounds strange, and I know I say it in an open platform, but this 6 months have been the best time of my life. I have not traveled. I've been traveling for the last maybe 30 odd years. So for me, there's been no travel. I spent a lot of time with myself. I could work on myself physically and mentally. Got time to do things which I've always wanted to. Connected with more people during this time, with a lot of students more, thanks to the platforms. I've been able to actually meet more people and interact with more kids than I actually done. So things have been very productive at my end. And it's actually been, sometimes we always want time. And when we get it, we don't know, but I've really enjoyed it. And I believe that for all of us, I think this is a time where we need to come back. Whenever world comes back to normal, we need to have ourselves in a better shape physically and mentally to take on the challenges. And that's what, as leaders, if we can do to our students, to our friends and family, I think the best gift we can give them is for us to be stronger physically and mentally at the end of this pandemic.
And the last question to you, Gopi sir, what, in simple words, if you can answer me, what exactly is X factor that you look out to make winners, which you have given to the country right now? So I want to know, simple words, what exactly is X factor in a winner?
As a coach, you need to find that person. You need to have the instinct to pick who the horse is and back the horse completely. And that would be very, very important.
Well said, well said. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a wonderful session. It was one of my favorite sessions that I did, and I'm truly telling you this. It's about leadership, and thank you. I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Mr. Rao. You were wonderful moderating this entire
thanks. I thought you cut me off over there, but I think it was my question.
You went off. That is why I had to come off. But yes, it was my sign to also wrap up, because I'm getting a back-end teams signaling me because there's another panel waiting. But this session, this entire panel discussion was fantastic, and to another level. I hope my viewers out there, there are millions of viewers watching you guys, must have picked up the pointer that is needed. And I'm truly honored to be between both of you. Thank you so much. And have a very good time. Please take care.
Thanks, Naj. Thanks, Gopi. Thanks, Rupali. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Madan.
Hi everyone, my name is Madhavi Uppalapati. I'm a charter member at TiE Seattle and TiE Hyderabad. On behalf of TiE Hyderabad, I welcome you guys to this panel discussion, leveraging your board for success. Hema Annamalai is going to be our moderator today. Hema is a serial entrepreneur, currently the founder and former CEO of Ampere Vehicles. She's also the current chair of TiE Global Women Program. She is the former president of TiE Coimbatore. Hema, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madhvi. It's such a pleasure to have all of you in this session on leveraging the board for your success. Lovely evening. It is a privilege for me to meet such wonderful people who so willingly gave their time to us. I just called them and then they all unanimously gave their support for the benefit of this entrepreneurial ecosystem. I have three panelists which I would like to introduce one by one. And this session, we will try to make it as lively, as interactive as possible. We wanted to get a lot of personal anecdotes, experiences for entrepreneurs to gain, people who are listening to this panel. So my first panelist, Hema Ravichandar. Actually, today, thank you, Hema, for joining here. Hema is an all-rounded strategic HR person. She's on the boards of many companies, including Titan, Marico, Bosch. A very balanced person, put people first in her initiatives. It is a privilege, Hema, for me to know you through Sudeep, and thank you so much for making time for us today. And
thank you, Hema.
Thank you, Hema. The second speaker we have today is a very young, energetic entrepreneur who's been referred by one of my mentors, Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram of IDG Ventures. Piyush is the founder and CEO of Lenskart, a very focused entrepreneur, I can say, and he's now heading the company to scale it about 2,000 crores, completely tech-based optical business. He believes that good is not good enough. And his singular mission is actually to deliver vision correction for people using technologies. Welcome, Piyush. Thank you so much for making time. And your story will be very, very beneficial for entrepreneurs who are listening to our session today. And we have none other than Mr. Sudeep Nandi. I think Sudeep, Sudeep, I would just call him as a hidden gem. Many people don't know him. I spotted him a long time ago. He's a MD and operating partner at Chris Capital. He's also on the board of Infogain. He has invested in many, many startups recently. And what differentiates Sudeep from the many mentors that I have come across is that Sudeep never influences his decision on the entrepreneur. He gives all the do's and don'ts, all the ifs, what, why, how, everything, and let the entrepreneur decide for himself or herself to do what is best for him or her. And he is a very enabling type of a mentor that I have seen. So I call him as a mentor ka mentor. Sudeep, it's such a privilege, for me to have you in this session. I think this is the first time I'm actually second time having you in a panel that I'm moderating. Thank you so much for making time for the audiences that are here. Your experiences will be very useful. So the session starts like this. I have Piyush, who's an emerging scaling up entrepreneur. We have Sudeep, who's investing in startups. So he will share about the startup experiences, why startup also should have a board. And we have Hema, who's on the listed board of companies. So she will say what mature companies typically do and how they do. Yeah. So with that small introduction, I would like to start with the panel. We have 40 minutes. So we will use about 30 minutes for a typical interaction. The interaction will go in no order. I will just ask certain questions and then each of you can chip in and value to the question. And then we will also try to take audience's questions for about 5-10 minutes. And then if we have time, I also want to do a rapid fire. I don't know whether we'll have time for that. Let us see whether we have time for that. Okay. So I just wanted to start off, by asking, Sudeep. Sudeep, you have been investing in startups of late recently, and then you have seen the typical nerve of a startup, right? A lot of things they're figuring it out, and they don't know whether they're on the right track or not. Sometimes even if the product is very new, they are, kind of disrupting something which they don't know yet whether the disruption is going to happen or not. So there's a lot of dilemma. So in this kind of a stage of the mindset of an entrepreneur, okay, I wanted you to tell and explain people why is a board required? What is a board? Why is it required? And what are the two things that the entrepreneur must keep in mind when they're actually trying to set up a professional board?
Thanks, Hema. Yeah, thanks for the introduction and the preamble. I think we have to differentiate between different kinds of board for startups. One is the core board, and one is an advisory board. And I think there could be need at times of setting up both. Sometimes the same one board can act as both advisory board and the main board. Having a board, of course, is a legal requirement in India. You need to have for a startup at least 3 members. For a one-person startup, you can have 1 director. And you need to have, the government's new rules have come out in 2013, modified in 2017. You need to have meetings and formally report your results to the ROC. But those are not the real reasons how you can use a board. The topic of the board is how do you leverage and get success from a board.
Sure.
So ideally, you need to have a board because you want people who complement you with different capabilities, different knowledge, different contacts, and can act as a very good sounding board. The board reports, it's an interesting situation because the board, the CEO or the founder, they may be the same individual, reports to the board, but the board is appointed by the CEO and the founder. So it's a two-way thing. And you appoint someone on the board and do that in a way that you can really get something, in a non-invasive and a non-threatening manner, get ideas bounced off. And sometimes you can get, not just ideas for product or market bounced off, we can even ideas about people, who to hire, ideas about when should you raise your next funding. Now, people who are investing in your firm, they will demand a board seat or 2 boards or 3 board seats. Now, they are not really independent. They are they are vested because they have to look after their fund and do something. They won't go against you, but you need to balance that with people who are actually thinking for you as a business. So the board is like I won't say wise old men, because the young board members also are very useful.
Sure.
So I work in a private equity, and we typically have a very supportive board, because the goal is at the end of 3, 4, 5, 7 years, whenever we do an exit, everyone, including the CEO and the founders, make money, right? So we are together hand in hand. So this is a group of wise men who are on your side, who counsel you, advise you, act as a sounding board, ask you difficult questions in a non-threatening manner, right? And take the business forward and are the stepping stone for your success. That is why I need to have a board.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Sudeep. I think this will be very useful for entrepreneurs that are actually thinking of setting up a board, because sometimes a very casual environment sets into their mind. So I said that more than casual approach, I think if you just apply your mind and then get complementary skills, I think it becomes very, very beneficial. Piyush, I just want to come to you right now and then wanted to ask you, because you kind of started Lenskart. India is the blind capital of the world. So the moment you knew that India was the blind capital of the world, you knew the problem, but what did you do? I mean, I just wanted to get, for the benefit of many startups here, many entrepreneurs here, I wanted to understand from you as to briefly, can you tell what, how, why, how you solved this problem of this optical business? Just a bit of a background about yourself, and then.
So when we felt that this is something that we should work on, we tried it. I think we didn't really have any experience with funding or investment or board. And I had never really made a business plan also in the past, and we did not this time also.
I see.
And I already had a group of people who I was working on some other problems. So we just got together and we tried understanding the space, launched a quick website, served a few customers, met those customers, understood what is the problem, read a lot more. There is so much available on the internet. Meet a few people, meet a lot of customers, understand what are the problems. And then one thing led to the other. And we have been I think in the last 10 years, just figuring out why people who are buying, and why people who are not buying. And it's a vicious cycle. At any stage, the stage of the problem could be different, but the problem is still the same. So that's exactly what we did. And rest, everything sort of happened, I would say, by chance, in terms of things happened, and then we used those opportunities and took calls. Decision making was there, and that's how it all started. And we were running it almost, I think, for 1.5 years, till people knocked on the door and said, "What are you guys doing?" And different people had very different idea of what we should be doing versus what we were doing. And then we again took an opportunity where someone wanted to what we wanted to do. That's it.
Very good, because I just have to be with you for one more question, because you raised investments at different points of time, right? From Kedara, from IDG, from TPG Growth and TR Capital, and the latest investments that you raised was from Soft Capital. You raised about 275 million. So at every stage of your business, right, your needs were different. The investors' need are different, right? So my question to you is that how do you work with the scale and the growth of your own business to get your board to be aligned? So what are the things, how did you make things work for you? Because it can be very, very challenging and daunting, because you're also a first time entrepreneur, not that you are not of experience or wisdom. So my question to you is that how did you leverage your board? And please tell the audience here some of your personal experiences, the do's and the don'ts, and just keep it as broad based as possible so that many people can benefit of what you went through, Piyush.
Yeah. So I think first is when you are bringing somebody on the board, if you are in a position to at least discuss and ask them what do they want from your business, and what are their expectations, what are from you as well as from the business, how are they thinking about it? I think, how are you feeling about that person who you are interacting with? Forget about the brand name and everything, because one could have a brand name, etc., but you eventually will have to work with this person. I think these early checks are important, because later, of course, you may land up wherever and then you'll still have to make sure it works. But if you can do some of these early question check whether you like the person, because a lot of times you'll see that what you want to build is not what, and sometimes, it is a very simple question to ask even with your partner or with your own employee. What is your expectation from this business? Why are you investing? And I, till date, even till the last round, I've always asked this question. I remember I was in a car with Sunish, and I asked him, why are you investing in Lenskart? And this is very late stage where they had already decided. Sure. And I was asking why, you are good businesses, why enter a business like. So I think it's important to ask, so that if there is some disconnect, you might as well open that disconnect right then and there and make sure that they know what you know, what you want to do. Because you don't want to do something while you want to use everybody's advice. Entrepreneurs are also crazy people. They have a certain thing that, what they want to build. Like, give you an example, Lenskart, some people may think it is a medical business, health business. I wanted to build I had done enough consumer work to feel I'm going to fashion business. Now you get a investor who from day one is very clear that, you have to get into drugs and pharmacy and all of that. You'll have big problems from the beginning. And you may want to build a profitable, sustainable business, but you could have investors who would say, I need you to burn this much capital and acquire GMV because I want you to raise capital. So I think it's important. Of course, you can't do much beyond a point, but it's important to also trust your gut and feeling. And as much as you can avoid not working, I'm not saying you have to be super picky because you have to raise capital. Sure. And I always still feel when capital is available, at least at early stages, you should raise it. And a lot of entrepreneurs do a lot of dilly-dally on the last 5-10%, which is not worth it. The other, I think, so I have always pretty much as much interviewed our investors and the board member, and oftentimes even discussed with them who I would like to be on the board before even something like this happens. Fortunately, I have had the luxury to do so. And every stage, in terms of aligning the board, I think it is you have to be the driver. I think if you are, it's and it is very similar. I don't think a board meeting or a board is very different from your company. You'll have tens of leaders, and if you have, for example, a chief business officer, if they are not driving the rest of the people, then everybody else drives them. So as long as you are prepared, you know what you want to do, you have addressed the concerns, you have pre-thought what could be the concerns, you are well prepared, you can align. But if you are not sure, you are not well prepared, you are not thorough, then it could go all over the place. And at that point, if you're landing in that situation, you might as well tell, look, seems like I haven't thought it through, right? Give me some time, I'll think it through and come back. I probably jumped into this opportunity too soon. But I think the worst is when the investors are driving your business and you are not driving your business. And for that, I don't just mean investors. I think the same is true for a company also, or for any section of the company. I think it's important to get different investors. I think have different. One thing an entrepreneur also needs to believe is that if somebody has shared even $500, or let me say even $100 in a company, they want good for the company.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody came into this wanting bad for this company. So fundamentally they want good. It's just for one to acknowledge a lot of times and understand what is their perspective. But at the same time, grasp everything and then put together that you have heard everything, take some time to think and go back and says, this is what I hear, this is what I wanted to do, this is what I hear, and this is my conclusion of what I want to do. And I could fail at this, but this is what I want to do, and I think this is why. If you can, I think half of the time, the problem is we are not well prepared. We are not able to, we are not the driver. And suddenly somebody asks a question, we are blank, and then they are driving, and the discussion can go anywhere, and then it usually ends up being a personal problem because you think that everybody is firing at you, but they're actually concerned about the first point, which I said, which is the business. So at that time, I think it is best to go on the other side and be one of them because you are also a shareholder. And if they want something, it's important to see things from their end and understand. I have been in board meetings where I've even said, am I even the right person to run this company for what it wants to do? And it is important that you see that at the end of the day, you want this company to grow, you want this opportunity to be leveraged, and you should always do what is right for that. So I think alignment is up to the entrepreneur. I totally feel I have a varied set of investors, all with very different stages, different mindsets. I have a Chirate who's a very early stage investor, to an individual investor like Ronnie Screwvala, to a global investor like TPG, and then SoftBank, and I even have Kedara, which is for a lot of my investors, we were the first tech sort of investment, both for TPG and Kedara. And you'll be surprised, even when I raised investment from SoftBank, I wrote a long email, probably a 2-page emailer to Masa and everybody saying, this is what I want to do with the business. Are you aligned? And only then it makes sense to do this. Otherwise, it's not that I really need to do this, want to do this. So I think, and it is good because then both times are clear, and at any point, if you have concerns, you can go back to say, this is what you want to do. So that, in summary, I can go on and on, but
very nice. I think
it's up to the entrepreneur.
Absolutely. You just brilliantly summarized that. I think very many times, I think it's a responsibility of the entrepreneur, right? They have to be at the driving seat. You correctly said that they have to maneuver to ensure that they kind of get the alignment done. And if they don't have the alignment, that's where, like Sudeep mentioned, they go to the mentors and then align with the mentors, ask the mentors, have a sounding board and all that, right? So very well answered, Piyush. Thank you so much for that. Hema, I wanted to come to you, Hema, because you have largely been on corporate companies. You have worked with listed companies. Right now, you are on the board of many companies. So I just wanted to find out, typically, because what's the role of the board in a listed company, and what do you think? What do you see as nuanced differences between a PE and a VC backed boards?
Yeah. So, I just want to step back a bit and say that my executive career almost started with a startup. I was, when I joined Infosys, there were 250 people. And of course, though it was many decades ago and maybe the startup scenario is different, but it was a very different kind of a scenario in a startup. And a startup has a board which consists of its own founders. Maybe somebody is a mentor, somebody is an angel investor, the first employee probably of that company. So they all come together, quite distinct from the management committee. And like Sudeep said, you bring in the advisors or the strategic advisors and have a strategic advisory, which somewhere interconnects. But I think the greatest single tipping point for an organization is when it decides to go public.
Yeah.
And when you do your first investor call. And I call it like, because the public perception of your governance, the way you handle different stakeholders, the way you communicate information, all that completely changes. Perception of transparency, etc. I remember our first investor call after we went public and the IPO, and it was an eye-opener. And when we did that in NASDAQ, it was another eye-opener. So I think the protection of the minority shareholders becomes very, very important in a listed company. And that's why you have the independent directors. And a board, of course, will consist of the chairman. It will have the non-independent, executive or non-executive, and it will have the IDs. And when you look at the board holistically, you will have areas that the board should partner in, areas that they should monitor, areas that they should totally stay out of, and areas that they should really take charge of in a listed company. For example, the central idea of the company, the selection of the CEO, how the succession planning of the execution of the company is going is very much a board mandate in a listed company. What they should focus on and monitor, of course, is shareholder value. What they should partner with is strategic co-creation. They can critique, but it is the management's job, it is the executive job to really create strategy, risk appetite, risk resilience, resource allocation, all of that. And what they should completely stay out of is operation and execution. Now, so that I think is a very good framework to keep in mind when you look at a listed company board. And that's quite different from the PE VC backed board, because there the board is actually involved in the entire, especially the board members are involved in the life cycle of their investment in that particular company. So you are a working board, so to say. So while you may continue to do things where you partner, where you stay out of, where you comply, and where you actually take charge of, there is an element of workingness in a PE/VC board through the entire life cycle. And it's really people who, like Piyush mentioned, if I've invested even $500, I'm interested in the stake of the company. Whereas in the public listed, there is the minority shareholders' voice, which is never heard, and hence you have the IDs. So I think that's the first thing. So these are working boards. They are throughout the entity. And they also have to do what Sudeep mentioned, which is business development, strategy formulation, and even fundraising if required. And of course, in times like these, we're talking about the pandemic, they have to keep the lights on. They have to ensure that the operations of the company or the PE/VC backed companies' operations are running. They have to look at both equity health and they have to look at employee health. They have to look at how companies are actually moonshotting or how they are looking at disruptive developments and grabbing opportunities in this space. So I think the PE/VC backed board is quite different from the listed company board. It would do well for PE/VC backed boards to shadow some of the compliance requirements, the partnering requirements, the culture requirements, which are required in a listed company. Because when you go in then to the IPO, you come with credibility of having done that, been there. And you're not doing it for compliance to listing, but you're doing because you already did it and it was in your DNA.
Excellent. I think, Hema, you should come with a book. This will be for startups. I think it will be very, very useful because you've been on the large boards. Very simple techniques, the do's and don'ts. I think if you come out with, it will be a phenomenal resource for entrepreneurs because sometimes they are clueless, I've seen many entrepreneurs come to us and then ask for suggestions, and I feel sometimes you feel very sorry for them. It's just that, because I have, mentors around me who can help me out, but they're all coming from very smaller cities. Don't know much about it at all. So definitely, through this panel, we are making a request to you, Hema. I think you should come with such a book because it will benefit people. Very simple for Indian audiences. I think Indian startups need your help. Okay. So
I just want to make one additional point here, Hema, is that, so like Piyush mentioned, you must be very clear what your board comprises of. Yeah. Whether it's VPC, whether it's a VC-backed board or whether it's a listed board, the competencies that you require. And if you look at studies now, the number of people with digital skills, number of people with cybersecurity skills, HR, human capital skills. When I joined the Marico board in 2000, mid 2000s, they were one of the first companies who invested in a human capital person. But now the number of people who really want, so you need to have a board which looks at the skill sets. You also need to have a board which has excellent chemistry. And my belief is that chemistry will not happen by serendipity. It's systems and processes that build behaviors and culture.
Absolutely.
And in a VCP backed board, you have to build those systems and processes. So you have to have good charters, you have to have good roles, you have to have a good gravitas chairmanship, whether it's the ID, whether it's not the ID. You have to have minute taking, you have to have member secretaryship, you have to have action taken reports, responsibilities, who holds that responsibility, transparency from the leader in terms of, opening up the senior management to the board. And the board not just coming in quarter by quarter or just looking at their money, but looking at holistically the development and partnering. So all of this is important. And of course, like Piyush said, the MD or the CEO or the founder's ability to extract the best of the board is very, very, very critical. And not everybody is naturally that. Some people are more technocrats. Some people may be more introverts. And that ability, if a chairman or a lead independent director in the VCP backboard can give that help and mentorship, it will go a long way in leveraging that board.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said, Hema. Excellent. Sudeep, I want to ask you one question, Sudeep, is that, sometimes how do you maintain a culture of open dissent in boards, right? Sometimes it can be very, very challenging. Sometimes you have entrepreneurs getting influenced, egos coming in the way. So how do you have that culture of open dissent in organizations, in boards particularly?
I think it's very important to make sure that you have a lot of beer available after the board. To be serious. I think it's a learned skill. I think constructive confrontation is what is very important, because in the firm where I work, the private equity firm, everyone has a vote for every investment. Even if you have joined yesterday, you're an associate, you can actually say no to the partner but justify why you say no. Because the ROI is too little, or because the risk is too high, or the entrepreneur is not good enough, or whatever. So the mood is set by the CEO on the one side in the company and the chairman in the board. That what is discussed here, you please speak your point, give the debate, because the more open the confrontation based on logic, it's against the issue and not the individual, right? It's something that's got to be, like Hema said, it's not happened by serendipity, it's got to be worked on. You got to create that culture, give the point, give the whole thing. So that debate is something that's very important in the board. So one of the things that you should not therefore do is don't appoint your good friend and your father or your brother or your uncle or aunt in the board because you can control them, or they'll do what you want to do. That's the wrong thing. Then you're not getting the value out of the board.
That's right.
As Piyush rightly did, I think no matter who the investor, you are keen to get their money. They are also as keen to invest in you because they think you are on a right highway. So you have a right. Interview is a two-way process. They interview you, you interview them. Right. Likewise, as the board members, select the board members, spend time doing that. Right. And then you see that is the person who's going to ask me tough questions. And the tough question should be, the one that he thinks that this is a high risk, and why he or she thinks high risk. So, like, you have to get to their intent of why they are saying what their perspective is. One needs to probe deeper and do that. And I think that culture needs to be set by the CEO founder and the chairman of the board to really get constructive criticism, heated debate on a topic. And at the end of that, you decide one way or the other. But after you've decided, stay with the decision and then go out together and have a beer. That's where the beer comes in. But it's important to do that, because unless you have that culture, boards become very boring, and boards, the post-board, whispering and all that kind of stuff happens, which is something totally avoidable and not at all doable.
Absolutely. Very well said. Because I think both Piyush also mentioned the same thing, and Sudeep, you also, revoiced the same thing, because I want to tell all the listeners here, sometimes when you get an investment from a professional HNI or a VC or a PE, sometimes you're not indebted to them. You have the right to ask back them the questions. You have to sit and talk with them and exchange, have a dialogue. Sometimes I find particularly entrepreneurs from smaller cities are so scared even to ask. I've invested in some companies, and I can see the entrepreneur, just believing whatever I say. I said, don't do that. Just have an open dialogue. Sit with them. Go for a cup of coffee. Talk to them. Dialogue. Tell your problems. Mentally vent out. Whatever is it in a professional manner, positive manner, to ensure that you have a board that listens to you. At the same time, they empathize with your problems, and that come with a constructive solutions for problems that you have in your mind. I think this is wonderful, actually. And then, Piyush, I have another question to ask you, Piyush, in terms of, you mentioned about the board alignment, but then I just wanted to also ask you, are there any experience of yours where it did not go well, for example, right? You have written a long email, you thought everything was in order, but something did not go well, right? I wanted one experience of yours where it did not go well, and how did you manage as an entrepreneur in the driving seat?
See, managing board is a process. I think it is, you learn along the way. You have to be, it's not like your first board meeting and your 100th board meeting will be the same. Yeah. And hopefully it should not be. If it is, then something is wrong. You're not learning from your mistakes. I think, I'll come to the example, but I think, it is important that, you start building credibility with your board. And it will not happen in your first board meeting. It may not happen in your fifth board meeting, but it will start happening. And if you're worried that why it is not happening, you need to introspect why it is not happening, because you're probably doing something. And there are some ways to build credibility with the board. And the first rule, my rule, is be 100% transparent. And I don't know about public companies right now, but I can tell you that in a VC backed board where you're not public and this is still an internal discussion, you have to be honest and 100% transparent to your board. At least that's the rule I have followed. Whether things are good, they're bad, they're unknown. If you feel that if somebody in a board could ask why this quarter was bad, you can, because you should see this group of people as somebody who you want to share your views with, what you're feeling, and leverage them. If you're going to make up an answer at that point, it was Diwali this weekend or something, it is not a good idea.
Sure.
Right? You don't build credibility with a board like this. You build credibility by saying, look, I thought I will go all in, I would invest in marketing, Diwali banged, I don't know what happened, I hired this guy, but none of that worked out. Seems like I got a restart. Or what do you? I think rule number one to build credibility is they can trust you and they're not doubting you at any point in time. I think it's very, very important, at least in a closed room, VCP backed board, early stages, at least try and be as transparent. A lot of people will tell you, should I share this with board? A lot of people, in our company, a lot of times when our board members, sometimes I tell them, okay, go talk to this board member. They ask me, is there anything I should know what I should not tell them? I said, no. If you figure out something, then please do tell them, because I may have missed it.
Okay.
Right. So I think it's very important. Second, I think you have to understand that it's a question of capital and you're just early stage, you're investing money. There are certain things they may want to over review. And there is nothing wrong about it. Right. And over a period, you could build credibility where even things which are documented, which should be reviewed with them, nobody will care about it. So it's important that you follow that discipline. Over communication can never hurt, right?
Absolutely.
Even at this stage of the company, when COVID happened, I'll give you an example, and I've never done this in 10 years, and we are a very, very late stage company. I created a WhatsApp group with all my investors, even the ones who are not board members, and I used to send them I put an auto tool which would give them weekly update of our sales and numbers, right? Because it is a stage and a time like this where, over communication cannot hurt. So I think over communication is very, very important, being absolutely clear of what you want to do. Third, I think you need to leverage your board meetings. I think a lot of people do not leverage, and Sudeep used the word boring. I have tried and I think succeeded in not making our board meetings boring, right? Because the board meeting is not for the investor. I think it's for the entrepreneur.
Okay.
I genuinely think.
There is one question that's actually, which has come, I think this is a very generic question. Every startup has this question, is that startups, do you think, have the time and money to manage all the things what Hema Ravichandar said? And that's a mistake every startup make. They think that when you have a board, it means a lot of time, effort going on, and the entrepreneur don't have time. I wanted all of your quick half-a-second view on this. Sudeep?
So what Hema mentioned was an ideal stuff which is there for public boards. The essence of that is something which even a private board or a VC board needs to have, because the improvement of business success. So you don't have to do all but at the same time, when you don't have to do everything, doesn't mean don't do the legal stuff also. You must have protection to do the bare minimum legal stuff that's required in terms of reporting and all that stuff. But absolutely, the core of the even public company meeting is what Hema mentioned about alignment, about future strategy and all that. You have to do.
Yeah, it's not costly. I don't think to have a secretary to take minutes. It's just a DNA and discipline.
Absolutely.
You can build from the very beginning. It's not costly and it doesn't take that much time. 90% of the time you walk out of a board meeting more clear of what you want to do, because you spend that time preparing, going through your notes, going with the 4 or 5 strategic things that you think you should be doing, thinking for the first time 3 year out, 1 year out, and discussing those areas. And which in a day-to-day early stage business you may not get the time. So I think it's actually quite useful to do that.
Yeah. So I think I've got to do that. I have to close.
You should never ask the question how to manage the board. The question should be what can I get out of the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the question to ask. Key question, not how do I manage the board? What do I get out of the board?
Getting a mentor, Hema, helps. I think I have had a mentor. Ronnie was there with me from Series B, and he has run boards. Early stage as well as when he was public, and I've always used his help to learn and grow in managing board meetings and grown.
Yeah.
And many of this is all about discipline.
Yeah.
Like Piyush said, it is discipline.
Absolutely.
You know, if you don't have the discipline of recording what has been decided and saying who will do it and by when and what will be the metric, come the next meeting, it will be like writing on water.
Absolutely.
And you will start from base zero.
Absolutely.
And that is hardly time that a startup can waste.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Second, if you don't have the chemistry which comes from some of these processes, if you don't spend time in rejuvenation, reviewing your own capacity as board members, how are you going to have that ability to trust and transparent and talk to each other? And if you don't talk about the talent pipeline, how are you going to have a great leadership when you scale and when you go, you know, IPO?
Yeah.
So then you'll be scrambling. So don't do it with all, you know, but the spirit, like Sudeep mentioned, is very important. And if that's not there right at the beginning, it's very difficult to don that cape at the end.
Yeah, very nice. Excellent. I would like to just close last 1 minute by just telling the audiences that, as Piyush mentioned, 100% transparency, and then completely being transparent and being very clear about it, articulating your problems very clearly, I think is one of the biggest thing that you can do for yourself. And Sudeep also mentioned that get a very capable sounding board, okay, which can be the startup. It cannot even be a very formal board, but a kind of a, you know, your advisors, mentors who can be a sounding board for you. And Hema mentioned that if you don't prepare all this when you go into a listing mode, you will be kind of, you know, firefighting with absolutely, you will not be an executing company at all. And you will not have executional leadership shown to people. So I think with that, I just wanted to thank all of you. I don't have much time, so I cannot do a rapid fire today. Sorry about that. I wanted to actually put you guys on spot to ask you some questions. I prepared it, but then no time, I think, because the other panel is coming already. So thank you so much, Hema, Ravichandra, for making time, Sudeep, Nandi sir for making time, and then Piyush for making time for this lovely, TiE Global board. I think I will want to make a request to all of you that this session will continue with other sessions also, because many people have asked me that this is very useful and we have to, do this one more time. So please make some time for this and then let us give back. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Hema. Thank you, Madhvi. Thank you, Hema. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I am your host Akriti Anand, and once again I welcome you all back to the largest and the biggest entrepreneurial event happening at present, the TiE Global Summit 2020. After the concentration on leveraging the board for your success, let's now shift focus to private equity investments in India. Ever wondered what goes inside the mind of a private equity investor? How has 2020, the pandemic, affected the private equity investments? The private equity investments? Well, our next panel is here to discuss about all this and give you the answers probably. On the panel, we have Mr. Shantanu Rastogi. Shantanu Rastogi is a managing director and focuses on investments in the firm's financial services, healthcare and consumer sector in India and Asia Pacific region. He joined General Atlantic in 2013 after working at the firm from 2005 to 2007. Previously, Mr. Shantanu was a principal at Apex Partners, and prior to that, he was a management consultant at McKinsey & Company. Moderating this session, we have another stalwart from the industry, Mr. Rajiv Memani. He is the chairman and regional managing partner at EY India. He is also a member of EY's Global Executive Board and chairman at EY's Global Emerging Markets Committee. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Akriti. Thank you very much. Is our voice clear?
Yes, it is.
That's great. That's great.
Over to you, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks, Akriti. Good afternoon, Rajiv.
Yeah, good afternoon, Shantanu. So let's kick it off. I think we have about half an hour. So let me, just before I start this session and ask some questions, just a very quick overview of what's happening in the private equity space in India, just in terms of some data and numbers to set the context for the audience. In India, roughly, if I look at private equity 2017, the total investment in private equity was in India was about $13 billion across all asset classes. In 2018, that was close to 26 billion. In 2019, that was between about 43, 44 billion. And this year also, it's estimated to be almost 45 billion dollars. So this is across all sectors. So financial services, technology, real estate, infrastructure, pharmaceutical, healthcare, and most importantly in the startup space. I think it's been a very, very significant source of giving impetus to the startup sector in India. And if I look at just from an IPO standpoint, if I look at last 3 years, the money raised through private equity is almost 3 times what has been raised through capital markets. And last year, almost 80% of foreign direct investment in India was through private equity. So that just explains the importance of this asset class, both from its share of foreign capital, the support it's providing to entrepreneurship, just by providing a very, very active source of capital, and the economic relevance for a growth market, emerging market like India. And Shantanu, who, as Akriti said, is the managing director for General Atlantic, and General Atlantic has been in India for a long time. Invested, over $5 billion, I think, in India, Shantanu, and I think in the last 3-4 years, almost $3 to $4 billion. So very significant investors in some great companies like Unacademy, Byju's, Geo Platforms, Reliance Retail, the No Broker. So I've some excellent, plethora of investments. I'm just naming a few, Shantanu. I know there are a whole lot. And before we deep dive into all the questions, maybe good to get your perspective, because when COVID happened, people stalled for a bit, private equity investors, in terms of investing. But when I talk to private equity investors in India, when I talk to some of them globally, it's back in full flow. For many, this has been one of the most remarkable years. But definitely the mindset in terms of the way you evaluate future investment opportunities would have changed a bit. So just it'll be great if you can share your perspective on how private equity investments would be in post-COVID area. What are some of post-COVID era? What are some of the changes that you see will happen?
Sure, Rajiv, happy to. So there are changes on many different aspects. Let me first talk about one generic change. Through all crises, be it the 2000 Y2K crisis, or the 2008 global financial crisis, or the COVID crisis this time around, what comes out is that the most agile management teams, the most resilient business models always come out stronger post these crises. So companies which did not have resilient business models, did not have strong balance sheets, not agile, management teams, end up losing market share, and sometimes end up, completely losing their business during such crises. So such crises are always good tests of the quality of the management teams that are running your businesses and the quality of the business models. So I think one great outcome of such crises is to really assess the quality of the business model and the team that you've invested in. And it's a great report card to know if there is change required in any of your portfolio companies. I think the second big change, which is probably visible all across, is that companies which were late to adopting digital as a part of their workflows, as a part of their consumer engagement, as a part of their processes, found it very, very hard to be resilient and to gain share or manage costs during this crisis. And that again, is a big call of action to all boards, to all management teams, to all CEOs, that digital is the way to go. And if they haven't invested yet, then now's the time to do it. So a big change in private equity is going to be to look at the digital readiness of the companies and to see if there's a lot of alignment with the management team to have operating models, workflows, consumer engagement models which are really digital ready, and sometimes I would even argue digital first. So that's probably the second big change. The third is some sectors might be hurt for a pretty long time. I think, for example, office spaces, travel. Rajiv, we always talk about how much travel you or me would be doing before this, and when things become completely normal, I think a lot of us, there's a permanent behavior change in terms of what we're comfortable doing online now.
Yeah.
Vis-a-vis having to be do face and face. So some sectors would see permanent impairment. I think that's the other sort of third dimension on which investing, not only private equity but otherwise, would change.
That's great, Shantanu. Yeah, I was talking in terms of office space, there's still a lot of investment going on, by funds like Brookfield and Blackstone. But on travel, I was just talking, when we look at, from an EY standpoint, we looked at our travel costs in 2019, 1920, because April to March. And then we looked at our travel costs from 20 to 21, which are likely to be much lower. And when we plan, as we are planning for 21, 22, we don't want to go back to 1920. We want it to be somewhere in between. And also this entire concept of sustainability is becoming very important. And travel is one of this, unfortunately, is not carbon friendly. So you're absolutely right. I think those are some of industries which I think will get impacted. Shantanu, just carrying that same thread forward, when we look at, as we looked at COVID, for a lot of entrepreneurs, unit economics, path to profitability is one aspect that they look at. And then hyper growth, market grab at any cost is the other aspect that they look at. As you evaluate companies, or when you look at investments, or as you strategize for your companies, does that change in a post-COVID world? And what would be your advice to entrepreneurs?
Sure. That's a great question, Rajiv. And I think I would say in most business models, the importance of unit economics far outweighs the importance of market share.
Okay.
And that's because unit economics tells you a very important factor about your business model, which is there a product market fit? Are you having to invest a lot in changing a consumer habit or in selling your proposition because its natural advantage is not significant? So to me, unit economics is a great feedback from the market that the proposition or the product you have developed, is it compelling enough? Is it meaningful enough for people to shift from whatever they are doing or the incumbent model that they are using today?
Yeah.
So unit economics in most cases, in my view, far outweighs the importance of market share. However, there are certain business models which lend themselves to network effects, wherein if you have one-sided or two-sided networks, and one of the examples of that are marketplaces, wherein the original marketplace was eBay, but now even Amazon or Alibaba, Taobao are marketplaces. In such marketplaces, much like, let's say, financial exchanges, like the National Stock Exchange, liquidity or the depth of supply and depth of demand at all points of time developing is far more important at a good harmonious space. And in these kind of business models, the size of the prize is so big that in the early years of the business model, it's okay to ignore unit economics because the price of developing liquidity on the supply side and the demand side is much, much bigger. And the exit barriers for the customer are very high, which means the entry barriers for any new competition is very high. So I would say it's a more nuanced answer, but the generic takeaway I would say is that unit economics is the more important in my view, vis-a-vis market share.
Right. Yeah. So the as a lot of entrepreneurs right now, I think who are in the audience would have either raised venture capital, now looking at private equity or angel investing, or are probably looking at fundraising for the first time. As a private equity investor, how do you evaluate investment decisions? what are the top few things that you look at when someone is coming and pitching for an investment?
Sure, Rajiv. So I'm going to talk about sort of two vantage points. One vantage point more as a late stage growth investor,
Yes.
such as General Atlantic, and the second one more as a smaller fund doing early stage growth in venture investing. So from our vantage point, the investment thesis, the most important thing is to understand a couple of things. One being the total addressable market. Are you addressing an opportunity where the total market size that you're going after is actually large enough? The second is, do you have a product market fit? And product market fit is not just about price and your proposition, but also about the cost of selling. And that goes back to your earlier question on unit economics. So to be able to service or sell the product, eventually post selling costs and or contribution, are you able to justify, and is the customer willing to really pay the price to make your business model viable? The third, I would say, is the quality of the team. Is the team agile? Is it a learning team? Is it a team that's nimble? Is it a team which has the capacity and understanding of technology? These are the certain sort of areas on which we evaluate the quality of the team. And the last one is that, for a late stage fund like us, we focus a lot on saying what's going to be the eventual outcome in 5 to 10 years. Is this company going to be large enough such that it can go public? Or is it going to be interesting enough for an Indian or a global company to acquire? So these are some of the aspects on which we focus. However, there are companies where one of the first criteria I spoke about, which is total addressable market, could be relaxed. And the way to sometimes venture capital firms or corporate venture capital firms focus on such companies, because sometimes if you develop interesting tools, which themselves may not be addressable, addressing large market sizes, but could be very important in improving the productivity or improving the technology of large companies, and then those companies become interesting acquirers. This is a big trend in the US, where Cisco, Microsoft, Yahoo, Google have been great acquirers of smaller technology businesses. So that's the second way of looking at businesses, where total addressable market is not an important criteria.
This is great. Yeah. So size of market, quality of management team, unit economics, exit criteria, and obviously, depending on who the investor is, size of market could have some strategic angles to it. So that's great, Shantanu. That's I think great template for people who are looking at raising capital. Often, Shantanu, when we have gone and when we are raising capital for companies, when you talk to private equity, and I've seen actually how private equity in many cases has added a lot of value to companies. In some cases, they haven't. So what, in your view, as you have looked at, as an investor, where have you added maximum amount of value to the investee company? So if someone is looking at raising capital, what should he look forward to receiving from a private equity fund, apart from capital, of course?
Got it. That's a tough question, Rajiv, because depending on the stage of the company and its history, what the company really needs in terms of value add is often different.
Yeah.
And as we develop our thesis, we always think about, are we really backing the current entrepreneur, or are we buying into an asset wherein we will require a professional management team? But that's more late stage investing. Why don't I make my answer more relevant for perhaps younger companies and entrepreneurs sitting in the audience today?
Right.
I think for the companies which are younger and which are focused on, largely on technology businesses or technology enabled businesses, I think what they ought to look for in their investor in terms of value add is good knowledge of, business models, ability to be able to help them hire good talent from the market and build capacity in their team to execute, their ability to be able to introduce customers whom necessarily may not always give them contracts, but could allow their databases or could their companies to be good experimentation grounds for product market fits or for testing a new technology or a new product. These are some of the aspects that come immediately to mind for younger companies. Obviously, in somewhat larger companies, being able to build the financial processes, properly, giving them access to capital markets by having more mature firms come and invest in them at the right stage, are also areas in which private equity firms can add value. But I think talent, customer introductions would, for younger companies, perhaps in my view, would be the top areas of value add.
Yeah, absolutely, Shantanu. That's what I've seen, and in many cases, I've also seen just being a sounding board for the entrepreneur, and just getting him through some of the key management decisions, or in fact, just looking at the MIS and saying, okay, how's the working capital behaving? What's the cash, collection? How is that going? So some basic things. How do you accelerate the ROCs and others? To doing more fundamental thing, basic processes and everything, and doing more fundamental is really team and strategy and understanding what's happening externally and bringing that into the organization. So I think the most important is to be the partner to the founder and his team, and someone who can objectively build a strong relationship to objectively analyze what they're doing and be their partner in that journey. I think
that's a great point, Rajiv. I can't agree more. I think partnership with the founders and empowering them to make the ability of making sound but quick decisions.
Yeah.
And allowing them to feel okay if 20% of their decisions are wrong.
Yeah.
Letting them live with their failure, is also a very important aspect of a good partner.
Yeah.
And the second point you made is also a very important one, which is at some later stage of the business, the difference between good and great businesses is all about how they allocate capital and how they allocate their resources.
Right.
So once you have gotten to that stage of a company, having a private equity investor which can help you make better decisions on capital allocation, resource allocation is absolutely critical. So I think both your points are very, very relevant and very important.
Yeah. No, thanks, Shantanu. So, as if you were to put yourself in the shoes of an entrepreneur, and suppose you have a few choices to make, to whom to accept capital from. A lot of times, obviously, it's driven by valuations, whoever is offering a higher value. But apart from that, are there other things to look at, apart from valuation, when you're looking at evaluating, who you are going to and who you should be raising capital from?
That's again a great question, Rajiv. I think if you ask me, valuation should be among the top 5, but definitely not the top criteria.
Right.
The reason in early stage of financing, the difference between X and 2X value, the dilution difference is not more than 5 to 10%, for the founder.
Right.
But every founder needs to ask them, do they want to own, 30% of a $100 million company, or they would rather own, 20% of a $5 billion company? And the answer is, very simple. So I think the due diligence that entrepreneurs need to do on their partners or investment partners is as important as the one that's done by investors, which is the person who's going to be joining my board, the person whose skin in the game is, as important for my success, as my company's success is. That person, what is their experience? What are the companies that they've added value to? Ways in which they are able to add value, be it their network, be it their strategic thinking. What are the reference checks that I can do about problems, that other entrepreneurs have faced and how have they helped? So I believe, really assessing the true value add of a potential partner is very, very important. Should be a very important selection criteria. And all entrepreneurs know the key issues they are facing or the key challenges they are facing. And they must do reference checks with other companies the individual and the firm have funded and figure out if the match is the right match or not.
Yeah.
After that, I believe eventually the valuation differences or fair value differences are not more than 10-20%. And hence, that should be one of the top 5, but not the most important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. Although it generally boils down to valuation, I've seen, but I think a more holistic assessment is very, very important. And I think trust, Ansi, going back to the earlier point also, trust is a very, very important criteria, how you build trust and rapport, because at the end of the day, objectives have to be aligned. You have to work with that person, and how he adds value, how there's mutual trust that's built in. I think that becomes very critical for success going forward, and also peace of mind and being very focused on the business and growth from both sides.
Totally.
Because if both of you are trying to second guess each other, then I think the journey is not fun.
Can't
And somewhere it compromises value.
I totally agree with you, Rajiv. As I reflect upon what you said, I think the biggest benefit of a due diligence process, the quality of time you get with each other to discuss issues.
Right.
And to discuss potential solutions, how to resolve them. Because that's when you really get to know each other well personally.
Absolutely.
And could you be trusted partners? So I think the point you made is a very, very important one, a very relevant one.
Yeah. So, Shantanu, I have seen some cases now, or quite a few, and are you seeing this as what's your view as you look at this analysis? It's a very micro question. A lot of, in the technology space largely, and also to some extent in the pharmaceutical, healthcare space and services space, we are seeing private equity investors from India or global funds, or India-only funds, who are looking at investing in the US company, which has got the US market and US, but a back end in India, and doing a roll up or doing, especially in the digital space, expanding rapidly, but leveraging India for a competitive advantage in terms of cost, in terms of innovation, in terms of speed. But having the market access outside. Do you see that trend growing? Have you invested in any of these kind of companies? Or?
Well, Mu Sigma was one of our investments like that.
Right.
And in fact, even before that, Genpact, Hexaware, Patni Computers, the more old traditional IT services businesses were nothing but the early avatars of the business model that you just spoke about. The difference is that in that avatar, companies were selling skills on the time and material basis, largely time of people and capabilities. I think the new age companies are taking products and customizing those products and services for customers in the US. I think it's a very, very relevant business model coming out of India, because the quality of technology talent, application development talent, product development talent in India is one of the best in the world. And our English speaking skills, our knowledge of the US market, cultural similarities in many ways for many cities or states which have had a lot of people go to the US. All these characteristics give us a natural advantage to have business models such as this. So I think some great companies like iCertis and many others are actually doing this, where they have delivery centers back here in Hyderabad, Pune or Bangalore. And the sales team or the solutioning team often sits, in the US. We are looking for more and more business models like this, and we believe that they will be hugely successful globally.
Yeah. No, I think the relevance of India in that is increasing. I mean, even if I look at, consulting firms like ours today, our largest pool of talent would sit in India. I mean, today we'll have somewhere between 50,000 to 60,000 people in India, not serving the India market, but serving global markets from India. And it's not that we are outliers. I think there are quite a few, who are doing that. So you're absolutely right. I think it's a great recognition of the speed, scale, and cost, at which you can do innovation or some of these things. I mean, all these three things come into play, and very few other geographies can, bring that kind of all three together: speed and scale and cost.
In fact, EY might be one of the top 5 or top 10 already out of this initiative. So yeah.
No, I think it's really growing quite a bit. Last question, Shantanu, is this how is ESG playing out? I mean, is this we are increasingly, at least as a consulting firm, we are at least increasingly seeing companies focus more on that. When we look at pools of capital allocation that are happening with LPs and others, they're talking more and more about ESG, and companies focus on that, or business models that are focused on that. How do you, when you're looking at investments, or how do you look at it? Or?
Sure, Rajiv. I think ESG has been core to building businesses for the best entrepreneurs always.
Yeah.
And even when this term was not coined, I think good governance is something which is in India or actually anywhere else in the world is a bare minimum requirement that any institutional investor, be it private equity or the capital markets or even the bond markets, would look for, right, when they are going in. Sustainability is a very, very large, very, very important risk management criteria. And all entrepreneurs have thought through, changes in how energy consumption would change. And, actually most of the time thinking about ESG has been about risk mitigation, cutting cost, improving efficiency. Now it also helps to sell better because, customers care a lot about it.
Yeah.
Environment is certainly an angle that entrepreneurs themselves and boards themselves are paying a lot of attention to.
Yeah.
I mean, for General Atlantic, these are very, very important criteria.
Yeah.
As a global institutional investor who's managing, such a humongous pool of capital, for us, assessing the business not only on these parameters but understanding the mind of the entrepreneur, the values of the entrepreneur, aligned with good ESG practices, is very critical. And we believe, this is good business. This is shareholder value creating, in pretty much all the cases. So good entrepreneurs would do well to really think about these aspects on their business and make sure they are, 10 on 10 on these, just like they are on product market fit and unit economics.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one question from the audience. How India Stack has been used by private entrepreneurs to build digital systems around public services. So Shantanu, I don't know if you've looked at this.
Of course, Rajiv, I think India Stack is, if you look at our investment in geo platforms, the way they could, grow to this kind of subscriber base with minimal, customer acquisition costs was actually because of the benefit of the India Stack.
Yeah.
The Aadhaar-based digital eKYC was critical for them. So I think most smart, nimble entrepreneurs and companies are using the India Stack very, very efficiently, very smartly, and the ones that are not, sooner or later, would have a big issue. So it's being used by everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with you. And as we are looking at or building these applications or platforms for some of our clients, we are leveraging the India Stacks, especially for those which are using the India market. So whether even including for digital lending, for doing any form of KYC, for payments, for bank transfers, and I think it's very efficient. And given that it's an open system, open architecture, I think the cost also at which one can build some of this stuff is also very quick, and again also very, very cost effective.
Can't agree more, Rajiv. In fact, I think it's going to be one of the biggest sort of
competitive advantage
process or standard exports out of India.
India, absolutely.
Because this kind of a stack at this scale has probably never been built before in any country. So
absolutely,
be a huge advantage for us and a big export.
Absolutely, and available to everyone. So not held by one company, but just available for free access to everyone. I think that's a great part of that. Thanks a lot, Shantanu. I think Saurabh, I think our time is up now. So unless I got your message. So we will wrap up now. So thank you very much, Shantanu. Really appreciate. I think those were very insightful responses, very structured responses, and really appreciate your inputs and insights. I'm sure people who are listening must have got a lot of value from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv. It's always a pleasure to speak with you and meet with you, and there's so much to learn from you. So thanks a lot. It was really nice interacting with you and with all the audience on this forum today.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Saurabh, hello, Saurabh.
Hi everyone, I'm proud and privileged to be here. TIE Global Summit 2020, which is said to be the world's largest entrepreneurial
Before we begin, a disclaimer. This satirical comedy is not intended to hurt anyone's sentiments or feelings, but it is just pure entertainment.
Hi everyone, I'm proud and privileged to be here. TIE Global Summit 2020, which is said to be the world's largest entrepreneurship summit, has truly delivered its commitment to back to the community as well as fostering
sorry, front cameras.
Akriti, can you turn on your video for a minute? Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Akriti, can you turn off your video for a minute?
Okay. Have you ever wondered what qualities investors look for in a startup to consider it fundable? Many entrepreneurs feel their problem will be solved with funding. But being fundable is very different from being in need for funding. Being fundable is all about your startup's potential to attract financing so you can grow your business. All startups need some kind of funding to survive, but not all are considered fundable. Entrepreneurs, what are you thinking? Is your startup fundable? If you're looking to raise funds, what are the key metrics that the investors look for? To answer these questions, I have the next panel who will give you the founder's checklist for startup financing. And to introduce the panel, let me invite Mr. Lokesh Nathani, founder, Mera Wellness. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Akriti. I mean, this is one session that I'm sure everybody is looking forward to. So a very, very warm welcome to all the attendees and our panel of speakers on this amazing day 3 of TiE Global Summit 2020. As Akriti said, the topic for the day, for the session is your startup fundable? Now, as an entrepreneur, you know, this is always a concern. What I am building, would it find investors? Who would believe in my vision? Who will write a check? Am I providing the solutions that will get fundable by investors? What would make the investors look?
Yeah. Welcome, Shashi.
Thanks, KK.
Why don't I just provide context for the session? You know, in our role of work as early stage investors, we often come across entrepreneurs who, you know, give up everything to chase their dreams and passions, challenge the status quo, and take the plunge to do a startup. They go and assemble a lean, like-minded team, bootstrap their venture with their own life savings. Eventually, they become a one-man army doing, you know, HR, strategy, marketing, operations. But soon they realize that in order to scale their dream, they need to get a round of institutional funding. As they embark on this journey, sometimes they get disappointed because, you know, the investors they talk to somehow don't share the same passion or interest they have for their own dream venture. You know, so they don't risk their capital for that. This makes founders come back to the drawing board and they start to wonder, is there really a checklist they can have that makes their startup more attractive? Which leads us to the topic today, is your startup fundable? So let me start with you, Shanti. You know, again, you're one of the first few institutional checks in a startup. what are some of the parameters where you differentiate the good startups from the others? What can entrepreneurs excite you to part with your money?
Yeah, thank you, KK. So I think today, like you mentioned, Let's Venture has enabled about 315 funding rounds on the platform, and we have worked with about maybe 20,000 startups so far. But if you really look at what investors look for, I think the first primary thing which has been told in every conversation, written in every blog probably, is the team, right? Because finally, a lot of very good businesses, they either pivot or they expand into newer markets, right? And it is usually the team's ability to think big and the team's ability to think deep, right? So you have to, as the founder, have the ability to go macro and micro, right? You cannot be only very strategic, very long term, and not be able to see the next 6 months of your venture, right? So really know that the next 6 months is about execution, is about proving what you're trying to establish, but also look at that long-term vision. That is one. And second, of course, just from a fundability perspective, it is the market you're addressing, right? So, the market has to be big enough for this to be venture investable, right? You can always go and build a company as a founder in a small market, but that may not be venture investable. So I think founders have to make the differentiation of, are you building the company because you want to fundraise, or are you building the company because you want to go solve a problem and you want to create value there, right? So though those both may converge, they may not converge, right? And it's okay for them not to converge at times. So basically, market and team is what I would look at in that early stages of the fundraise, right? And today, if you look at Let's Venture, just to kind of expand there, we have seen companies which actually come to us with a little early validation, right? So it's not just an idea stage company. It has to be a company where you already developed some part of the product, right? Have some customer validation, know what is the market response to that before you go and raise an institutional round.
Thanks for that, Shanti. Sashi, what about you? What are your main parameters that you consider?
Yes, I would add to what Shanti said. Of course, you want to have a rock star team, because finally it's a team that you're betting on. They have to be able to adapt as things change, and you want a big market. But to that, I would add probably like two other things that have been on like my mind a lot, which is one is the product market fit. So I don't expect at this early stage to have that completely figured out, but I would just say that you got to be well on your way to knowing who is the customer you're serving and what is the value proposition that you're selling them. And of course, if you know what it's really worth to the customer, that's even better, but I'm not even expecting that level of understanding, but at least to the point that you should know that these are the customers I'm serving and here's the value proposition, and you've got to be able to show that with maybe a couple of early customers who are trying out your product. That would help a lot, which is the product market fit. The second thing, which I think, a lot of people leave for later, saying that, when I get Series A, we'll actually think about it. But actually it is, have you figured out how you plan to sell? What is the frictionless way by which you will get to those customers? If you have some understanding of how they can be reached, even at this early stage, that'll help a lot in terms of, what's the capital that you need to succeed. So we sort of look at these two things as well, on top of what said by Shanti.
That's interesting. If I could, add personally as well, while we obviously consider the team and the founder, if I have to dive deeper into a single quality, I actually like the team to be a bit scrappy, right? Because at this
teams were all, sales, business development, alliances, those kind of people, and the people who are heading them, back in India, there's so much of clash in basic thinking itself.
Sure.
Right? Someone in India, you call anytime anyone, right? For someone in Europe, receiving a call on a Saturday or even an email is a huge issue for them.
Actually, in some countries now it's illegal.
Illegal also, yeah. So I totally underestimated that, and our first round of hires were a disaster, complete disaster. No fault of theirs. They're all great people, no fault of our guys, but it's just that we didn't really manage it well. Now we have global teams, yeah, but it was a disaster, I can say. Right now we know our organization has learned how to deal with a person, what a Korean thinks, what Japanese think,
Yeah.
what someone from Europe.
Yeah, cross-cultural synergy. How do you drive? That is important. Rahul, what's been your thought process so far? And here again, I'm going to ask you to put on your Google hat as well. At some point, you've been very, very successful in managing Asia Pac teams there, and you've seen others do it well in Google as well. So both as your Google hat and then maybe as the founder CEO of this company now.
So I think it is very important to sort of understand and appreciate cultures, particularly when you start to put down people in those countries. And I think Asia is one of those complex sort of because it's the most heterogeneous market that you will ever encounter across the world, right? So I think it is important that depending on how many people you need on ground and what do they need to do, you need to have a very good understanding of firstly, how do you work with them, and how does the market work? I think both of these elements are very, very important. I mean, I had a funny scenario where one of my team members, I won't name the country, he came to me once and said that I'm going into depression. I was like, he's like 35-year-old guy and coming, and I said like, go talk to HR. I mean, like, or go see a doctor, right? I mean, like, and in that culture, probably he expected me to sort of solve some of his problem, because maybe in that culture it is expected that you can take such problems to your manager, right? So you find a lot of those sort of interesting different nuances of the culture which are very important. So I think both handling people as well as handling the market have nuances that one has to understand. What I have found, at least I think based on that learning for me, I think within the Moglex, I always believe that as a company, when you start to expand, you need people who understand the company, and you need to have people who will understand the market or the people or the local. And you need to bring it in your org structure together, because early days, you're still expanding into new market. Bringing in completely fresh people who do not understand the company and understand the market is also not going to make you successful. So you've got to bring out a balance of how do you bring this together, and still in a sort of a manner, it doesn't seem like the headquarter aligned guy and a non-headquarter aligned guy kind of stuff. So I mean, there are a lot of software issues that one has to be thinking about, but it's very important that you continue the core company, but bring in all of these elements without making them feel that they are outsider and there's somebody insider and kind of challenges. And one of the most critical elements to becoming successful as a company, I believe.
As an investor, again, just to share with you our own experience in limited manner has been that, most companies that do not successfully scale or do not successfully go global are companies which have failed on the people front. The market opportunity is there, the product market fit is there, technology has been there in almost all of the cases. But what they've categorically, got wrong is, 10 out of 10 times is the people issues. And, personally, I feel that that's probably the biggest area of, conviction that you need to have internally with your stakeholders, with your investors, that you now have the bandwidth as a leader to dedicate to, an international expansion. It's not going to happen by just spinning out somebody to go and do it. It's going to require that level of conviction and time from the leader itself. The second experience I want to share and highlight is a lot of entrepreneurs come to us and ask about who do I hire in these countries. Yes, the local element is important. Yes, a local plus somebody from the company combination probably makes the most sense. But one aspect that I've seen succeed more than the other is hire somebody who's got an entrepreneurial drive. Do not hire for resume. Do not hire for 10 years of having worked for X or Y. It may work out, but what you really need is, because you're going after such an unpredictable environment in a new market, Sridhar pointed out, Rahul is pointing out the same, what you need for the first 2 years is somebody who can think on their feet, who's got a first principles thinker, who's not going to stick in the way of how I've done things in the past. So I've always encouraged my founder CEOs to err on the side of hiring another entrepreneur. Even if it's a failed entrepreneur, hire that entrepreneur to lead that market charge for you, because they are probably going to deal with all the dynamics much better, the unpredictability much better. So that's an experience I thought it's worth sharing with people who are in the audience here.
Amazing, Amit. Also tell them, how do you find, I'm sure you have this experience, right? How do you find these guys? It's very, challenge, how do you overcome that challenge?
Yeah, you go to TiE Summit and start to put the JD out.
I think, Sridhar, if you ask me, the problem is that the founder CEOs are not looking. Once they open up their mind to looking for these people, they are all around you. There are people who are reaching out to you on your LinkedIn and congratulating you on a successful product launch. They are sitting with your investors networks. It's just that I think the founders have some blinders on at times, and it's fair. They have to operate on a day-to-day basis. My encouragement is, once you step out of that blinders mindset and just open your mindset to entrepreneurial talent, you will see that it will come out from very different places than your usual recruiter who will help you hire people. Go to the investors. Go and talk to an entrepreneur who's operating a business in that market and say, hey, have you come across somebody that you feel is really talented but was working on a shitty business? Go and hire that person. We've seen very good success with these kind of initiatives for our companies.
Got it. Good learning for me also, Amit. Yeah.
Anytime. The other thing is, you can always go to your investors and ask for help.
I don't have any.
Our time goes in hiring, which is, one of the reasons, Rahul, you asked me, I gave up for being an entrepreneur. One of the reasons I gave up for was I don't want to do 40% hiring all the time. But it seems like being a VC is no any different, especially an entrepreneur. Guys, I know we're gonna run out of time quickly. I want to touch upon a few quick topics. Maybe we'll try and keep this quick. First one, capital requirements. Do you need to shore up enough capital to go overseas? Do you kind of prove some milestones and then go shore up capital? What's been your learnings, and then around this topic around capital? Rahul, you want to jump first?
Yeah. Okay. So I think. So capital for going global, I think you need to do when you are ready. I think the question is, as I was talking about, are you living in your own bubble, saying that because I've won in this market, I'm going to win in other markets, or have you a strong thesis backing it and you've done the legwork? I think if that legwork is done and you're successful in domestic market, I think there is enough risk appetite today out in the market. In the venture community for you to be able to raise capital. So I don't think capital is a constraint. I think demonstration in a local market and a strong thesis of why it makes sense at the stage of the company and for the space to expand globally.
It's a very, very important point you've made. We have a lot of founders that come to us and say, I'm raising money because I want to go overseas or expand globally. But unfortunately, a lot of them don't have the answers to what have you proven in either your home market or in your research on overseas market for us to have the conviction to give you that money. So I think it's a very important point. Sridhar, anything to add to that?
Yeah, there are other, Amit, I'm going to take away some of your business from the audience today. There are other ways to raise money too, which I did. I went to my customers for financing, and I was successful in getting the finance from customers. Even I did that in Control S as well. In Control S, I have got more money coming in from customers than equity itself. And that is not in lieu of equity that I made the customers give it, in lieu of a better deal. So we took upfront. So, and in CloudForce C, we have, when there were annuity contracts, we gave them an upfront discount and took a year upfront, for example, right? So those worked, and you'll be surprised, your vendors also could finance you.
Yeah.
Yeah. CloudForce is built on these two.
That is brilliant. That is
Yes.
that is hardcore frugal entrepreneurship. And you told me that you're taking business away from me, but I'll tell you that's the kind of entrepreneurship that I appreciate as an investor, because then the capital that we deploy is going for even better use, right? So fantastic, brilliant input. The last question I have for you guys the second last question I have for you guys is around alignment. I believe, I've been part of many boards now, and, in some of them, I do see this clash where, there are there are founders and some investors who believe we should go global. There are, some people who still want to stay in India. It's often come up as a topic from entrepreneurs, that chat with me as well. Do you believe I should go global or not before taking, my money? I'm just curious to again hear your thought process around how one can go about creating that alignment. Is alignment important, or is the founder's vision more important? It's a touchy-feely topic, and so I'm going to start with Rahul first, maybe.
So I would say to a certain extent, entrepreneurship is about a bit of a dream to which you are willing to commit the doer part, right? So I think entrepreneurs therefore would have, and I think dream, doer, both of these go hand in hand. So, and early on, entrepreneurs learn that wishful thinking is not going to get them anywhere, right? So you can't sort of wish that I will be a global company.
Yeah.
Right. You'll have to create a dream for why it makes sense for the company to be global. What are the value that I'm bringing to the table, so on and so forth. And then you'll have to go out and execute it. I think if you go through that process, and it's sort of like talking to yourself in the mirror, right? Figuring yourself out, right? If you figure it out yourself of how you think, why you think, and how are you sort of bringing those pieces together, and top it up with all the learnings that today is available in the ecosystem of companies who have gone global, investors who can bring you the knowledge, stuff like that. I think you will find answers. And once you find answers to those, I think, and you are convinced that you know the reasons, you have that sort of thinking, there is still going to be leap of faith. But once you have all those basic ingredients, I think it becomes a far easier conversation. Versus when you go about asking around that in a more wishful thinking way of it's like if I didn't get that laddu, should I get that laddu? I mean, like that's not how the world works, and that's not how you can get input or constructive feedback.
Do your homework is your message.
do your homework, have your reasons, not wishful thinking. That would be my message.
Sridhar, how about talent? Like your employees, how did you get support from your employees that this is the right time to expand, and did they fear it, did they support it? What were some of your learnings around that?
They always hate me. Yeah, because I go back with so unconventional ideas, and also my thoughts are sometimes radically different from what they have learned in, especially if they have joined year or two. But it became easy over a period of time. They realized that yes, he is a bit different. Yes, but let's after 2-3 cycles, everything falls in place. Luckily that's a state that we are currently, our team is in, and amazing alignment that I have with all the top level team that we have, and they are all excited and inspired. More importantly,
fantastic.
When they see doing something out of the way and out of the conventional thinking and do it, they get that energy. That's the current state.
I think that's brilliant because again, it's been my personal learning as a failed entrepreneur and as a I would say as an early investor journey now, is that if you create initiatives that are not well thought through, or are where you've not got alignment with the people who eventually need to execute the journey becomes 10x more harder. And so from that perspective, we've seen companies be more successful. We've seen our own success better in areas where we put time in the design phase of it, the planning phase of it, and then the execution becomes a lot more smoother from there. So certainly investing any and as much time in that area makes a lot more sense. The last thought process I would love from each of you guys, Sridhar, we can start with you, is so we are in 2020. It's been an unusual year for everyone. It's been a definitely beneficial year for the tech community. But as you think about both the businesses that you're operating, Sridhar, what does 2030 look like? That 20 plus countries, is it going to be 100 plus countries? Where would you feel really, really excited if, this would happen by 2030? How do you think about that?
I don't think on numbers. My investors sometimes hate me because, I more focus on how do we create further and further and further differentiation. And how do we create real value in the organization? Those are my key drivers. Numbers. I don't even go to the sales conferences, or I'm not after the salespeople at all. My mind is focused on just creating, sharpen the product, innovate, differentiate. So that's my focus. So I can't say number of countries. Yeah.
No, well, it's a great thought. I do feel that sometimes companies that get caught in this quarterly progress, annual progress, and stop innovating. So it's exciting to hear entrepreneurs say that, hey, listen, my focus continues to be how do I remain ahead of the market by innovating, and the numbers will take care of itself. Like that message. Rahul?
I think it is interesting because I think we have seen the market change so much. I believe 2030 will be kind of an interesting milestone, because I would believe that if I was sitting in 2030 and I would look back at 2015, I'll say like these two worlds do not look alike. We are in a different world. We are thinking about every single problem in a very different way, both in terms of whether how do I procure products, how do I deliver products, what does customer experience mean, what does how does the manufacturing look like 10 years from now? What is the use of technology? I mean, you probably are designing mobile phones for each individual, which is different, and so on and so forth. So I think it's going to be exciting and a very, very different world than what we today are able to conceive. And it will be exciting looking back. And I think in the process, we should be able to create definitely a large impact on the ecosystem of manufacturing and distribution that we operate in, but also create a phenomenal experience building a company, and hopefully a very large one.
Awesome. Both of you have shied away from giving exact numbers, but I completely understand that. I'll jump in with a quick one here. What I've seen, if I look at the best entrepreneurs that I've worked with, what I've seen is that they have a faint picture of where the next 10 years look like, but they have a very, very sharp picture of what the next 2 to 3 years look like. So, in my humble suggestion to entrepreneurs as they think about their vision and growth and all, is to have a faint idea of where you're heading towards. What is that North Pole? It doesn't have to be a rigid North Pole. As long as it's a directional vision, it's great. Sometimes it's good to not have that rigid North Pole. But the next 2 to 3 years, you have to be absolutely meticulous about where you want to be. And there should be no doubt in your mind, because that doubt then percolates down to your team's minds. So with that kind of humble submission about how you can think about expanding and thinking big, going global, I'm going to again thank a lot, Rahul and Sridhar. This has been a fascinating conversation for me. It's been a great learning for me to hear both of you share all these experiences. Thanks for taking time today. All the best in your journeys. And, the last comment I'm going to leave you with is I think we should change the title of this session from Think Big to Thinking Bigger, because I think big means you stop, but thinking bigger means you continue to think big. With that, I'm going to sign off. Thank you again for having me here, and back to the TiE team.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Thanks, Sridhar. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Rahul.
start a business, but you're having a tough time articulating your idea. If you want to become an entrepreneur, it's important to start with a great business idea. All you need is a bit of inspiration. It all starts with an idea that has room to grow over time. If you are struggling with the same, then congratulations, participants. You are at the biggest and the largest entrepreneurial summit, TiE Global Summit 2020, designed for the entrepreneurs by the entrepreneurs. And our next panel is going to help you with some brilliant and unique business ideas. Let me introduce the moderators for the session, market anchor and editor, Nisha Poddar, along with TiE Global Summit Chair, founder, CMD Control S and Cloud4C, Mr. Sridhar Reddy, in conversation with Rishabh Singh, founder of Boria Bistar, Philip Tompkins, founder at Rent the Chicken, Shruti Reddy, founder and MD, and Thesti Funeral Services, Ashna, co-founder and COO of Moo Farms, James Hookwe, co-founder and owner of Hangover Helpers. Can we give a huge round of applause, virtually of course, for the panel? Welcome.
Thank you so much, Akriti. And it's a great pleasure to present some of the unique ideas. Out-of-the-box thinking is what differentiates one entrepreneur clearly from the other. And today we are going to discuss some of these crazy ideas and which are actionable as well. In fact, I have with me Sridhar, and Sridhar, of course, has been really toiling for the TiE Global Summit, and everybody knows him by now. Sridhar has also been in touch with many entrepreneurs through this entire journey of TiE Global Summit. Sridhar, being an entrepreneur yourself, I can totally understand that it's very difficult to probably talk about somebody else's idea. But I would like to know, which is that one good, unique idea that really made a mark for you, and you think that that was really, really very creative?
No, but a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, I was in New York at another entrepreneur summit. I met one gentleman from Israel. And funny guy, I started talking to him for a drink, and I asked him, "What do you do?" And he said, "I work with pandas." I said, "What?" Yes, he said, he went to China on a trip, and then saw pandas, fell in love with them. So he took them to Israel and started a kind of a recreational thing for the kids and adults as well. Yeah, and very successful. So now that thought inspired me into, thinking that, we need to bring in something like that to the TiE Summit. I couldn't find the panda man. I searched hard, but that was, years ago. We have got an amazing panel here today to go through. And yeah, that's the thought. And
let's get into, yes.
Sorry, Nisha, go ahead.
Yes, so let's get into that discussion without much ado, Sridhar. But that panda thought was really very crazy, I would say. Okay, first let's begin with another idea, and I'll leave it to the founder to talk about it. But first, the video about this particular company.
What? I have to pack. Where do you think we're going? I don't know, but I bet it's somewhere great. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
You mean to tell me you
on a vacation. What? Packed. Where do you think we're going? I don't know, but I bet it's somewhere great.
You mean to tell me you rent these chickens? Yep, rentthechicken.com. You get 2 hens, a coop, a water dish, and all the food you need to get fresh eggs daily.
Oh my God, look at this grass. This is a wonderful view. Whee!
Just don't tell them they think they're on vacation.
Hey, Amy, they even have a pool.
Rentthechicken.com, because even chickens need a vacation.
All right, so that was the preview to Rent the Chicken. Fascinating video and fascinating idea. And we have with us co-founder of Rent the Chicken, Phil Tompkins, joining us from Penn, USA. Hi, Phil. It's so good to have you on TiE Global Summit. And it's a fascinating idea. I want you to explain what this idea is all about and how did you think of it?
Sure. So thank you, everybody. Rentthechicken.com. If you need to watch that video again, not a problem. But we started our business in 2013 here just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're about 5 hours south of Toronto, if you know where that is. And our business is very unique. We've grown to more than 30 locations, and we work with farmers throughout the United States and Canada. And we deliver exactly what we said. We bring a coop and chickens and everything because people just want to have a taste of that farm life in the city.
Oh my God. And I'm hoping that it's equally lucrative a business as well.
Oh, this year, 2020, has been amazing for our business. Our sales are up like 30-35% over last year's numbers already. It's one of those things that we've got this niche, and every year we get larger and larger and larger, more and more revenue. But it's difficult being an entrepreneur, especially when you're trying to find that idea, that segment that you want to get involved in, that market segment, and then figuring out how to implement that segment. And that's what we've done. And every year we add on more products, we add on more farmers, and it's motivation, right? You've got to be motivated every single day, and I like to say we do that, and when we are motivated, we're hatching new ideas.
I think that's the best phrase for you, Phil. Amazing idea. Let me take it to Sridhar. Sridhar, what do you think? Of course, great idea, but I would like to question one thing. For an entrepreneur, motivation, yes, you may have, executable idea you may have, but what about replicability?
Yeah, I know. I see. I see a challenge in that aspect, but it can be planned. You see, all you need to do is get more hands, or maybe get partners to grow them, and then have franchise network maybe. It is possible as long as there is a need for fresh eggs. You see, is that the need you're fulfilling, and people are excited about that, or is that having a chicken at home running around is exciting? It depends on that. Which need are we,
fulfilling? And it has to be yes, Phil.
Yeah, so we meet several needs. There were definitely customers in March and April that wanted chickens just to have fresh eggs because they couldn't get eggs at the store. There are also customers every single year, they want to give their kids something to do at home. So the education, the fresh food, the taste of the country life, right? We are teaching them, in the United States at least, people are 2 to 3 generations away from family members that had chickens, right? My grandparents had chickens. When I talk to a lot of Americans, it may be their great-grandparents were the last ones to have chickens. So we provide that education as to how to have them. Now, in other countries, chickens are very common. And you probably even see them running around the road. But
yeah,
here in the
very,
United
very
States,
common in Bombay. Yeah, in our neighborhood.
yes, but it's not
I was
common
being
here.
sarcastic. Yeah. All right. So I get your point, Phil, and I think it's also going back to the roots. That's the market that you're catering to. But I personally like the idea of getting fresh eggs because organic and fresh is the way to go when it comes to
Absolutely,
consumption.
yes.
So good to have you. So good to have you. It was an excellent idea, and all the best for future as well for your business. Let me hop across to another great idea, and that's James Fukue, the co-founder of Hangover Helpers. James, we all need you.
Yes, we're very busy on the weekend.
Are you there?
Yes, we are. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
So we're Hangover Helpers. We're a after-party event cleaning company. So we do household weddings, engagements, birthdays. We come in the next day and clean up after the party and make your place or your event looks like there was no party there. The niche thing about us is we also bring breakfast. That was pre-COVID. We'd also bring breakfast, bring Powerades and refreshments. So all you would have to do is let us in and you can go back to bed and we'll look after the place for you.
It's a great idea, and having been to Australia, I know that service industry is so thin over there, and somebody to have, to cook for you is just a luxury over there, right? So that's the best market to cater to. How is the demand growing, and are you going to expand in Hangover Helpers? Are there avenues to branch out into other departments also?
Definitely. I mean, the demand's growing all around Australia. We launched 4 or 5 years ago now, and it pretty much went too big, too fast. We were on the radio and the TV and the Shark Tank really fast. So we sort of focused on 2 main areas in Western Australia and in Melbourne, Victoria. All around Australia, people have asked us to set up over there. So it's really finding people who we can business partner with in those areas to be able to grow. We're trying to get in, because at the moment we pretty much only work on weekends as main people's events. So we are trying to look at other ways we can get into the Monday to Friday cleaning. It's a very saturated market in Australia. You can find regular cleaners for quite a cheap price, where we try to a whole new service and something a bit different that people want to recommend to their friends and use us again and again. So we're trying to bring in other ways in our brand. We're getting some new merchandise and stuff that we can share as well.
Okay, just one quick question from you. Do you think that only, is it a margin play or a volume play? Are you like an expensive service only the rich can afford, or is it for like young guys and girls who party and then they can use your services as well?
It's definitely a mix. We definitely have the big houses on the coast where you have a lot more money, but we set up the business at a time when we were going to a lot of weddings and bucks parties. So we're thinking if you can get 20 friends together, come into a party, put $10 in each, you can afford us. So I would say we're more expensive than a regular domestic cleaner you might find online. But
yeah,
the way we set it up, you could definitely afford it within a group. Very easy, for sure.
All right, James, great idea. And too bad that Wednesday night partying hasn't picked up in Australia. You wish and I wish that it does for your business. But Sridhar, great idea. In fact, the name is quite deceptive, Hangover Helpers. I would have thought that they will provide many more services
Yeah.
than just cleaning and cooking in the morning.
You know what James did, the piece that I loved about James is that it's not a highly differentiated service.
Yes.
But he differentiated it by the way he positioned it.
Yes.
Right? You know, simple positioning. Look at him. I'm sure after watching this show, he's going to get a franchise, request from here, from India, or from all over the world, because we have now 40 countries participating here. It's simple, brilliant way of positioning, I would say.
All right. So brand positioning and creating that importance, James. That's your USP. Thanks so much for joining us, and hope that people in Perth party more harder and more days in a week than just weekends. Let me hop across to another entrepreneur then joining us, Anna Brightman, who's the co-founder of Upcircle Beauty. Anna, you want to talk about your business first, and then we'll take it forward?
Sure. Yeah, so I am the co-founder of Upcircle Beauty. Our business is centered on upcycling natural ingredients from various industries and then reimagining them as high-performing skincare ingredients. So every single skincare product that we put out is made with a byproduct from another industry. The idea started about 4.5 years ago when we walked into a local coffee shop and asked them what they did with their used coffee grounds at the end of the day. It was just a small independent coffee shop, not a big chain. So we were really shocked when we found out that they produce so much per day that they have to pay the local council to have it disposed of at landfill sites. So it's, it's a popular ingredient. We're never going to deplete from that, the amount that we can collect. And it's also really good for your skin. So we started collecting from coffee shops. We now are partnered with hundreds of small chain and independent coffee shops all over London where we're based. And we turned those coffee grounds into exfoliators for the face and body, and then started extracting the oils into facial serums as well. We've since expanded out to repurpose 10 other byproducts from other industries, things like residual fruit waters from the juicing industry, powdered fruit stones into face masks, moisturizers, lotions and potions, all sorts of different things. But yeah, that's our kind of core idea. So an eco circular economy skincare brand.
Oh, great idea. And that is the buzzword right now. But Anna, don't you have too much competition in your space? Everybody is trying to go organic. Everybody is trying to get more sustainable, and especially in beauty products, people hate chemicals these days. And so you must be getting too much competition.
There is an awful lot of competition. Skincare is a very crowded market. And as you said, I think being things like vegan or cruelty-free or natural or organic, that's now become an entry-level expectation. That's not something, that's not enough to set you aside anymore. So that's why we go to the next step with regards to sustainability by repurposing byproducts into every single formulation. That is not something that any other skincare brand in the world has been able to scale to the same extent that we have. So yeah, you get niche brands that might be focused in one city or maybe even one country. Like I know there's a brand in Germany who have successfully started recycling coffee in the same way that we do, for example. But we sell our products all over the world, big in America, we're in Australia, all over Europe, the UK, and it's not just one ingredient, it's varied ingredients into every single product. And also, our brand name, our logo, our messaging, our story, every single element of what we do from top to bottom is centered on that repurposing story. So that's completely unique to us.
All right, just one quick question. So is your cost of production also low because mostly it's byproducts, and rather you'd spend more on marketing?
So yes, we do have added complications when it comes to the sourcing of our ingredients. It's not easy to go collecting coffee from hundreds of cafes, for example. Particularly this year with COVID, we do rely on the functioning of other industries in order to secure our supply chain. So that's definitely something that we have to think about that other brands might not have to. But yes, sometimes we aren't paying for that initial ingredient because we are saving those other industries from a cost that they would have had were we not to collect it. So we make sure, therefore, we were talking earlier about whether these services are some sort of elite privilege or come with a more premium price tag. I was only 23 when I started my business, and I wanted to make sure that all of my products were affordable and were products that I would have bought at that age. So we maintain very attractive price points at the same time.
All right, thanks Anna for that, and let me take it straight to Sridhar. Sridhar, what do you think about this idea?
Sorry, I was on mute. I love this idea. I don't know much about the beauty industry, but the idea that something we are wasting and you take that and convert into a beauty product, I would use it totally. I mean, if it is available in Singapore, do let me know, or India, do let me know. I'll make sure that we buy it. Yeah, thank you, Anna.
All right, Anna, you have a ready buyer right here.
Yes.
It was a great sales pitch. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best for your future venture as well. Shruti Reddy is the next one that we are
I
going
don't
to
want to buy
call.
her service.
Okay.
No.
I don't think it has reached that valuation yet. All right. Shruti Reddy is the founder of Antheisty.com. I hope I've pronounced it well, Shruti. And you want to talk about your business. It's quite remarkable. The company organizes professional funerals with respect and care across all communities in India. So it has a social angle to it as well. Will you talk about your company?
Yeah, so Antheisty Funeral Services, we are more of a one-stop solution for all funeral needs. So yes, this concept is relatively very new in India as to an event kind of planning. We started this company about 5 years back in Calcutta. With a major the service offering being to the Hindu communities, because it's very diverse and there are so many community rituals that need to be performed across the Hindu religion. So not just catering to the end-to-end funeral planning, what we also do is that we help in the repatriation of human remains. That is, I mean, God forbid, should someone lose their loved one in a different city or a different country. So we have got all the wherewithals and the customs clearances, etc., all arranged so that we can also arrange for the transportation of the human remains. So if I could bifurcate, it's the logistics part is actually into the transportation of human remains, and then we have got people who are helping them with the customs clearance, and last but not the least, catering to our the rituals and the community part. So we also have got pujaris who can actually do the Shraddha pujas.
Okay, very unique idea, I must say, Shruti. And yeah, when you're grieving, you don't want to take care of all of that. How's the traction?
Yeah, so like about we do close to 100 customers per month. And speaking with specific numbers, so just last month we had a revenue close to 11 lakhs.
All right, Sridhar, what do you think about this? It's in a very different kind of a space, and you know, making money out of it. I don't know how will you demonstrate your balance sheet as well. Sridhar, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, on mute again. I think there's a big need, honestly, very big need. When someone in your family, goes away, right?
Yes.
In the olden days, yes, we used to have tons of people around and who would pick up that role of taking care of you. As the micro families coming around and people migrating, that support I don't think is available. And if I see it as something which is a great service to the nation. Shruti, if we can scale up, I hope one of the investors who's watching you now is going to back you up. For otherwise, please do write to us. We'll try and matchmake you with a VC.
Sure. Thanks a lot for that, Sridhar. Sure.
Great, Shruti. Great. You're filling, one of the vacuums with the service that you're providing, and that's a great idea. Thank you so much for joining us with your idea and thoughts. Rishabh Singh is our next candidate who's going to talk about his great idea. And in fact, the name of his company is especially very interesting, Boria Bistar. Rishabh, you want to talk about your company and what does this Boria Bistar mean? We staying in Bombay, the ones who keep changing their house every few months are very well versed with this idea of Boria Bistar for sure.
So yeah, so we started way back in 2015 while we were in our colleges. So our main sole purpose was to help the student community who are shifting to newer places for their colleges. So, and eventually we then scaled down to other B2B and B2B segments wherein we set the entire properties up for you guys. For example, you are shifting from Delhi to Mumbai and then within 24 hours you have a property, and then we set the entire place up for you. Be it your something smaller like a cutlery to your bedding to your furniture and appliances. So this is how we started, and right now we have a good tie-up with a good number of colleges here in Bangalore, Gurgaon NCR, and also a good number of B2B companies like Nestle, Rentomojo, and these companies, wherein we furnish the entire properties and also take care of their appliances and furnitures.
Right. Rishabh, how do you differentiate from movers and packers or those kind of services then?
So again, this is a completely different segment wherein we are working. It is not just about transportation, what we do. We provide the things up. We furnish the properties up for you guys. So you are shifting, you need a bed, a mattress, and a furniture within 24 hours. So we just deliver it. We have our own manufacturing unit wherein we make our own mattresses and also our furnitures. And then we have a tie-up with maybe about 30, 40 different odd vendors. So we get the products and then deliver it to you at your place at your convenient time.
So it must be a volume play and not a margin play because it's student community that you're catering to.
Yeah, but again, we started off with the mind of a student audience, but right now we have also expanded to a regular B2C. We have a e-commerce website wherein anyone can place their order online and that will be delivered. So it is not only student community we are targeting, it is anyone between the age of 18 to 40, people who are shifting for the jobs or the colleges, higher education, whatever it is, we do that.
All right. And Bombay people keep moving, just letting you know also, Rishabh. Sridhar, what is the most fascinating bit about this story?
I think the need, right? Yes, you're right, Nisha, that they have the, transport companies doing part of the job. Then there are, you can also do, e-commerce, you go online and buy the stuff. But putting it all together, and with a nice name, branded, and once people come to know, this is creating a new need. The need was not there, frankly, in the past. But what Rishabh did is that he created that. It's convenient now. Oh, Boria bistar kar lo, ho gaya. Sorry for my Hindi, but his name is also in Hindi. That's why. So once the need is created like that, probably it takes a while. It's a new concept. It's like 12 years ago when I went to the market and I said I want to sell cloud. No one believed it, or no one wanted anything to put on the cloud, right? So I went back and created a need for it. I said disaster recovery on demand, and overnight there was a rush of orders especially from large companies, right? So this what Rishabh did is to create absolutely a new packaged kind of a solution. And I wish you all the best, Rishabh, for your.
Rishabh, I must tell you one thing. The one thing I find most difficult is shifting. And if all can be tied up together by one person, and I've often said that if only I could outsource this work. So trust me that there is a huge need. I don't know among students how much margin you can make, but in the higher classes, definitely there is a huge need for this. And definitely the margins would also be good. I mean, I would be ready to pay if somebody just takes care of my entire shifting and I go to another house with everything prim and proper. So all the best for your cause and for your business. Thank you so much for joining us here. Let me take to another next very crazy, and this is Sridhar, a real crazy idea. Krishji Ranoti, who's the Chief of Organizational Development of and Operation at Join My Wedding. I think I'll leave it to you to explain your business.
Hello there. I'm Chrissy and co-founder of Join My Wedding. And basically what we do is we help travelers, especially travelers going to India, to participate in a real wedding. So the service that we provide is connecting couples who are about to be married with travelers who want to join a wedding. And the purpose of this is cultural exchange. The idea is that if you're a traveler, you can get to know so much more about the culture. By joining a wedding, you meet real people, real families. The conversation is completely different than if you meet a tour guide and go sightseeing, because they welcome you. You can understand people, you get to experience food, dance, and other parts of culture. So that's what we do.
So it must be very seasonal because Indian weddings have happen only in a particular season?
Mostly, but there are exceptions. Like we also have summer weddings.
Right.
Much fewer, of
All
course.
right. Great. Sure. Sridhar, one thing she said, which is most eye-catching, is cultural exchange. Again, positioning of this business in a different way altogether.
Absolutely, absolutely. I network with a lot of Europeans, especially, and almost everyone is fascinated by Indian weddings, and they have a crazy desire to attend an Indian wedding. They're so much fascinated by it. At least I would have had 50 to 100 people. I would have, everyone talks about Indian weddings. So yeah, it's a niche, very niche play. But who knows? I mean, Chrissy could bring in 100 people to a wedding, and the wedding actually, is done, for the tourists. You see. No, that is also possible. And then she could further extend. If I were her, what will I do? I would sell them saris. I would sell them, the whole package, right? So it will be a whole experience she could create, not just attend the wedding, but, right from the dressing to the, travel to, and probably, who knows, she may have a few thousand people. There is definitely demand out there.
I totally agree with you. There is a huge demand for that, and a great idea, Krishi. And thanks so much for joining us here. So Sridhar, we got a plethora of ideas.
Yeah.
And all of them out of the box thinking, but very actionable and money making as well. That's what is required, and they've also managed to execute it. Everybody can have good ideas, but execution is the challenge. But you also have a great presentation. Why don't you go ahead with that, and then we can chat more.
Yeah. See, the idea behind, calling, first of all, thanks to our research team at Control S to go all around the world, find the ideas, unbelievable ideas and unique ideas, and contact all the, founders of those and bringing them together. It's an amazing work. It took us more than 2 months to, put together all of this. Thank you very much for all of you to joining here today. And but before you all go, you need to see this, all right? We all think that these are all unbelievable ideas. I mean, the entrepreneurs who are here, extremely unbelievable. But let's go back maybe 10 to 20 years and think, okay? We all of us think, I know you're 25, but think, just imagine how it would have been 20 years ago, right? Or let's go back to 1945. Saurabh, if you can, start the presentation. Just go to 1945. And you know what IBM said? IBM founders said that the global market for computers is 5 computers. 1945, right? And ask him to, yeah. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. This is in 1945. IBM said they have a global market of 5, okay? Now, let me take it to another slide. 100% of all necessity businesses today, all necessity businesses, which we take it for granted, started as outlandish ideas, started as unbelievable ideas that we have seen today. Yes, some of the ideas could be small, big, but look at Henry Ford. The entrepreneurs today have demonstrated that they have created a new need, and that is what Henry Ford did, and established Ford Company, which became the biggest automobile manufacturer. And he said, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. They don't know that a car, or they could not even imagine All they wanted was, they wished that they wanted to go faster. And that's what Henry Ford did by creating a car. When he thought of first time about a car, I'm sure people would have ridiculed him, right? Or would have called it an unbelievable idea or a crazy idea. Let's go to the next one. The entrepreneurs who are here with us today are the people who have seen an opportunity when others saw a problem. When there is a problem, there is an opportunity. When there is an issue, when there is a need, someone is thinking of, that which is unmet need, I call it as, then there is an opportunity. That's what the entrepreneurs, true entrepreneurs, are made up of. Let's go to the next one. Who thought that Amazon, when they started off, this was like 10, 15 years ago, when people can just go out and go to a bookstore and get a book. But who thought that, and also they're extremely paranoid about using a credit card online. And it takes 1 week for the book to be shipped to your home. But Jeff Bezos saw something else. Hence, the Amazon was born. Let's go to the next. This founder was here with us yesterday. Our youngest, one of the youngest, and almost he's going to be a decacorn, or who thought you could establish a boiler room. And he started off like one of you who said that I could create a hotel from a small a home or a unused property or not optimally used property. And look at today, he has 1 million rooms. He was with us yesterday. Go to the next one, right? Uber, Grab, these are a common thing for us. But when they started 10, 12 years ago, like one of you guys, people would have said, what are you thinking? You want to start a cab company and you don't own a car? Look at Uber today. Every one of these companies are unbelievable ideas when you go back to 2 years behind when they were started off. Every one of it is unbelievable idea. If you would have asked, some of your family or friends that you want to start a cab company, but you don't own it and someone else's car will be given to you, probably they would have said unbelievable. And if people say unbelievable, please don't leave it. My advice to my fellow entrepreneurs or prospective entrepreneurs is that start thinking more about it. When they say unbelievable, crazy idea, that's what you wanted to do. That's what you want to spend time. I'm not saying that open it up straight away. If you got to put your homework. Same is the case. Let's go to the next one. Same is the case with Netflix, for example, right? Who would have thought, people can watch online movies on demand, right? Netflix saw it coming. Netflix saw that, fiber is going homes and it is possible. And that's how they started it so early on. And a year before that, they would have started probably, people would have said unbelievable. Let's go to the next one. Look at this carpenter, world's richest man. He solved a simple problem of furniture. He simplified the problem. And in the past, we used to go to the carpenter to get our furniture done. There were furniture manufacturing companies, but at the same time, transportation. He solved a simple problem, became the world's richest man, and created wealth for everyone and solved problems for millions of households. And people think, why do we need to go to space? Let's go to the next one. People are thinking, what is these crazy guys are doing? I mean, SpaceX, when SpaceX was started, imagine how much the founder had to go through. It is still a dream. Still people think that, Elon Musk sometimes dreams a lot. I mean, he was subjected to this a few years ago. Till a few years ago, there was big doubt about what SpaceX could be delivered. Go to the next one. Same is the case with Airbnb. Who would have thought that people will rent out their own homes? 6 million rooms got added. Simple idea. Probably, I don't know exact year of founding, a year before that, or around the same time when Airbnb founders started, they would have said unbelievable idea. And go to the last one. Next one. Look at PayPal. Started a new fintech revolution. Go to the next one. A Lego. A global icon of plastic blocks. These are all unbelievable ideas when they started off. And almost every company out there is an unbelievable idea. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the point we are trying to make through this panel, and with the impressive list of the unbelievable ideas entrepreneurs. Thank you, Nisha, for hosting it.
If I can just take 30 seconds, Sridhar, great presentation, learned so much. And of course, all these are our daily life usage ideas now. But we are in a land of big ideas. In India, everybody has a big idea. I meet several of them. Execution, staying relevant with changing times as pandemic has taught us, cost control and operational efficiency equally good. Way before Uber started in Bombay, we had a cab service which could not survive. So remember that it's not just about the idea. You have to have various other aspects. And I have always said that a 20-year-old may have a great idea, but a 45, 50-year-old experienced hand guiding and mentoring that could be a very good combination. Thank you so much, Sridhar.
Thank you, Anna, James, Rent the Chicken, Rishabh and Shruti. Thank you, Chrisji. Thank you all for joining us. Had a great time. Fun meeting you all.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm proud and privileged to be here. TIE Global Summit 2020, which is said to be the world's largest entrepreneurship. Hi, everyone. I'm proud and privileged to be here. TIE Global Summit 2020, which is said to be the world's largest entrepreneurship summit, has truly delivered its commitment to back to the community, as well as fostering entrepreneurship through mentoring, advising, incubating, and educating. It truly is a collaboration with so many different entities around the world. And TIE is truly focused on generating and nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, of innovators. And we are so proud at Intel to be a part of this ecosystem, to contribute to it, along with industry and community, to build a stronger world and stronger India. In this session, I wanted to touch on two aspects. One is how I see the future. And second, what is the collective mindset for us to realize the future? In terms of future, there are four key trends that I see shape India, and they become very relevant for the world as well. The first is an unprecedented shift to cloud, which I call everything cloudified. A recent survey suggests that 56% of the Indian firms are going to embrace cloud in some shape or form. Forrester Research talks about 76% of the global CEOs look forward to a world where their business models are going to be impacted in the next 5 years owing to single biggest trend, cloud. And as a consequence of this trend, you're seeing the model of everything as a service. As an example, in the world today, we have 170,000 SaaS companies. In 10 years, you would see 1 million software companies. That is quite a trend when it relates to India, because India is a software development powerhouse.
Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to TiE Global Awards. We are going to begin this evening, but before that, we have a message from our sponsor, Mr. Prakash Malaya from Intel. Let's have a look.
Hi, everyone. I'm proud and privileged to be here. TIE Global Summit 2020, which is said to be the world's largest entrepreneurship summit, has truly delivered its commitment to back to the community, as well as fostering entrepreneurship through mentoring, advising, incubating, and educating. It truly is a collaboration with so many different entities around the world. And TIE is truly focused on generating and nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, of innovators. And we are so proud at Intel to be a part of this ecosystem, to contribute to it, along with industry and community, to build a stronger world and stronger India. In this session, I wanted to touch on two aspects. One is how I see the future. And second, what is the collective mindset for us to realize the future? In terms of future, there are four key trends that I see shape India, and they become very relevant for the world as well. The first is an unprecedented shift to cloud, which I call everything cloudified. A recent survey suggests that 56% of the Indian firms are going to embrace cloud in some shape or form. Forrester Research talks about 76% of the global CEOs look forward to a world where their business models are going to be impacted in the next 5 years owing to single biggest trend, cloud. And as a consequence of this trend, you're seeing the model of everything as a service. As an example, in the world today, we have 170,000 SaaS companies. In 10 years, you would see 1 million software companies. That is quite a trend when it relates to India, because India is a software development powerhouse. And that brings me to the second trend of ecosystem diversification. And when I say that, you can look at it from an AI ecosystem point of view. India today is the third largest AI startup ecosystem in the world. And when I look for in the next few years, I see that ecosystem diversify dramatically. Combination of large and small companies contribute towards making that ecosystem stronger. Just one case in point here is 21% of the startups headquartered in India are serving the global markets. Combination of talent and great tech environment, we can really fuel the innovation for the world. And that brings me to the third trend, which is all about talent and workplace being fluidized. The reason why I say that is important is India today is one of the largest developer pools. 4.2 million developers in the country makes the country a very large footprint of software talent. And that combined with one of the largest transformation COVID has catalyzed means the country has a significant opportunity to shape not only India, but have the same talent on tap for digital transformation around the world. That is, again, a very, very significant opportunity. And all of these three trends, I believe the foundation of it would be localized infrastructure. And along with the government policies, world-class tech ecosystem, we can truly reimagine the country. Because most countries around the world, I believe, coming out of COVID will start building for resilience rather than pure efficiency. In India today, you see very robust ecosystems already established for innovation to happen, Aadhaar being one, GST being another. And you would see national digital platforms coming together over the next couple of years, which are vertical specific. And that will accelerate the innovation even further. So a combination of large and small companies, global and local companies, would really fuel this infrastructure, spanning AI, spanning 5G, spanning big data, and connected devices, including edge and IoT. Every vertical industry is ripe for disruption because of all the four trends of everything being cloudified, ecosystem being diversified, talent being fluidized, and infrastructure being localized. The second part of the conversation is, what is the mindset for us? And COVID has been such a black swan event in all our lives. It has given us time to reflect. And over the last several months, the introspection I have had, there are three areas that ring true for me. Number one, our purpose. Purpose as a company, purpose as a leader, purpose as an individual. And as a consequence of that, running a business is absolutely powerful course, but making lives better for communities around us, people around us, would become even more important today. The second is for every company, individual, or leaders to succeed in this world full of disruption, it will be about how fast can you evolve yourself? What is the learning agility that you display? Because that will make the difference between coming out of this crisis stronger or weaker. And the last part of it would be always about reimagining ourselves, reimagining through collaboration, because together we can really bring a better future to life. Think about it, India as a context. Through collaboration and riding on all the trends that I talked about, we can reimagine to make India an inclusive India enabled by technology. I wanted to end with a quote from one of my favorite mentors and the industry leaders, Andy Grove. He said something that is very, very relevant for companies as well as countries. It goes like this: bad companies are destroyed by crisis. Good companies survive them. Great companies are improved by them. I wish all of you on this occasion the very best, including you and your loved ones. I wish the very best and many, many congratulations to all the winners as well, and look forward to staying engaged with you in the future as well. Thank you very much for having me.
So after that message from Mr. Prakash, let's move on and begin today's evening. TiE Global Summit welcome you to the Global Entrepreneurship Awards 2020, powered by Intel, presented by Control S. Co-sponsored by Fuji, SAP, Dell Technologies, Department of International Trade, Government of UK. And now, to take forward this evening and present the awards, I would like to call upon Vivek Verma, founder, Upsurge Global and Senior Advisor at Telangana State Innovation Cell, strategic thinker and executive coach with over 3 decades of experience, now working towards transforming social impact space. Mr. Vivek Verma, over to you.
Thank you very much, Akriti. And let me start by welcoming you all to this TiE Global Entrepreneurship Award 2020. Let us start by understanding the jury, which has really put in a whole lot of work over the last few weeks and a few months to bring this to you. The chairman of the jury, Mr. N.R. Narayan Murthy, the founder of Infosys Technologies, which I think needs no further introduction, and the members of the jury, Dr. Jagdish Seth from the Emory University, Gururaj Deshpande from Ms. Ping Fu from as the co-founder of GeoMagic, Dr. Simon Galfin, Senior Advisor to the Bahrain Economic Development Board, Mr. Richard Kalgard, the publisher of Forbes, Dr. Orna Berry, Chief Scientist from Israel, Dr. Stephen Sponsino, London Business School, and last but not the least, founder of Draper University. We've also had the mentors who've helped us in this process, Professor Bala Balachandran, English Professor Emeritus in Service at the Kellogg School of Management and the founder, Dean, and the Chairman of Great Lakes Institute in India, and Professor Kavil Ramachandran, the Executive Director at Center for Family Enterprise, Indian School of Business. This is the jury which has put this whole thing together for us, and they were working with the TiE Global Awards Committee, which was ably chaired by Mr. Kali Gadiraju, who is also the chairman of the Qubit AI Technologies, Charlene Thail, who is the business director at Carnegie Technologies, Dr. Rakesh Bhatia, who is the founder of the Capital Net, Mr. Bhanu Cherukuri, who is the founder of Cherukuri Ventures, Ranvajay Lamba, the managing director at RCCM India, Murli Talasila, partner and innovation leader at PwC India, and Swastik Bihani, the general manager for the and to talk a little the awards, Mahavir Pratap Sharma, who is the chairman of the TiE Global Board of Trustees, to start the evening with his opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you, Vivek, and good evening, everyone sitting in the auditorium. Good morning across the world in the US. I think the first time ever TiE Global has come up with this entrepreneurial awards, which in itself was a challenge. But quite honestly, this is a much needed thing, recognition of people who've inspired people, recognition of people who've broken the long process of being successful is very, very critical. Though TiE works at the bottom of the pyramid, TiE works with startups, with students and everyone else, but recognizing the leaders in the ecosystem was very important. So when Kali came up to me with a suggestion that what do I think of having a global awards, I did not have to blink an eye. And here we are, the first ever TiE Global Entrepreneurial Awards, awards that will be recognized in the years to come, the process that we have followed, the steps that we have taken, the research that we have done, the documentation and the backend data that we have is immense. And I think this will continue to grow from pillar to post in the next year or two. These will be awards that we would be proud of, one would be proud of, and I think this is the way going forward as entrepreneurs that we should be looking towards. And TiE's journey has been remarkable, not only this year, but through the planning of TGS, which is the event this year. And the awards are virtual this year. I thank everyone who's helped us in the process of not only researching, not only doing what they need to do for this thing, the jury, the committee, the board of trustees. Special mention goes to Vish Mishra, who actually helped us reach out to many awardees who are here physically or virtually through their presence on recorded videos. Thank you, everyone, and I look forward to these awards growing from strength to strength. Thank you. Over to you, Vivek.
Thank you very much, Mahavir. And with that, we move forward. And I would like to, at this stage, invite Mr. Kali Gadiraju, who is the chair of the TiE Global Awards, to talk to us about the entire process that he has constituted and put in place over the last few weeks. Over to you, Kali, to share the process with us. Kali?
Ali, you might be on mute.
Okay, thank you, Vivek. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone. When we decided a few months ago to launch the TiE Global Entrepreneurship Awards, one thing was very clear in our minds. As a TiE is a truly global organization, the program has to be truly world-class. In spite of the limited time available, and we are doing it for the first time, we said that in a truly entrepreneurial spirit, let us do it. Our first task was to identify the awards to be given, keeping in mind their relevance for the global entrepreneurship community. We want to honor, sorry? Your videos are. Well, just a minute. Okay. Our first task was to identify the awards to be given, keeping in mind their relevance for the global entrepreneurship community. We want to honor the outstanding individuals who, with their sheer hard work and entrepreneurship, have completely transformed the industries and became role models for millions of people across the world. These are the people who became legends and are role models for every entrepreneur on the planet. When we have two Lifetime Achievement Awards this year, one for the first generation entrepreneur and one for the family business transformation. You might ask, why family business transformation? significant percentage of global corporations are still family-owned. There are a large number of outstanding entrepreneurs who have transformed their family businesses and taken them to the next orbit on a global scale. And their contribution to entrepreneurship needs to be recognized. That is the reason why we have instituted this family business transformation lifetime achievement for such individuals. Major focus of TiE's work is to work with startups and help them become unicorns. Therefore, we decided to recognize the outstanding entrepreneurs who created great unicorns in different categories. We have one for innovation, one for making it in lightning speed, and one for achieving billion-dollar listing very rapidly, and another one for being able to completely bootstrap their way to becoming a billion-dollar company. TiE is a key part of entrepreneurial ecosystem across the world. We want to recognize the ecosystem players who are making the entrepreneurship not only possible, but also accessible to everyone, anywhere in the world. So we have instituted awards for all the key stakeholders in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. That is angel groups, VC funds, accelerators, universities, corporations, and government agencies. So we have 12 awards in all in 3 different categories for this year. So the prestige of this award depends upon the quality and the status of the jury members. We wanted that the jury has to be truly world class and it should represent all the regions of the world. We were able to get the kind of people we wanted in a short period of time because of the reputation of TiE and relationships our TiE leadership enjoys with the entrepreneurship community. Even the best of jury cannot do the justice if they are not provided with the right information. 7 of us, consisting of the awards committee, we are all senior professionals and entrepreneurs, worked for more than a month with the help of a bunch of MBA students to identify the right sources of data using a very objective criteria and structured filtering process to arrive at the finalists for each award. To ensure that what we are doing is right and we are not missing out anything critical in our research, we have taken the help of 2 globally renowned professors to mentor us. We presented a structured data sheet for each award along with the profile sheets for each of the finalists for that award to the jury. The data sheet explained the objective of the award, criteria used, primary data sources, evaluation methodology, research team, and the respective mentors for each award. This data was given to the jury members. The jury was also given a voting tool to rate each of the finalists and record their comments before the actual jury meetings. So we collated the ratings of each of the jury along with comments and presented in the meetings. Because of the spread of the jury across various time zones, we had to organize 3 sessions to complete the judging process. Finally, the results are in front of you. What I can assure you is that the entire program was conducted very professionally and with the involvement of top-class minds. We started with a mission to come out with a truly global entrepreneurship awards, and I am very happy we have accomplished that within a very short period of time. Thank you. Over to Vivek.
Thank you very much, Kali. And with that, we will move to a message that we have from the chairman of the jury, Mr. N.R. Narayan Murthy. We will just listen to to the message that he has for all of us about these awards.
Compliments to TiE for conceptualizing the Global Entrepreneurship Awards. This initiative will create role models for the TiE entrepreneurs. These TiE entrepreneurs will get inspired by the stellar achievements of the winning individuals and organizations who have performed on a global scale. These outstanding individuals and organizations are successful, and they do not need any recognition. But by celebrating their success, TiE is honoring itself. TiE is co-opting them as role models, and TiE is lighting up the path of success for our budding entrepreneurs. I am happy to have chaired the jury for the selection of the winners this year. I compliment the TiE Global Awards Committee for having assembled a truly world-class jury, for having taken the help of globally renowned professors for advising on the data sources, the selection criteria, and the process of evaluation, and for doing a thorough research before submitting the shortlisted candidates for jury's deliberations. I'm also happy that the entire judging process has been well planned and executed with excellence by the TiE team. I congratulate the winners for their contribution to the world economy in general and to the entrepreneurship ecosystem in particular. I wish the awards function a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those encouraging words from you, Mr. N.R. Narayan Murthy. And with that, we move on to look at the awards, having understood what's the work that's happened over the last many weeks and the process, and understanding from the jury chair, from the person who's running this jury. Now let's get the evening moving with the awards. So when we come to the first award, which is the Best Government Agency Support Ecosystem, and I'd like to invite Mr. Puneet Puskarna, who's a trustee at the TiE Global Board and President Emeritus at TiE Singapore, a general partner at Solmark, to talk to us about this award.
Thank you very much, Vivek. First and foremost, since I'm the first awardee, I'd like to once again congratulate the team for all the hard work that you've put in, and particularly for the short notice that you all had. On coming to the award, I'm truly delighted, that you've constituted and recognized government's role in entrepreneurship. It's not that every government does that, but clearly in pushing the ecosystem, some governments have definitely gone ahead more than others. Like every other award, I'm sure it was not easy for the jury to actually look at the awards, but delighted to see that the criteria for selecting the country of choice and really pushing forward in terms of what the country has done, recognizing on objective measures, has been compiled very well by the committee. And so I'd like to announce the award, through a very long list of people. We got to a short list. And from the short list, I'm delighted to say that the government of Singapore actually has come out the winner. I'm particularly delighted because these days I call Singapore my home, and I have first-hand knowledge of how Singapore has actually contributed to this, development of the startup ecosystem. I'd like to actually invite Maya Hari, who is the president of TiE Singapore, to accept the award on behalf of the government of Singapore. So it's my pleasure to invite Maya to accept the award for for the best government supporting the ecosystem to accept this award. Maya, many congratulations.
And before that, I'd also like to invite Dr. Jagdish Seth, who's part of the jury at Emory University, to actually announce the award and virtually hand it over to Maya to be able to take it on behalf of the government of Singapore.
So it's my distinct pleasure to actually give the award to the government of Singapore, because I've been involved with the government of Singapore, both at the academic as an advisor for so many years, and obviously they deserve the award. Singapore journey is remarkable. It's a journey of entrepreneurship. From where they have gone, where they began, is very humble beginning as an island with basically refugees over there from Malaysia to where it has gone. It's a showcase. And I'm very pleased that the jury decided unanimously and enthusiastically to give the award to government of Singapore.
Wonderful. Dr. Jagdish, thank you for this wonderful honor. Thank you to Puneet for the recognition and the award itself, and to the entire jury. It is, as Dr. Jagdish said, it's been a very short 55-year history for the country of Singapore, and the government has played a pivotal role in recognizing the need for startups and also fostering the ecosystem through a variety of different options, everything from funding instruments, from policy making, to ensuring that the future talent for the startup ecosystem is there and vibrant and built. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I humbly accept this award as the President of TiE Singapore on behalf of the Singapore government, and we will certainly have a handover. We're looking forward to that in person with the members of the Singapore government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya, for receiving the award and taking the process forward. With that, we move to the second award of the evening, which is the Best Corporate Supporting Entrepreneur. And I'd like to ask Puneet once again to talk to us a little about this award.
Thank you, Vivek. The world of entrepreneurship, of course, whilst it's very much dependent upon the entrepreneur, but the entrepreneur does not survive or thrive independently in that whole ecosystem. He or she's got massive amount of support from the capital that's been provided, from the people who actually help the talent that he's being able to hire. And in a very large part, really, by the corporations, because ultimately these very large corporations are the ones that the entrepreneur is trying to go out and sell industrially robust ideas to. So the whole idea of the corporations being recognized who actually have helped in foster entrepreneurship is a very important point for us. It again was a very, very tough choice. And when we looked at the criteria, we looked at who the companies were, the best of the companies in the world had applied for this award. And I must say that, in terms of our choice for a company that actually invested heavily, in terms of their venture building, in providing funding, in providing talent and expertise, in developing entrepreneurship, that has been very remarkable. And I'd like to invite actually the jury member, unlike the last time that I actually announced the award, I'd actually like the jury member to now come forth and announce the award. So Vivek,
can we have Mr. Simon, a senior advisor at the Bahrain Economic Development Board, to join us to announce the winner for this category?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. On behalf of Bahrain's Economic Development Board and from the Kingdom of Bahrain, I would like to announce the winner of this award, and the winner goes to Google Alphabet for this award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to listen to a message that we have from Elise Tasuji, the Product Marketing Manager at Google.
Hi, everyone.
I'm Lisa Gavelber, and I lead Google for Startups, which aims to level the playing field for underrepresented founders globally. It's an honor to accept this award on behalf of Google and our CEO, Sundar Pichai. I'd like to thank the organizers and the judges for this recognition. It is so gratifying to all of us, because investing in entrepreneurs is so core to our mission, to ensure that the opportunities created by technology are truly available to everyone. Across our platforms, we know that we succeed only when the small businesses and the entrepreneurs that we serve succeed. That's why I came to Google over 10 years ago to help entrepreneurs thrive. To date, Google has helped over 70 million people around the world grow their skills and their businesses. And we know that even in the best of times, starting a business can be grueling work. We know also that this year, online tools became a lifeline for businesses. That's why in March, we announced a $200 million investment fund that supports nonprofits and financial institutions to grant small businesses with access to much needed capital. And in June, we built on this. We committed an additional $175 million toward economic opportunity for Black business owners, startup founders, job seekers, and developers. Thank you again to TiE for your contributions to entrepreneurship. And on behalf of Google and Sundar, thank you again for this honor.
Thank you very much, Elise, for that video. And with that, we move to the next award, which is the Best University Promoting Entrepreneur. And I'd like to invite a trustee on the TiE Global Board, Mr. Tariq Khan, who's also the past president of TiE New York, co-founder and former CEO of Games 24/7 Incorporated. Tariq?
Thank you, Vivek. Universities are fantastic institutions for higher education and research. We all know that. However, they are not immune from market forces and change. Over the last decade or so, many have set up programs for entrepreneurship. How do you do that? You pull together everything founders and startups need and focus on experiential learning tailored to what the individual needs. Our team in Hyderabad has researched the university landscape, identified the best programs, and come up with a short list. The winner is decided by looking at number and type of programs, throughput of students, and outcomes. Back to Vivek for the announcement.
Thank you, Tariq. And I'd like to invite Mr. Krishnan Chatterjee, the Chief Customer Officer and Head of Marketing for the Indian subcontinent at SAP, to announce the winner.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you may be. Thank you so much for having an award of this power and weight. And it's no surprise that the best university promoting entrepreneurship goes to the university which sort of created Silicon Valley. It's Stanford University. And I'd like to invite Mr. Mark Tessier-Levine, if he is there, to accept the award.
Thank you very much. And let's listen to a message that we have from Mark about this award. Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulty with playing the video. With that, we move to the next award, which is the Best Accelerator in the World. And at this stage, I'd like to invite another one of our trustees on the TiE Global Board, Smita Siddhanti, who's also the past president of TiE DC and president of Endinia Incorporated, to talk to us about this award. Smita?
As we know, the incubators and accelerators are where the rubber meets the road for entrepreneurs across the world and making their dreams come true. TiE Global has worked hard. The research team and the jury had to really select from a vast number of very, very accomplished places of incubators and accelerators across the spectrum. And this award is to recognize an incubator or accelerator that has made an impact in the startup community and the startup ecosystem by supporting startups via activities like market access, investments, investment readiness, technology support, etc. And if without these, the whole ecosystem of startup communities will not take place. So hopefully, all the best to the winner, and we are looking forward to hearing who the winner is.
Thank you, Smita. And I'd like to invite a jury member, which is Mr. Rich Kalgard, the publisher of Forbes, to come and announce the winner for this award. Mr. Rich Kalgard.
I don't think Rich is here. Vivek, can you announce the award?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So with that, we move forward, and the winner for this award is Y Combinator from California. And I guess no surprises here because they've really been doing some outstanding work. And let's listen to a message we have from Michael Siebel, who's the CEO and a partner at Y Combinator.
Hello. I wanted to say thank you so much for this award. There are so many Indian and Indian American founders and investors and advisors and employees in the YC ecosystem. And at YC, we just think that this is particularly amazing that you would choose to distinguish us as the best startup accelerator. One of our core tenets is that we want to make Silicon Valley open and accessible to founders from anywhere in the world. And in my last 5 years working here, that's been one of my core goals. And so once again, thank you so much for this award. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that message, and congratulations for winning that. With that, we move to the next award for the evening, which is the best performing global VC fund. And I'd like to invite Vish Mishra, who's a general partner and Clearstone Venture Partners, to come and talk to us a little about this award.
Hello, everyone. When the mind of entrepreneur meets the money of a venture capitalist, together magic happens. And the next category is the best performing venture capital fund globally. There's no better way to describe those words are, have the meaning. So please, my honor and pleasure, now to announce this award.
Thank you very much, Vish. And I'd like to, at this stage, invite the jury member, Mr. Rich Kalgard, and I believe he's not here, so I will move forward and announce this award on his behalf, which is Sequoia Capital. Again, no surprises. Sequoia Capital is the winner for this particular category. And I know we will have this award being sent to Sequoia Capital after this ceremony is over in person.
Doug is there. Doug is there in person, please.
Okay. So can I invite?
Doug is waiting, Vivek.
Yes. Sorry. Can we invite Doug to come and speak to us about this award?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me, to Vivek, to Vish, who's a longtime friend, to all of TiE, where I was once a charter member in my younger days. A lot of you don't know that, and to all its wonderful members. On behalf of all the founders, they're the ones that get all the credit, with whom we've had the pleasure to be in business with. And to my colleagues at Sequoia, we would like to thank you for the award. But since someone quoted someone earlier, I would like to quote a novelist, Robert Louis Stevenson, who says, "Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds you plant." Yesterday was a great day to reap a wonderful company called DoorDash, Airbnb this afternoon, but all that work was done many years ago. All that work for this award has been done many years ago. And so that is the motto by which we live every day at Sequoia, which is why we do some of the things we do. But thank you all for the award. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Doc, for the lovely message, and congratulations for winning this award. With that, we move to the next category, which is the next award, rather, most active angel network in the world. And I'd like to invite or request Wish to come back once again to tell us about this award.
Well, as we said before, money is what you need to make magic happen with companies. And angels really are amazing breed of people in the world. And so this category that we have is to us to find the most active angel network in the world. And so take it away.
I'd like to invite Mr. Kalul Hazra, the Director Sales Strategy, Planning and Enablement for Asia Pacific region, to come and announce this award.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone, wherever you are. And it gives me great pleasure to be here and present one of the most exciting awards of the evening, which is, the most active angel. And I think it goes without saying that a lot of activities have happened across all the angels which were actually participating in this. And it gives me great pleasure to announce that this is an angel where members have invested more than 230 million in more than 400 companies and helped attract 1.7 billion in additional capital follow-on rounds. And the winner is Tech Coast Angels. A warm round of applause for them. And if Brian Homer is there to accept the award, we'll be glad to hand over the award to them.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Tech Coast Angels for winning this award. And we have a message from Kalul Hazra.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jeff Lappin. I'm the incoming chair of the Board of Governors of Tech Coast Angels. On behalf of our 400 members, I want to thank TiE and the esteemed panel of judges for this prestigious award. TCA sees itself serving an important role in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We provide funding and advice to early stage companies. For example, in 2019, we provided over $19 million to around 50 companies. Again, thank you to the judges and TiE. On behalf of our members, the award is much appreciated. I wish you all a great holiday season. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for that lovely message from your side. And we move forward to the next award, which is Bootstrapped to Billions. And I'd like to invite the trustee on the TiE Global Board, Mr. C.N. Madhusudan, who's the past president of TiE Atlanta, founder and CEO of VectorSpan Incorporated.
This is the first of our unicorn awards, Bootstrapped to Billions. Unicorns are rare, but unicorns that don't use other people's money, don't do magic without venture capital are even rarer. So our research team looked at 600 unicorns, selected 540 of them, and then looked at the ones that had not received outside funding, where the founders were still active, running the company, and found 30 of them as bootstrapped unicorns. Some were born out of compulsion, some were with more than $1 billion of ARR, but all of them were breaking all the myths of what a unicorn should be. Over to you, Vivek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madhusudan. And I'd like to invite a jury member, Dr. Orna Berry, the chief scientist from Israel, to announce who the winner for this award is. Dr. Orna Berry? We seem to be missing Dr. Orna Berry. We will move forward, and the winner of this award is Ben Chestnut, the person from MailChimp. Congratulations to Ben and MailChimp for winning this award. And let's hear a message from Ben about this award.
Hey, this is Joe. I'm a chief architect and VP of engineering at MailChimp and accepting this award on MailChimp's behalf. We're big fans of TiE. I'm involved as a charter member. Big fans of the support to entrepreneurs that TiE provides. It's super inspiring. It's well aligned with MailChimp's purpose, which is to empower the underdog and help them grow. Our goal is to bring tech to small businesses that allow them to be successful companies. Entrepreneurs need our help from organizations like TiE and like MailChimp. This has been an especially tough year. It's something that we have felt at MailChimp. It's something that our founders, Ben and Dan, have felt. But we remain super committed to entrepreneurs and small businesses and supporting them well. I know TiE does the same. And so this award is super special to us. I'm proud to accept it on behalf of MailChimp and its founders. And just want to thank everyone at TiE. Thank you for the award. And thank you for the work that you do to support entrepreneurs and small businesses.
Thank you very much for that message. And with that, we move to the next message, next award for the evening, which is the Rapid Listing Award. This is a first generation entrepreneur who listed the company to $1 billion market capitalization in a short period of time. And this award was to be talked to us about a trustee at the TiE Global Board, which is Mr. Vijay Kotarappa. He's not able to join us today at this evening. So we will move forward, and I will request Ms. Ping Fu, the co-founder of GeoMagic, to join us to make the announcement of the winner for this award. Okay, we don't seem to be able to have her here. We'll move forward, and the winner for this award is George Scangos from VIR Biotechnology. Congratulations to George Scangos from VIR Biotechnologies, and let's move forward and have
George is here.
Yeah, that's right. Have Mr. George talk to us about this award.
Okay, well, first of all,
congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the award. It is an honor to have the award from such a distinguished group of people. VIR was started at the beginning of 2017 with the purpose of bringing therapies and preventions for major diseases that affect people around the world. So we are targeting hepatitis B, tuberculosis, HIV, of course now COVID. And so I think to be successful as a startup, you need capital. We've talked about that. You need the right people. You need a vision. You need an interesting combination of confidence and humility. You need to know what you're good at, what you're not good at. You need to establish the right partnerships. So we've had some success over the past few years. We have a long way to go. There are many diseases yet to treat. Hopefully the first of those for all of us will be COVID. So thank you very much for the award, and I'm happy to accept it on behalf of the amazing group of people that we have at VIR. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again. With that, we move on to the next award, which is the Lightning Unicorn Award, and I'd like to invite the board trustee on the TiE Global Board, Mr. Praveen Thailam, past president, TiE Boston, partner and officer at Aspen Dental. Praveen?
Thank you. Can you hear me, Vivek?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I don't know whether the video wouldn't come up. But anyway, thank you very much. What a fantastic name. The Lightning Unicorn Award. This is for an entrepreneur who has created a unicorn in a very short period of time, and where the valuation of the company had to be over $1 billion in that period, where the founder is still involved in the company in a good position, and that company should still be a standalone company and not something that has been acquired. And we had some great list of companies in that category. And over to you, Vivek, for the next part.
Thank you very much, Praveen. And we move forward, and I'd like to invite Dr. Andrew Fleming, the British Deputy High Commissioner to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, to help announce this award.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Andrew.
Great, fantastic. Right. I am delighted to announce the winner of this award is Indigo Agriculture. And if Ron Hoverspain, the CEO, is there, perhaps he can speak up.
With that, we'd like to invite. Okay, we will congratulate them, and we will have this award conveyed to them and sent across to them. Congratulations. And with that, we move forward to the most innovative startup. And I'd like to invite Praveen Thailam once again to talk to us about this award.
Thanks, Vivek. Again, the most innovative startup, some fantastic companies. The objective of this award was to a startup which created a very highly innovative technology and an equally good business model, and is very well known, and a company which has raised over $300 million in funding, as I said, an innovative business model and a novel way of generating revenue, a product that was addressing a newly found pain point and really influencing the customer's behavior. There was a huge impact, and there were really some innovative companies, and I was so happy to see some of them really doing so well. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. And we'd like to invite Manohar Reddy, who is the Vice President at TiE Hyderabad and also the co-chair for the TiE Global Summit, besides being founder of Fuji, to join us to announce the winner for this award.
Thank you, Vivek. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. Namaste. It's a privilege and honor to announce the most innovative entrepreneur. It goes to Data Robot, CEO Jeremy Atchen, and Data Robot is now represented by Dan Wright, who is the president and COO. Over to you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the jury. Thank you to the entire TiE organization for the work that you do and for this generous award. I speak on behalf of Jeremy and all of our employees when I say that we're honored to be recognized as the world's most innovative startup. And, I think 2020 has been a year of uncertainty. But at Data Robot, we are obsessed with helping our customers get value, incredible value, from AI. And through that obsession, we've been successful in helping customers in many verticals, as well as helping with the pandemic response. And as a result, 2020 has been a great year for us. And just yesterday, we announced an additional $320 million of funding. So now our total funding is over $700 million, including strategic investments from Snowflake, Salesforce, and HPE. And as we look to the future, we look forward to working with all of you, working with our investors, partners, customers, and employees to create an iconic company and multiply our impact. So thank you very much, and wish you all the best in this holiday season.
Thank you very much, Don, for your message to us. With that, we come to a special category of awards this evening, which are the Lifetime Achievement Awards. And at this stage, we'd like to invite the Vice Chair of the TiE Global Board, Mr. Dinesh Dhamija, who's also the past President of TiE London, the founder, former Chairman, and CEO of eBookers, to talk to us about this award.
Thank you, Vivek. The object of this award was to honor a second-generation entrepreneur who had taken his family business truly global. Our criteria was for this entrepreneur's company to employ at least 50,000 people, plus have a sales turnover of over $20 billion. Diversity of employees, corporate governance, and social impact were key factors in choosing the winner. The shortlisting process took into account the time the transformer spent in the company, and we wanted at least 20 years. The transformation and growth he was able to bring to the business as well. The award mentor, Kavil Ramakandran, and the research team of Pratik Sangvi, Shalin Theo, Kali Gadiraju, and Fani Fatamata had to make this decision. All I can say, it was a close-run thing.
Thank you very much, Dinesh, for talking to us about this award. And I'd like to invite the chairman of the TiE Global Awards Committee, Mr. Kali Gadiraju, to come and announce the winner for this Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you, Vivek. Am I audible?
Yes, we are. Yes, we can hear you, Kali.
Thank you. The award for the family business transformation goes to Mr. Bill Marriott of Marriott International. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kali, and congratulations to Mr. Bill Marriott for winning the Lifetime Achievement Award for the Family Business Transformation. And we will convey our congratulations to Mr. Bill Marriott. Congratulations. With that, we move to the next award, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award, First Generation Entrepreneur. And I'd like to invite the chairman of TiE Global, Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, who I had already introduced earlier. And he's the past president of TiE Rajasthan, chairman and co-founder of Rajasthan Angel Innovators Network. So Mahavir, over to you to talk to us about this special award.
Thank you, Vivek. And this award, or this category of an award for a first generation entrepreneur who has created a remarkable impact, not only on the global economy, but has become an inspiration to many, many entrepreneurs through generations. I was part of the jury deliberations, and the fact that he continues to give back to the society through his various means or resources that he has achieved is also commendable. So for that, and just because I'll take this liberty, Vivek, to cut short and invite my partner in crime, President of TiE Hyderabad, Chairman of TGS, who I've spent last 4 months deliberating, discussing and debating various things. Sridhar, please join in and announce the award winner.
Well, thank you, Mahavir, for that. Good evening, everyone. You know, the great Albert Einstein said that try not to become a person of success, but try to become a person of value. The recipient of TiE Lifetime Achievement Award is, these words describe this current recipient. He's a visionary entrepreneur who overcame various challenges and failure to create a new world. He leveraged his success to tackle health and poverty issues worldwide, which are often overlooked by the societies. He dropped out of college to pursue a dream and worked tirelessly to make it a reality. It's that decision of dropping out of college which made the world change. It was a turning point for everyone around the world. And thank God he took that decision, because without which we wouldn't be using laptops today or the computers. So he democratized the whole computer system. And now I'm sure you would have guessed it. Yes, I'm talking about none other than Mr. Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft Corporation and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He epitomizes philanthropy. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation had issued a total of $54.8 billion since inception. They've also committed about $1.7 billion for COVID vaccine, and they help the people lead a healthy life, productive lives in developing countries, and they work around 135 countries around the world. Mr. Bill Gates is a living legend and a role model for every entrepreneur. It is both a privilege and a pleasure for me to announce that the jury, chaired by Sri Narayana Murthy, recommended Mr. Bill Gates for the Lifetime Achievement Award for his contribution to the entrepreneur ecosystem and the world in general. On behalf of TiE Board and Trustees, we are pleased to confer the Lifetime Achievement Award upon Mr. Bill Gates.
Thank you very much, Sridhar. And now let's listen to a message that Mr. Bill Gates has for the TiE community.
It's an honor to receive this prestigious award from TiE. I'm sorry I can't be with you and my fellow recipients there to accept it, but I want to share a few thoughts about why your work is so important. I've always believed that innovation is the key to solving the world's toughest challenges, whether it's stopping a pandemic, avoiding a climate disaster, or just raising human productivity. But as Paul Allen and I experienced with Microsoft, innovators can't make it on their own. They need partners, supporters to help them make sure their best ideas make it from the lab to the marketplace. For more than 27 years, TiE has been doing just that. You support great entrepreneurs around the world and in some of the most important fields in technology today. Your work is essential to fostering innovation and creating the better world we all want. Thank you again, and I hope you have a successful summit.
Thank you very much for that lovely message, and congratulations once again on receiving the Lifetime Achievement First Generation Entrepreneur Award. With that, we move to a very, very special award this evening, which is another Lifetime Achievement Award. And I'd like at this stage to invite Chairman of the TiE Global Trust Board, Mahavir Pratap Sharma, back to talk to us about this award.
Thank you, Vivek. This next award or this next recognition, not only just, it's not about pleasure, but it gives me such an immense of pride in the fact that the next recipient of this award laid foundation for generations to come. I mean, the people that I look up to had looked up to him, so that's the generation I am, a generation down the line from where he started. His innovative, his leadership at TCS, his leadership at multiple places in the IT industry, whether it was in NASCOM, whether elsewhere, has been totally exemplary, and his career has been a great path. When I met him last, luckily for me, end of January in Mumbai, I mean, he was walking, he was hale and hearty, and he looked up, and he was very much there at the TiECon in Mumbai. I salute Mr. Kohli for all his contribution, all his inspiration, and all the work that he has done for the Indian IT industry. I have never met him other than meeting him in Mumbai in January, but Mr. Ramadurai, the speaker here next, would pay a tribute in his own words about the great man and the great person that he was. Can I request Mr. Ramadurai to come and speak about Mr. F.C. Kohli, please?
Thank you, Mahavir. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I think the Lifetime Achievement Award by TiE Global is something Mr. F.C. Kohli richly deserves. He lived 96 years and was active till the last day. I had the opportunity to meet with him in March when he had come down to our place, and prior to that I also met him in February at his house. We used to exchange notes almost every week, either on the phone, definitely at least once every couple of weeks. But to describe a man who lived his life, the kind of impact, influence in building a nation he passionately believed in through its human capital and technology for common good in a few minutes is a very, very tall order. I think I just wanted to pick one aspect of his career. He was a career Tata man and built TCS brick by brick, starting with exports, and finally the domestic market also picked up and the time was right for absorption of technology. I think the roadmap essentially he laid was clearing the forest, then building a highway for other companies or the IT industry to take shape and run at the accelerated pace, where the total industry is today $191 billion worth. And TCS alone is one of the top companies in the world, employing almost 453,000 employees on a global basis. I think his belief in hardware, Silicon Valley, Boston Route 128, and MIT education and the inputs that gave for him and influenced us to think in a very systems thinking manner with a holistic approach to problem solving and bringing an interdisciplinary involvement to every problem that needed to be solved was something we'll always cherish. I would say he mentored all of us as entrepreneurs, and essentially when we started in 1968, TCS was a startup. I'll just give a minute on what his passion was till the ripe age of 96, where adult literacy and education of the masses was extremely close to his heart, using technology for social good. Multiple languages for making sure the adult illiterates could absorb in the language of their choice and then scale it up, which he passionately worked, which continues to scale up as we speak. I think faculty building and the teachers training in the engineering colleges, so that the engineering colleges grew to the same stature in terms of teaching curriculum as the IITs, was the other one which he experimented a lot. We created some structures for it to again scale up. Mentoring and marketing, meeting with youth, even at the age of 96, was his passion. A day would not pass, even when we came to the office for about 1 or 2 hours, he would meet some young entrepreneurs, at least to understand what they were doing and how they were doing it. Building a company or an industry of this nature, and then with the startup mindset of the cost efficiencies and also the capability building in the brightest minds he saw, was a daily behavior which we saw in him. Having worked with him for almost 48 years, starting my career in 1972 in TCS, it was one of the most rewarding experiences, but we did not miss a single university, did some startups, connected with most of the hardware companies, imported most of them, and with the generation of change in every technology, you would find that in TCS in terms of human capital or in terms of capital investment to make it succeed. I think I would say in the services space, he was the leading architect. But the things I just want all of us to remember in recognizing this man, what he put as value in learning, in reading on any subject, sharing what he read and sharing whatever he felt was necessary, caring and nurturing for professional good. His final words were always, if you are a professional, you must share the knowledge for common good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramadurai.
Can I request you to confer the award to Mrs. Kohli, and can I request Mrs. Kohli to accept it and say a few words? Mrs. Kohli.
I would like to, I would like to give the honor, have the honor of recognizing the late
Mr. F.C. Kohli, on behalf of TiE Global, the Lifetime Achievement for Service to the Indian IT Industry is bestowed upon him. Thank you, and his wife, Swaran Kohli, who is here, as I understand, is going to receive it. It's a great honor. And we share in the grief.
Yeah. Mrs. Kohli, can I have a few words from you, please? Is her audio on? Everyone? Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you.
I very much appreciate the honor TiE has bestowed on my husband. We would have wished TiE all success in its mission. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
Thank you, ma'am. The honor is all ours. I mean, he's truly an icon. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kohli. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramudarai. And thank you, Mahavir, for helping us with this outstanding award to an outstanding leader, which has transformed not just a few companies, but the nation that we are today as India. Thank you very much. And I'd like at this stage to invite Kali back to stage to give us the vote of thanks coming to the end of the award ceremony. Over to you, Kali.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Mahavir for trusting me to make this program happen in such a short period of time and for providing all the help whenever needed.
ceremony, and congratulations to all the winners, and thank you to all the people who made this awards a reality today. We haven't finished for the day. The event or the TiE Global Summit is still continuing for those of you who are keen to listen to
victorious forces. There is no mention of them. American children don't study about it. Generally, they have become invisible. Even today, they exist. Well, the whole tragedy of what happened, I don't want to go into the gory details of it, because I established this center at the head of what is called as Trail of Tears of the Cherokee Nation. Because I was so… about 18 years ago, I was so deeply touched, profoundly moved by a certain incident that I faced there. This whole history that has happened in the last 300, 400 years has completely obliterated the rest because history is written in a certain way. Without taking into account the life of the Native American people, there is really no American history if you ask me. And anyway, Columbus did not discover America, nor was he the first man to land on North America. There were millions of people, 25 million people living in this North American continent when he came. But by early 20th century, there were just 270,000 people. So that is the tragedy that occurred in this period. So my thing was to make these people visible. They have become invisible. And you cannot really bring back all of that culture and all of those things back, but at the same time you cannot afford to simply obliterate a whole culture, a variety of colorful culture, just like that and forget about it as if it did not exist. So I thought I should make them more visible. That's why I took this nearly 10,000-mile motorcycle ride which was through some spectacular country, and it's been a tremendous journey.
It's really interesting.
So, a few minutes before we were speaking, we shared a telephone call and we talked about poetry. And you actually sent me one which you had written. And I want to read that because I just was so excited with this beautiful metaphor. So you spoke. It's called Cake in a Glass Case. Someone loves you. Love is in the air. God is love. Unless love sprouts in your heart, are all like cake in a glass case. It can make your mouth water, but it won't nourish you. Sadhguru. So I actually had a glass case with a cake.
Now you're doing a bad thing for all who are watching this. They can't taste the
It's
cake.
delicious, but you can't touch it. So please explain what you meant by this, saying a cake in a glass case, but giving the metaphor of love.
Uh, I think this is very relevant for these times because right now, see, all of us are virtual. We are talking, but we are not together. It's an advantage and a disadvantage in many ways. It's a tremendous advantage, the technology. At the same time, you are in the same room and talking to the whole world all the time, which is a huge loss. So, see, we are always thinking valuable things in human life. When I say valuable things, I'm not talking about gold and diamonds. I'm talking about the most valuable thing in your life is to be peaceful, to be joyful, to be loving, to be blissful. This is most valuable. Well, you think only a mountain of gold will make you joyful, so you run after it, all right? So somebody may run after money, somebody may run after wealth, somebody may run after knowledge, love, God, heaven. But what does all this translate into? All this translates into you will live an exuberant, blissful life. You think it'll happen out of love, you think it'll happen because you go to heaven, you think it'll happen because of wealth or success or knowledge or whatever, but essentially you want the highest level of pleasantness to be happening within you. This is all the human aspiration is.
Right.
If you want any experience to happen within you, whether pleasantness or unpleasantness, it can only happen from within you. Because human experience is essentially caused from within you. You may take stimulus from outside, but essentially is caused within you. Pain and pleasure are happening from within you. Joy and misery happening from within you. Agony and ecstasy happening from within you. Let me put it this way. See, if your body becomes pleasant, we say this is health, everybody wants it. You're a health expert,
Yes.
all right? Everybody wants it. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it pleasure. That also everybody wants it. If your mind becomes pleasant, we call it peace. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it joy. If your emotions become pleasant, we call this love. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it compassion. If your very life energies become pleasant, we call this bliss. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it ecstasy. If your surroundings become pleasant, we call this success. Only to make your surroundings pleasant, you need the cooperation of the forces around you, people around you. But to make your body pleasant, mind pleasant, emotion pleasant, energies pleasant, is 100% your business. It is only because human beings have not taken this into their hands that what happens within me is absolutely my business and my responsibility. Because they don't understand this, they're trying to change the world, turn the world upside down for your happiness. Everything we have done on this planet is in pursuit of human happiness, isn't it? As destructive as we have become is only because we are in a compulsive mode of seeking happiness. This is very important, especially for entrepreneurs, because they're busy people. Because why I'm saying this is, people are saying, some of the living planet statistics say, the way we are going at it, if everybody in the world has to have the simple comforts and pleasures that an average American citizen has, if 7.6 billion people should have this, then the planet has about 15 years of life.
Yeah, it's wonderful that you're saying that everyone should be joyful inside. And you started, I saw a center of healing.
This aspect is because we are in pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
By setting up what is around us, setting up a surrounding atmosphere, we are trying to be happy from that. See, we can never ever fix the outside atmosphere 100%. Even if there are just two people in the family, it will never happen 100% your way.
Right.
But what happens within me must happen my way 100%. If this one thing happens my way, the difference is just this. I will not do things compulsively, I will do what is needed. A joyful person is always doing what is needed. A miserable person is always doing something that he believes will bring him happiness. This difference has to come through, particularly for entrepreneurs, particularly for business community, because they are busybodies. These busybodies, and the only reason right now the world is not completely destroyed is 50% of the population is lazy. So this is the tragedy of humanity. It is our lethargy which is saving us, not our intelligence, not our ingenuity, not our love for life around us, just our lethargy. Because half the people are lazy, we are managing. If everybody becomes an entrepreneur, believe me, in the present mode of how we are doing things, we'll be destructive. So this is important. Entrepreneurs first establish themselves well within themselves. That is, you are joyful by your own nature. Now you will look what is needed and do that.
It's really nice to know that difference. So, you are very passionate about the environment. And perhaps COVID-19 happened because we've continuously destroyed our environment for so many years. We have a water program in our foundation, and I can see how well you are thinking about the rivers and the passionate work that you are doing in protecting the environment. So Kabir said, the opportunity is now, not tomorrow. We must grasp this opportunity and never again will we get this chance. So perhaps in 2020, it's time to begin re-energizing our planet. And can you say a little bit more about the work that you're doing in saving the rivers?
See, today, what we are doing in terms of rivers particularly, it has happened in three different stages in the last 22 years. First 18 years, we ran this campaign called Project Green Hands. The idea was to bring people to participate in compensatory activity, because all of us consume. But are we willing to do the necessary compensatory activity? As a part of this, I spent first 6 years planting trees in people's heads. That is the harshest terrain, believe me, in the world. Land is quite friendly. So after planting trees in people's heads for 6 years, now I've been transplanting and that's going very well. We planted nearly 39 million trees in Tamil Nadu, changing the landscape from 16.5% of green cover that Tamil Nadu had. It went up by 7.2%. According to Government Gazette, according to Google Maps, it is over 11%. That much increase in thing happened because people have gone crazy about planting trees. Because I set up a spiritual process with which they can experience that what I exhale, the trees inhale. What the trees exhale, I inhale. So one half of my lungs is out there. So this is not about a tree, this is not about environment, this is not about saving the world. It is just that one half of my lungs is actually hanging out there. Once they felt this experientially, now you can't stop them planting trees. So this became a major movement. From that we came to what is called as Rally for Rivers, because we knew there were so many policy bottlenecks which are not allowing environmental activity to happen. Policies which are made in fear, policies which are made one against the other, ad hoc policies made over a period of years. So we wrote a policy document which is 760-page document as to how to manage our rivers. But I'm I'm pragmatic about these things, not romantic about it, because you use the word passion, I'm saying this. I'm very super pragmatic about this. I saw the only way any democratically elected leadership or government will invest in environment only if people are with that movement. Because a government's term is 5 years. But any environmental activity, if you take it up, if you invest heavily in that, for it to show results, it'll take 15 to 20 years of real results. So who is going to invest in something that is not going to bear results in their own term? It's not even fair to ask that because they have to win the next election. That's always there. If you say, I developed rivers, I spent all the money there, you think our people are going to take it? No. So I started a movement from Kanyakumari to Himalayas. I drove personally myself through 16 states at that time. The wonderful thing was, immense response came. Over 162 million people participated in this in 30 days' time. This is the largest movement ever in the world about an environmental movement gathering 162 million people. And because there were so many people, every state, all the chief ministers participated, all the 16 states. At that time, the 16 states had governments from six different parties. You know how India, the ruling party and oppositions, how they transact. Anything that the government says, opposition opposes. But all of them came on stage with me. In the same place, the ex-chief ministers and the chief ministers sat together and they all said this has to be done. So once this movement happened and this much gathering happened, well, when I went and presented this to the Prime Minister, in less than 24 hours, they got into action. They formed a core committee to examine these policy recommendations. Within 2.5 months, it became the recommended policy in the country for all the 28 states. Because rivers are a concurrent subject, government cannot act, the central government cannot act because they have no geography under their administration, really. It is the states. So then we